Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. The mayor has called the meeting to order. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Next item, Mr. Mayor, is brief comments by council.
Well, Happy New Year, everybody. I want to first thank our state representative, Nicholas Duran, and our state senator, Jose Javier Rodriguez, for coming down with a tremendous check, both in size and amount. But anybody have any comments? Anybody want to talk about anything?
Oh, congratulations. And for the taxpayers, this is good professional work. The previous council had the vision to invest. And thanks to the professional work of Todd over there and their support, you're getting a 40% discount on the purchase, just about.
That's right.
And I wanted to take a minute personally to recognize somebody who was here at Creation, Conchita, who's been the village clerk forever, and we're happy to see her here and about. Un aplauso.
Okay. Agenda. Sorry, go ahead. Next item.
Yes, next item, approval deferrals, additions, deletions, substitutions, and withdrawals.
Okay. Anybody have anything?
I have an addition.
Okay.
Council discussion item. I'd like to update everyone on the field trip that I took to the recycle plant.
I'd like one addition to have a quick discussion on progress in doing the evaluation forms for our charter employees.
If it's in order, Ms. Mayor, I'd like to due consideration to perhaps, out of courtesy to the people who are here with high schedules, move the Cape Florida State Park, which would be item 10A4 over to 6B. And perhaps if also with the Key Biscayne school PTAs, or sort of would.
One discussion.
I think they're kind of together, so we do it. You want to do it at the beginning, or we can do them?
Whenever.
Anybody else? Any other items?
Yes. Replacement of trees on Westwood between Fernwood and Harbor Drive.
Okay, so we've got 5 new items. Or sorry, no, we're moving 2 items. We're moving the Cape Florida and the K8 up to 6. Sorry, my agenda's a little screwy here. It's not showing that. Let's go online. And then the replacement of trees will go at the end. That works.
There was 2 other items.
Okay, we had the field trip evaluation for charter employees. We're moving Cape Florida and the K through 8 items up into 6. And then we're also adding a replacement of trees under discussion items.
Can I get a motion?
Move.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
One more item. For the love of God. Go.
Thank you. Additional 18 units of parking to be considered.
Where?
Tonight. We brought it up at the previous meeting. And, this was the lifts, and information has been gathered by the manager.
Parking lifts.
Parking spaces, additional parking.
18 spaces.
Okay, so we'll put that. Anybody want to make a motion to add that one? Second.
All those in favor?
Aye. Perfect.
Motion passes.
Okay.
Okay. The next item is public comments.
Okay, I've got a few speakers signed up. If you wish to speak and you haven't signed up, please sign up. Our first speaker is former council member Luis de la Cruz. Oh, I have a few more. Can you get me an agenda? I can't get online.
Luis de la Cruz, 640 Allendale Road, Key Biscayne, Florida. Mr. Mayor, Mrs. Vice Mayor, Mrs. Manager, good to see you all. I'm here in support of a couple of things. The biggest item is the community center expansion. I just want to tell you guys that this is the thing that I've most worked on and that I most pushed for during the time that I was a council member. I started on the first day that I was up there in the dais, and we actually went with phase one, which was in order to target a certain audience that really, really needed our help, and all of us on the council approved that phase one, knowing that phase two was coming shortly thereafter. And now phase two, it's time for phase two, and I think it's, you know, it's more than time to do it. It's a wonderful project that I saw, Todd present earlier today, and I think he's going to make a presentation to all of you. Ask him the tough questions. I think he may not have the answers today, but he'll get them for you. But please move forward with this. This is really, really important for our community, extra special. Second, Council Member Edward London said that he was going to talk about the trees on between Harbor and Crandon on Westwood, and it's high time we do something about those trees because they don't seem to flourish. Something is wrong with them. Somebody needs to look at them. We need to replace them with the proper trees. I don't know what it is. And the third item is the trash bins that are a problem only in certain streets in Key Biscayne, but there's certainly a problem in those streets. There's one street in particular, West Enid Drive, where 4 houses don't remove their bins from the swale area right by the street, and it's just embarrassing. I don't understand. It's beautiful houses too. I mean, it's not like they're ugly houses. Beautiful houses, and all of a sudden 3 trash bins right in front of them. So please do something about that. Thank you very much for listening to me. Bye.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Mayor, point of just, I discussed it with not you, but Jennifer. And in full disclosure, I know that we have a lobbyist sort of thing to disclose. Also, it'd be helpful if people who are consultants or employees of the village would if they speak in public, they would so identify themselves so that we have full transparency.
That's appropriate. Mr. Tony Camejo.
Good evening, everybody, and Happy New Year. And I promised Ed I would smile. You probably remember seeing this for the last 2 election cycles. The Key Biscayne Condominium President's Council has been promoting, reviewing our master plan, and setting up a master plan committee and promoting this to the village, and we're very happy that the village finally decided to do so. We're a little bit disappointed, however, that the Condominium President's Council, which represents 35 condominium associations, is a nonprofit organization, dues-paying organization, where the presidents of the various associations comprise the board of directors, elect officers yearly to represent the interests and needs of the condo community, which is comprised in our group of over 5,000 residents. The President's Council has not been invited to participate on such an important committee as the 2040 committee that's going to look at a master plan and developments for the next 20 years on the island, when we represent 53% of the tax base and 62% of the registered voters. And I think it's important that the council recognize the President's Council as an organization, much like the Chamber of Commerce, which represents important stakeholders in the village. And so I would urge the council, in the spirit of inclusiveness and in the spirit of making sure that we have a buy-in on all of the important infrastructure projects that we have going forward, that we all work together as one village to see to it that we're able to get full support on all of these projects, not having direct participation by the President's Council is not going to be helpful for that, to do that. So I would urge you to expand the committee to at least 9 members. I understand that a committee, if it gets too unwieldy, too large, it gets unwieldy. But I think that we could expand to at least 9 members and add other representatives. So I would urge you to do that and to think about that carefully. Thank you.
Okay, Robert Zugalo.
Good evening, Robert Dusoglu, 785 Glen Ridge Road. I see you have public comments for the 2040. Do you want me to speak about that now, or do you want me to wait until there's public comments?
We have.
This is 8.
It's an ordinance.
It's an
So
ordinance.
yes.
Right, so you can speak to it now, or you can speak to it then. That's your choice.
Okay, I'll speak to it now. The reason that I'm coming forward, I'm very happy that the 2040 plan is in play and that you're moving forward with it. The comments that I wanted to make, because we have been involved in committees before, it's more that it be a living document, not something that we write, here's the last one. I don't know when the last time that you guys looked at it or studied it. I know Brett gave a presentation on it. Councilmember Brett gave a presentation on it. But I would urge the council to be diligent about the procedures of how the document is going to be adapted, and that it not sit on the shelf for 10 years, but rather have it as a living document that the council revisits once every year and sees how the progress is being, and to adjust it accordingly. That's my major recommendation. In the past, there has been a member from the council that would be represented at this committee, and there's also somebody from the government, as we did for the sustainability. But what we don't want is a document just to die once it is completed. We want it to be active and engaged and engaging. I think what's great about this document, though, there's a lot of the procedures that we can duplicate, so there's a lot of time that doesn't need to be wasted. If you just follow the mission statement and the procedures, it'll be very good, and you can hit the ground running. But I would strongly urge the council to make it a living document and something that we're more engaged in. That was my comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Okay, Louisa Conway. No, it's working. I figured it out.
Happy New Year, and I just also wanted to sort of echo Tony Camejo's talk to you folks, and just to also say I live in a condo. I actually live in Key Colony, and I think we're about 5,000 residents. We're the largest condo development here on the island. And I think the master plan, we're so excited to hear about this and that you guys are actually taking on this initiative. So I really want to say thank you, Mike, since you've come in. And of course, Brett, thank you. But, you know, if you guys would think about just expanding that committee to about 9 people would be great. I know it's kind of crazy, but it would be great to have consensus here on the island. And the Key Biscayne President's Council, the one good thing I think is that we have enough members so that we happen to provide liaison between the village and the condominiums. And I do think instead of, you know, don't look at the individuals, look at the organization and what it represents. And the condominiums need to have a voice, and they need to be part of this effort. And we need to think of this as one island. We're all homeowners. It doesn't matter if you're in a condo or in a house. We all have similar interests. So I really hope that you will all embrace that idea and work towards some consensus here on the island for putting this committee together. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Louisa. Michelle Esteves.
You upgraded.
Michelle Esteves, 798 Crandon Boulevard, Unit 21. Mayor, council members, I'm here to urge you to consider to expand the committee 2040 to 9 members. I think that this is very important committee. The 2020, I think that in the 2020, any of you were here, was the whole village participating since day one. We have a committee, and it was a lot of work, many meetings. It was a large participation. So I think 7 members it's not a bad number, but you're going to be short for people on this island that they are qualified to it. The time that Councilmember Moss put into the initiation of the underground committee, I mean, it's unbelievable because you did a huge research and you were very well prepared. And this is already, you will start with the 2020 vision. That is, I want you to know that we worked for months and months and months, and the whole community participated in charrettes everywhere. So you have a good start, but I think that you should consider to expand to 9 members. I think that would be much better because also not just appoint people because they had been tell you, Mike, I want to be on that committee. Look into it like almost to accept resumes for this committee. This is a very important committee. I'm sure certain now that is going to be followed. I'm sure that we're going to make, and at least in my time that I will be here to see a lot of development in the 2040 plan, I hope, because unfortunately the 2020 was put in a shelf and we never look at it almost. So, and also consider in the committee somebody that represents the business community. The business community is very important part and large part of this community that can contribute a lot. I don't want business to be out of this committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Alvin Lindsay.
Hi. Al Lindsay, 365 Westwood Drive. Mayor Davey, members of the council, thank you for having me. I'm here to talk about one point that former immediate past council member Lucha de la Cruz just mentioned, and I want to put a little more flesh on those bones, and that is the trees on Westwood Drive, which is pretty much a main thoroughfare. I've lived on Westwood for 14 years now. Back then, it had no trees whatsoever. It was to the point where one of our neighbors who had palm trees on his property would take the coconuts and plant them in the swale to give us something. Of course, that wasn't good enough back then. I think the mantra that under Mayor Vernon et al. Was chanting was we wanted Ritz-Carlton landscaping around the island. And that was a laudable goal, and it worked 95% of the island. We got Ritz-Carlton landscaping. And despite their best efforts, and I remember watching the meeting about 10 years ago where this council decided, hey, we have to have trees. They should be the best trees. Westwood Drive should look beautiful. I was enthusiastic, and of course, very excited to hear that. The trees got planted. They were small at the time. And just so you know, I don't know what kind of trees these are or what they are, but they're absolutely horrible. They have, in 10 years, they have not grown in. They don't create any shade ever. And for at least 8 or 9 months of the year, it looks like New York City in the winter. These trees, they have no foliage whatsoever. They don't grow. They're horrible. And then for maybe 2 weeks in the summer, they bloom. Of course, the wrong time of the year, right? Because we still have seasons, and traditionally the winter is the season down here. And so when it's hot and sweaty and everybody's going away for the summer, the beautiful bloom comes out for about 2 weeks, and then it all falls on your car and gets your car all dirty. So I urge you to reconsider the landscaping on Westwood Drive. And thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Theo Long.
Good evening. My name's Theodora Long, and I'm president of Friends of Cape Florida, the community service organization of our Key Biscayne Bill Baggs Cape Florida State Park.
Excuse me, can I have your name and address for the record, please?
1200 South Crandon Boulevard, Key Biscayne. I'm also the executive director of the Marjorie Stoneman Douglas Biscayne Nature Center in Crandon Park. I burn the candle at both ends of Key Biscayne because I feel it's so important for people to be excited about our natural environment and to teach them to conserve and preserve for it forevermore. There are some people in Miami who never get to see the Key Biscayne beaches. I know that's hard to believe, but I see it every day. The wow factor of coming over the bridge is breathtaking for some people. I'm here before you this evening to bring to your attention that Bill Baggs Cape Florida State Park has picked up where Avatar dropped off 2 years ago by organizing the monthly beach cleanups under the Youth Council. They also have quarterly events open to the public, storage of Key Biscayne, Village of Key Biscayne assets, village public safety trainings, sister city programming, and lots of other things. They also do sea turtle conservation, bird banding, youth camping, day hikes, lighthouse tours, interpretive nature walks, drift cart throws, special events, and the annual Lighthouse Run. We're a great neighbor to have, and we ask for your support this evening. Bill Baggs State Park is celebrating 50th anniversary since Bill Baggs' name was added to the state park. Thanks to Bill Baggs, we can still enjoy a spot of sand and sea, look at the grass and trees rather than buildings, stretch out on a blanket, be cooled by the sea breeze, and warmed by the Florida sun. Bill Baggs Cape Florida State Park has been serving all of Key Biscayners as its service park with volunteers constantly keeping it looking great. I thank you again, and I ask for your continued support.
Thank you very much. And I think people should remember that Bill Baggs event is coming up this weekend. So if you haven't already gotten your tickets, go get them.
Sold out.
Oh, they sold out? Then sorry, you're out of luck. I'll be there. Anybody else want to speak? Okay, let's move on.
Next item is special presentations. Florida Communities Trust Grant Check Presentation, 401 Hampton, Senator Jose Javier Rodriguez and Representative Nicholas Duran.
Come on up. And first, I do want to thank, is Steve Simon here? Steve's not here. Where's Todd? Todd's hiding somewhere. He's always in a seat, and I never see him there. Todd's a guy, and Steve pointed this out, and I had forgotten. Todd was the guy who found this money in terms of making it something for this community. So when you're yelling at Todd about his programming in his community center, remember what he does do well for this community. We're kidding. He does an amazing job for this community every day. So, please.
Great. Mr. Yeah, sure. All right. Good evening, State Representative Nick Duran, for the record. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. We are here to celebrate. I'm here with Senator Jose Javier Rodriguez to celebrate the 401 Hampton Lane Park, a vision of a park by neighbors, for neighbors, and the incredible work that you all, the leadership that you all had, and your park director in making this happen, as well as the vision by Steve, Ariel, and Brett as well. We're here with a refund check. The senator always carries a big check around with him.
I like this.
And you know, he writes the big ones for us.
You may want to look for a routing number on here, but we need to get you another one.
I want to see the checkbook.
Yeah. Thank you so much. As I think we got a chance to tour the park earlier and appreciate that. And as we said, I mean, our job is to, with your direction, go and collaboration, go fight for the residents we all represent, and you all make that job very easy because you're very accessible. And you're not shy, and your residents, and of course you all are very much on top of it. And our role in this, frankly, is just in fighting very hard at particular times in session to try to preserve these funding sources and to be a resource in trying to access them. But again, the credit really goes to the village, to Todd, to the Simons, and everybody else who put so much hard work into this.
Great. And thank you all for what you're doing for us. We do appreciate your assistance in Tallahassee, and we're going to need more as we move forward. Todd, why don't you come up? Okay, I go?
Sure.
Also the TV.
Oh, okay.
Should we go up here?
All right, yeah, why don't you guys come up, and we'll do the big check, and we'll go down.
You should probably state the amount.
We all go?
Yeah.
We all go?
We'll go have a picture. Selfie.
Tell him. You heard the boss.
It's upside down. All right, a big smile. Let me see. Show me the money. So, Mayor, with your indulgence, so Councilmember Petros requested it for the record. We described what this is. So, it is a reimbursement check from the state of Florida's Florida Communities Trust in the amount of $828,000 for the pocket park that is Key Biscayne's first pocket park.
So, thank you very much.
Thank you, everybody, for putting this together.
Next item is Opportunity Support Cape Florida State Park. Councilmember Laredo.
Thank you. Happy New Year, and to all of my colleagues. It's going to be a great year. And thank you for taking this out of order, just that there are some people here that I would speak. As we learned very drastically during our first crisis in Ultra, and subsequently, that we need to describe ourselves as an island and not the village. We are blessed to have 1/3 of a beautiful island, which not only us, but a great number of regular citizens, usually middle and low income type people, come to this island to enjoy the benefits of our nature. And I consider Cape Florida and Crandon Park part of the family. Particularly, Cape Florida has been, particularly since Art Jarian's taken over about 3 years ago, it proactively engaged with the village. I can list things like parking for police cars. He's always there. One of those career professional public servants that looks for solutions and not excuses. And I think we should recognize that. And sometimes the best way to recognize something is to contribute to their work. Now, I think that we have an appropriation, that $4,500, that is not being used. And I would like to have you all consider donating to them. I want to state, as a matter of my preference, and there are mechanisms, just like the second item with the school, that we donate this to, so we don't create a precedent, to the institution, in this case the park, and not necessarily tied to events, because by coincidence they're having an event on the 19th, which, I mean, this also really enlightens me about how many great people are in this community, all the work that these people are doing, and I see a couple of them in the audience, quietly, below radar. It's just amazing, Key Biscayne. So my motion is that we grant them the $4,500. They have a lot of needs that they cannot get from the regular budgeting process of the state of Florida. And I think it would be not a contribution, it would be a very, very intelligent investment, an investment in a great asset and an investment in the quality of life of the citizens and taxpayers of Key Biscayne. So I propose for your consideration that be adopted.
Okay, the motion is for a contribution to Bill Baggs State Park by the Village of Key Biscayne in the amount of $4,500?
Yes, sir.
Is that correct? Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Okay. Discussion.
Just want to say that for donations and grants,
right,
the charter requires a 7-0 vote.
Right. Okay. Andrea, we're talking about the $4,500. Where would that come from?
So there's a line item in the council budget for $4,500. I think it's called student. I'm sorry. Sorry. Good evening. There's a line item in the council budget that we identified. There's $4,500 in there that was intended for student. I think it's student enhancements is the line item. We've identified the line item, and there's nothing. The intent is aligned with this.
Okay. So there'd be no issue. Ed?
I hate to tell you, Luis, but I vote against every contribution from the village since I don't believe we got elected to make contributions to any kind of charities or any kind of organizations. This should be up to the individual members of the community. They didn't elect us to give away their money. So I normally vote against it, which would kill the thing, unless you can give me one good reason why this will benefit all the members of the village of Key Biscayne.
Yes, I'm sorry.
No, Luis can respond. You can respond to Ed's point, and then I'll have Brett bring his.
Yeah. You know, I call it an investment.
I heard what you call it, though.
Yeah, and I'm using that semantically. I mean it as an investment. It is a physical part of our island. It is an area that I use all the time, and a lot of you probably use all the time. We're blessed to have two great parks, and one particularly that is almost part of our jurisdiction. And they do a lot more than $4,500 in terms of what they do, provide our citizens and their quality of life and their activities, including with youth. And I think that while I am not for contributions to events, I repeat myself, I think this is an opportunity to invest in they have specific needs of equipment that they can use, and that it clearly enhances the quality of life of the citizens of Key Biscayne. And I am as conservative or more than you on spending. And in this case, I can tell you that it truly is an investment, and I urge you to reconsider. And I threw in the caveat, because I mean it, that this is not a contribution. In fact, I tend to perhaps even disagree with the attorney that this may not require a 7 vote. But it would be great if we can, because we're a family, and I think that we all should be able to recognize those who help us. It's important to know how to support those who support us.
Brett?
Something that I was talking over the phone with somebody, so I can't take full credit for it or anything, but we kind of came to a similar thought that, there are other needs that we have in the village that we could partner with Bill Baggs State Park. For instance, we've been looking for a very long time a place for our public works staging places and where we can store certain things. And from my understanding, I think they're already storing some of our boat trailers and from our police department. And I think there could be an opportunity that we should sit down and talk with them and see if there's a possibility to partner with each other, and we can help in certain ways in order to use these areas and help with that.
Just to dovetail a little bit on what you said, one of the other conversations was potentially having access for some water sports within the state boundaries, which would also free up our beaches for less active activities and may create another access point. So I think that would help as well. I'm sorry if I didn't hear exactly what the $4,500 is for.
Yes, the manager should have said, but it's a line item called youth engagement.
What is the money for?
If we donate this, is it meant for a specific purpose for them?
It was a group. I wish the park director was here. It was a group that helped. Guys, Madam Manager, it's important that you help us here. Help me. It was for the program that we supported, and it was budgeted for the group that was picking up the trash. They're no longer including. They're not even here in the United States now, I think. So this is a line item that is not being used.
No, I understand that part of it. My question was the money that we're donating to the state park, also in answer to Councilmember London, is there something that we could request that money be used for that would be a benefit to our taxpayers that is also benefiting them? I don't know what the money's going towards for the park.
It's my understanding that the money would be to continue the work that was started from the group that originally received this $4,500. We originally gave the money to the Avatars. They used it to sponsor beach cleanups and educational events on the beach. They no longer exist, or they've moved off the key and they're not operating here. Whatever the reason is, we don't give the money to them anymore. We left it in the budget and had some discussions of what we thought maybe it would be used for. We have not identified anything for it. So this, it's my understanding, will be going directly to fill that hole. Bill Baggs picked up the ball and has started their own beach cleanups on a monthly basis, I believe, and this money would go to support that program. So essentially, it's
beach cleanups.
continuing the program that we used to fund, just now being led by a different
And going
organization
directly to the state park as opposed to the.
instead of to the avatars.
Okay.
Councilmember London.
If in fact we are parking our equipment there, whether it be police or, excuse me, public works, then I have no problem with it. That's what we're doing, is that correct?
Yes.
We are doing that?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes, you are.
Oh, fine, then I have no objection.
Okay, let's call the question.
Can I have a roll call vote? Councilmember London,
Yes.
Vice Mayor McCormick,
Yes.
Councilmember Moss,
Yes.
Councilmember Petros,
Yes.
Councilmember Cigarola,
Yes.
Mayor Davey,
Yes.
Councilmember Laredo.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Excellent.
Okay, so I'm up.
You're up.
Before I go, Chief Press, could you move some police cars to the K-8?
What's that?
So we've received requests to continue funding that we give to both the K-8 and MAST PTA and PTSA. One is a $2,000 request that was budgeted for and voted 7-0 by this council, I think. Oh, no, the previous.
Well, then that shouldn't even have to come before us. It's
Well,
already been
but
voted on.
except that the feeling was that it made the manager more comfortable to discuss it with this group, but
I move it.
so here we are discussing it. So it's to sponsor, not donate, the Winterfest Carnival that is similar to the one the village pays for and sees as a priority. And it's a fraction of that cost. So that's the K-8 funding. Are you listening yet?
No,
I move it, yes.
Okay.
it's been moved. Do we have second?
Second.
Okay. We'll do the first one first. I mean, my argument here is that it's already been passed by council. I don't even know why we have to vote on it. I suggest that this item has been, I mean, we couldn't go back and overturn, I guess we could go back and overturn something that had been done by a prior council, but we don't do that. That's not our practice. So
We would have to vote on overturning it. so
right.
that
I mean,
would be-
I just don't see this. It's been past 7-0. So Chad, I'd like a legal opinion on that.
I think that the issue was, and I think Andrea can chime in from what I understand, is that Andrea wanted to have confirmation that this council wanted to expend those funds in this manner.
But if the money has been voted on by a prior council.
Correct. But it hasn't been, so it's in the budget. So I think the manager is looking, I don't want to speak for you, but I mean.
Yeah,
I
I
think
mean, please, I'm concerned that, and I don't want to prolong this process. I mean, we can have the vote, but my concern is I don't think this is, are we then going to go back and every time?
Well, why don't we find out why it's before us first? What was the rationale to bring
fair
it
enough.
back?
So Section 705, grants and charitable contributions. The village shall not make any grants or charitable contributions to any person or entity except such grants or contributions as have been approved by all 7 council members.
And it was, right?
Exactly.
7-0?
Mr. Mayor,
Well, no, hold on.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. If it's already been approved.
So my
7-0.
understanding is that that in practice, we've been submitting these sponsorships, but I didn't feel that we had specifically met this provision of the code because we didn't exactly disclose what was going to be sponsored or what was going to be, what the actual contribution was going to be for in the budget. And I think my understanding of the intent of this is that if there are charitable contributions, that the council unanimously support that. So if you feel that that obligation has been satisfied,
I guess, first of all, I don't see it as a charitable contribution. I see it as we're doing something for our residents. I mean, the school is specifically within our boundaries. It's a school that services our children. We get something our residents get something out of this. So I don't think it's a charitable contribution. I think it's something that enhances a program that's ongoing. We're working with the school district to do this, to the PTA specifically. Secondly, I believe this has been voted on by a 7-0, and I don't want to take it to another vote if we don't have to. So Chad, I guess I turn to you. what is,
I think that if it was specifically, and I don't have the budget in front of me, but if it's a grant that was specifically approved already, then I don't think that that's an issue. But I think that, and I understand your distinction between a grant and everything else, but from what I think the manager is saying is that this might have not been specifically called out on the budget. I'm not.
Right. So in practice, we've been making, my understanding is that, and I'm looking sort of to Anna, acting clerk, because my understanding is that we've been in practice making this, doing the sponsorship, but it's not specifically called out, but it's within.
Okay, Brett?
I just want to say that the EAB, when we put the compact together, it has a lot to do with how the village and the school board are working together with the school that's in our community. And I can look at this as a way of helping to make sure the betterment of the quality of education that's going to come through, whether it's spent on certain areas in the School of Technology or other things that they need, books. So for me, this kind of goes back to the compact that we have with the school board, and I see us working towards that goal.
So Mayor, if I may, maybe I can help out here. So I think this discussion helps a lot because perhaps the definition of grant or charitable contribution, based on the feedback we're getting now, perhaps legally we can narrow what the definition of grant or charitable contribution is based on the discussion tonight.
Would it be cleaner to have this in the future run through the EAB because they get funding every year?
So the same, this section does also apply to the committees, and it's all village funds.
Okay.
But perhaps, perhaps the definition of grants and charitable contribution is more clearly defined, and that way we can not have. What do you think?
I think that's something that we can do. I would want to give it some due consideration because this isn't part of the code. This isn't the charter.
Right.
So
I understand that. My point is, though, we've had a 7-0 vote. I'm talking about a procedural level. We've had a vote on it. I don't understand why we have to go. I understand you want more clarification from council, but are we then going to have anything that comes before council that's already been voted? The prior council voted on 530. The prior council did work, right? So are we now going to have to re-vote on things to make sure that they move forward? I don't think that's logical. We don't dismiss what prior councils have done. Their votes count just as much as ours count. So I think on this item, they voted 7-0. And I don't see any reason why their 7-0 vote, which complies with the charter requirements, should be voided, and now we have to have another vote. Do you understand what my concern is? I
agree with you.
It's a $2,000 item, but it could be anything by the council, and that's I just.
And perhaps to avoid being in this situation in the future with these type of things, the discussion should be, or perhaps in the budget, even more clearly delineated, so that there is never any doubt as to what someone said. It is, of course, this is my item, but I think there was clear understanding of what the village did. This money is not a new request. Neither the mass money or the K-8 has been ongoing year after year and budgeted for. And
so if we look at this broader, I think it sounds like the issue is what's considered charitable and what isn't, and we need to have a discussion as a council on how to clarify that so that we don't have those questions.
Right.
Sir.
My concept of charitable versus, a donation versus a program or whatever else you want to call it is what benefits does the village get from it? In other words, if we're giving money and we're getting a benefit for some of the village or most of the village, whether it be education or something else, then I don't consider a donation. But if we're just donating money, like prior we were giving money to, I think, Chief Press's group in Liberty City, which is a great charity and everything else, we were getting no benefit from it. That, to me, is a donation. If, in fact, we're parking police cars or boats or whatever else in the park, we're getting something back for our money. That's not a donation.
Parking our children in the school.
So that's my definition, because I will vote against any normal donation.
All right, that's fair. I'll take you at that. Well, I agree with Katie, Councilmember Petros.
Do you consider this normal?
What, no?
Is this a donation in your mind then?
Yours? No, that's not. No, that's the kids.
We're all sitting here sweating.
I'm trying to do semantics here. And he's
No, I'm
paying
like,
attention.
no,
He's not
I'm
listening
good.
to a thing I'm saying.
All right, so can we just allow it to exist like it currently does and do a clarification of this issue in the charter?
I'm fine with that.
Okay.
I do think that there's two clarifications just for going forward. One is we can clarify the charter, what we think it believes it. Also, during the budget, it would be helpful to call it
Very
out.
more specific.
Yeah.
Okay, that's
Okay.
fine. All right, we have a move, we have a second. Can we have a?
All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries.
Can we put that on our agenda for the next meeting, though?
Yes, I think that's a good idea. Okay, next one. Is there another
Allison, Vice Mayor.
working relationship that we need
Oh,
to
I'm
have?
sorry. I thought they
Mass
were
Academy.
together. Mast Academy, also PTSA, has requested continued support of $1,000, which goes to student scholarships, technology improvements, recognitions, and awards. And as we make up more than half of that school, I think that we get a direct benefit.
I move it.
Second.
I think you can call the question.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Next item is presentation regarding the community center expansion. Kim Ballard from Ballard and King and Associates, Jose Aguila from Curie Swords Aguila Architects, and Paul Abbott from HPF Associates.
Good evening. I'll make a quick introduction. I'm just very excited, almost 15 years after we opened the community center, to be embarking on our final phase of the community center expansion. If you recall, this was to be the end-all, be-all of our community center that began more than 20 years ago. And I know there's some items that we've yet to address, like the walking path, playground, the specimen trees we have out there, some of the donations that exist. I promise you we'll have those in future renderings, but we're, like I said before, excited to begin this process with you. And with that, I'll hand over to Ken Ballard.
Good evening. My name is Ken Ballard. I'm president of Ballard King and Associates. We're a recreation planning firm, and the question is, why am I here? Well, I was a much younger man when I first started working with the village on this project back in the late 90s, where there was nothing. And we started the process of moving forward with what is now the community center that you have in place. That was a long process, and Paul remembers it well, as do a lot of people in this room, to get to the point of getting that center built. There were a lot of concerns expressed by a lot of individuals about the overall need for this type of a facility to begin with the specific amenities that were going to be talked about in this center, and a lot of discussion on the overall size of the building. And rightfully so. This was going to be a major investment by the village, and ultimately was going to be built for the benefit of those that live in the village here. So it was a lot of back and forth, a lot of time spent trying to identify what this should ultimately be. In the end, due to some of the concerns that were expressed, the building was ultimately reduced in size by a substantial margin to make it more palatable to the community and more in tune with the site and some of the limitations that were there. Also at that point, underground parking was added to the facility as well. And ultimately, through that process, it was constructed and opened for business in 2004. So that's how we got there. And that was a little bit of again, kind of a painful process. But since then, since this facility opened, and again, as recreation planners, we've been involved literally in 49 states on the development of these types of facilities for communities. So over the process of our 27 years in business, we've seen a lot of communities go through what you just saw. But what happened on the backside? Well, this is truly the real magical part of this story. The center from day one has received extremely strong use from the community, way beyond what we as planners really ever projected. And it's been just outstanding in terms of the way the center's been used by all different members of the community, whether you're young or old, and it's continued to grow. And so, really, it's a success story that we don't always see to the same level that's just been in place, and really that growth and the demand for programs and services at the center has just continued to grow over time. As a result of this, there was always some concerns as we started to move through those first 5-10 years of operation. There was going to be some other demands that weren't capable of being met with the existing facility. So early on, even in the village's 2020 vision plan, started to call and recognize that there was a need for additional space in the community center. There was talk about what that should be. There was talk about replacing some of the elements that were ultimately having to take out of the facility in the initial kind of downsizing of the center itself. So that resulted in really what kind of was the phase 2 of the facility, and that was the expansion that went in place and was opened in March of 2017, almost 2 years ago. And that really added some meeting and classroom space, about 5,000 square feet. And that was it was mentioned before, for a specific purpose. That was primarily to serve some of the needs of seniors and some of the demand of space that couldn't be met with what was currently in place. And that has been successful in terms of expanding programming, not only for that particular group, but also for just the general users as well. One of the other key aspects of this planning exercise was really then the citizen survey that was conducted by ETC, a professional survey company that's for years and years been doing surveys for the village. And in their 2018 survey, there's some really, good understanding of what the needs and demands were for space from the citizens' perspective. One of the things that I think is really important to realize is that one of the questions that was asked was, first of all, what percentage of the population of folks that live here on the island actually had used the facility in the last year? Really, and kind of an outstanding 79% responded that they had been and utilized that center over the course of the last year. And I have to tell you, that is really, really high. To put it in perspective, if we see in most communities over 50%, it's outstanding. So again, the fact that such a large percentage of the population is already utilizing the facility is really a testament to, again, its success as a facility and its value in the community. Out of that 79%, the question was asked in the survey, how often do you use the center? Again, 67% of those respondents, of that 79%, said that they use the center at least once a week. Again, that's a really high number when we compare that with other surveys we do with communities regarding these types of centers. So again, not only are you getting strong usage, you're getting strong, consistent usage over time. So one of the other things, obviously, that was important to understand is, so moving forward with the possible third and final phase for this center, what were the key elements that the community thought that they wanted to see? So again, there's you see the listing on the screen there of what came out of this, and the key ones were out of here was additional parking, access to the center, expanded fitness area. We skipped down a few other things that were not community center related, development additional indoor performance venues, and so on. Again, it's important to realize that the blue bar, if you will, identifies what the respondents saw as most important. So on that one, if you use that as your first screen, if you will, the expanded fitness center was the #1 item for most respondents. The yellow represented 2. The second most, and then the orange color was the third most important. But we aggregate those, and again, you get the numbers that you have. So, utilizing that information, discussions with staff, our observations of how the facility was being utilized, not only now, but through the last 15 years, we started to come up with what we would see as the key spaces that needed to be possibly added within the new expansion area. One of the key things, it's not really an identifiable space per se, is the idea that we needed flex space or multi-purpose, multi-use type space, things that could be used for a lot of different particular uses that weren't just singular in purpose. And that is kind of the mantra for community recreation centers, is adaptable space over time. And it allows you to be doing something different in 2025 than what you're doing today. So that was one of the key things. Certainly, the demand for gymnasium and theater performance type space was high on the list not only from the community perspective, but we saw that also from the identified demand within the facility for space for programs and services as well. But again, that's really a multi-purpose, a multi-use type space is what we call in the kind of the industry big bay space. So it can be used for a lot of different things. And historically, even your existing gym has been used for a variety of different programs and services. The Wellness Center, we knew from day one before the facility was ever opened that that space was going to be too small and not by a little bit. That's proven to be true. And so one of the key things, and certainly what the community saw as one of the key aspects, was expanding that kind of wellness space. And that really is focusing around kind of weight cardio space. In most public recreation centers across America, that is the #1 space that people almost always want to see expanded. And they're not talking about adding just a few hundred square feet. They're talking about substantial increases. So you're not unusual in that respect. Certainly, if you look at the demand, the point loading at different times of the day in that facility, and it's certainly inadequate for serving the needs of the community. Along with that, but somewhat a little bit different, is group exercise space. And that's areas that can be used for a variety of different types of fitness, wellness programming. It can also be used for things like dance classes, for low-level kind of movement education, classroom space. And again, it's multi-use as well. And so that's a part of the wellness aspect of as well, and is it important to include in this type of an expansion? Again, you only have one of those spaces now in the building itself. Aquatics certainly need to potentially expand that space, but the reality is, and it'll be shown as we go forward with this, the space where the building is going to be expanded will be where the existing outdoor pool currently is. So that was going to have to be rebuilt as part of this process anyway. And as part of that, and you'll see we're proposing to expand that based on not only the demand of the space, but how it's being used and the ways it can be reinforced by having a second body of water that deals with some water temperature issues and depth issues, those types of things as well. And also then, and a key aspect is the support spaces that go with that and making sure that we get those right in terms of locker room space, administrative space, the kind of circulation storage areas of the building, and trying to make sure that we do any type of expansion with those key amenities in mind. So ultimately, going through this process, we started to identify how do we take that list of needs and really convert that to what we call a building program, or a list of spaces and their approximate sizes. And we went through a number of kind of iterations of this with staff, with also the rest of the project team, to kind of get down to what we saw as the key spaces in the building and what the sizes of those might be. We're kind of looking right now at about 26,000 square feet of additional space in terms of really indoor space, and then the pool area itself, and that adds about another 15,000. Most of that's outdoor space. So that's kind of what then was turned over to the architects to start talking about what does this mean in terms of how this space may be attached to the existing building and how do we lay that out on the site. So that's kind of my piece of that, and I'll turn it over to some of the others in the room.
Hi, I'm Paul Abbott with HPF Associates, and proud to say we've been in this community for 27 years and representing this village for over 14 and a half years as your owners are up in various different roles and different projects. Bob and Jose are going to address the issues and exemplify what Ken just said, but what I wanted to be sure everyone was clear of, what this is a study. This is not even a design concept. We took Ken's program based on Todd's input and staff input and said, here's a space and here's how we can most optimize the available space without compromising other programs. We can build the pool first without losing our aquatic activities as they exist now. We can move the playground into the new designated location, which you don't see on these drawings because it's not part of the planning process, but there is space and there is money allocated for it. So I just want you to understand that this is a study. There's nothing that says this is what has to be, folks, but it is the first step to allow us to go forward. So, Jose, Bob, please.
Good evening. I'm Jose Aguila, and I'm Bob Curry. It's going to be difficult for you to look at what we're going to show you and not see it as a design because it looks like a design. But again, it isn't. We followed a program for spaces. We wanted to do something that worked with the original building as if it had all been done at once. That was important, and meet the program spaces. So we're going to show you our conceptual design or concept of how these things can be met. And we'll take it from there. So I'll do a little, actually, why don't you do it, Bob? We argue about who does what, but
exactly.
We'll let Bob do it.
Hi, we're better with visual things than we are talking, as you'll soon find out. But I think what we have done, I think Ken did a great job talking about the program, and that's what, is the hardest thing we have to work with is what do you guys really want? And we've been doing this for a long time. We sort of feel like part of your family. We've been here since, 20 years, 25 years doing this. And our intention is, with the building, to make it look like a seamless, singular building that isn't an add-on. And well, you look at it, but I think we've done that. We still have the main controlling entrance. We've been able to expand it so that your facilities work a lot better, the better eating facility area, nice outside space, as you'll see in a minute. And of course, this great ability for the flex space of a theater with dressing rooms and a stage and so forth. And of course, a great recreation area with perhaps a dining space for the.
So we'll get to that in more detail. Yeah. So okay. For orientation, and I'll use my pointer on the slide here on the right. Basically, you have McIntyre, Fernwood Village, and the existing building is here now. And we're going to alter a little bit of this area because that's just outside the wellness where the existing pool is. And then this is the proposed area for the addition and the proposed new pools. A little bit in detail. Everything from this line to the left is existing to remain and will remain operational and open while the addition is done. And then this is all of the addition, some remodeling, renovation here, and you'll see it on the plans, and then the new addition, and again, the two pools. This shows the plan of the entire building as it would be. The teen center is being proposed to be remodeled slightly where we're creating an after-hours access through this, I'm going to call it southernmost entrance across from admin, so that they can come into the building at night, operate out of the teen center, operate out of the gym, but not have access to anything else. That's an important element to separate what happens after hours. The next slide actually is, oops, that's the parking. I'm going to skip that. The next, we're actually going to expand and enhance the entry. The lobby area, make it a little bit more organized. It's at times a little bit chaotic and busy, so we're changing that a little bit. Some admin offices downstairs so that they're where the action is, relocated, renovated, expanded snack area. And then what Bob was talking about, we have all this outdoor seating that we're proposing under canopies and under umbrellas, and then the whole walkway down outside that gets you directly to the pool.
And we've got some nice visuals you'll be able to see what that looks like.
And then we're doing new bathrooms, new dressing rooms. This is the expanded wellness area. It's about another 5,000 or 6,000 square feet of expanded activity area, new lockers, dressing rooms, showers, bathrooms. If you come in after hours, to this area where the gym is proposed also for the theater activities, the after hours. The elevated platform is the stage with the side wing areas for props and dressing and whatever. We have new bathrooms, new dressing areas. And you can come in after hours directly, buy your ticket here, come right in, all your seating area, the stage over here, curtains, folding doors, very, very functionally multi-space area for all kinds of different activities. So what I wanted to also mention is, of course, we are adding some parking spaces downstairs. We're expanding the parking garage by an additional 51 spaces. And one of the things that Paul will talk about is the sequence in which we're proposing that this can be done. The new pool and the new parking can happen first, and then we build up above. So I've sort of stolen your thunder, Bob. Yeah, that's okay. And then the second floor, you see all of the existing second floor activities remain. We're just expanding out past the existing balcony that is there. This is where the existing pool is, which will be already out of use because we have a new pool just to the north of that.
For dance and Pilates and those kinds of activities.
Slightly larger slide that shows you the types of activities that can happen there. And then access to the roof for equipment, and somebody thinks a generator. We'll see about that. So what was important to us, and I'll let Bob expand on that, is what to make this building look like. It's important that it look like it happened 15 years ago, the first one. So maybe you want to talk a little bit about that.
Well, I think I said it before. We want it to look like a seamless addition, that it's all one building. So, of course, we're taking the same characteristics, metal roof, the arcade, the walkway, and you know, keep going. Yeah. I think pictures are better.
Yeah. This is the side from the pool.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And we've got an elevated place for the lifeguard, so he can see the pool better. And we also have a pool that's for other activities, for older folks to do exercise and also to teach kids how to, you know, for swimming and those kinds of activities.
So I think these renderings are quite realistic of how this really could mimic what's already there. And again, it may look like we've designed the building, but all we've done is demonstrate that we can make it seem like it was a seamless construction done originally.
Now you could do the movie,
oops, right? Backspace, and well, where's the mouse? I don't know, there we go.
This is the fun part. We're going to fly you around.
Well, not so fast. The fly guy is not working.
Oh.
We spent weeks on this thing. Somebody in my office is not going to be happy.
Don't worry.
Yeah. Anyway,
technology.
Well, we did a great video. It's online. I hope you go look at it.
The one point that I wanted you to expand just a tad bit more on, if you look at the performing arts aspect and the stage has a solid partition, not a folding partition, not, you can highlight it, please, that can be program space isolated from the gym. It's not a pull-down curtain. It is a sliding partition that nestles on either side. So when it's a gym, and it's volleyball, basketball, gymnasium, whatever it is, the stage that's elevated is a classroom, is program space. We aren't compromising the use of the gym because there's a potential performing arts center there. And I think that's a really important aspect of meeting the multiple functions of the facility.
Yeah, that's the walkthrough.
It's a beautiful thing, but I don't think we have to waste time on it.
It's loading.
Yeah.
1 second.
keep going.
Yeah.
It says it's loading.
Okay, well, if it starts on this one. Okay. Anyway, sorry for that mishap, but it's a great little video that we worked on, so I hope you get to see it.
Well, we'll figure that one out. Of course, with any project of this magnitude comes the discussion of money and time. The estimate that's been presented, for your understanding, is conceptual at best. It is with founded resources that we utilize within our company. I think that it's valid. I will tell you that it may be on the higher side, but I'd certainly rather present you with a generous budget than a low ball budget and then back in a year or two and say, oh, we need more money. Couple of facts, though, that I think that are important. The first building, on a finished program square footage cost, and so often we only think about the building footprint. Well, you've got the pool, you've got the pool deck, so I'm talking about a gross building space. It was $245 a square foot when we built this building 15 years ago. Our projected cost for this building, granted, expanded area around the pool, which is less expensive space, but we are at $266. So over a 15-year period, we're looking at $11 per square foot for in added costs to build what we built years ago. I think we can do this in 25 months if we take action tonight and say, here's how we're going to select the design team. Here's how we're going to select and I'm going to propose at a later time when we have greater discussion, the idea of using a CM at risk versus going to the GC low bid approach at the tail end. Engage the contractor now as the professional who can guide us through costing and the true funding, as opposed to that horrible word that people use as value engineering. Value engineering comes at the end of a job when you're taking stuff out. Let's incorporate the right costs in now. But I think we could deliver this project in 25 months if the council were to say, let's go.
Thank you, Paul.
So we're happy to answer questions, and I'm sure there are.
Brett, why don't you go first?
Yeah, I'm just going to go through my questions. I don't know if there are questions or just points. One, the playground, I think, is a very important component. And I know this is very conceptual, just the ideas of the program, but it does take the space where the playground is. So we would need to incorporate that.
I want to bring, to answer your questions as they are presented.
Okay. Do you want me to keep going, or are you going to answer?
Overall aerial view up. In talking with Todd, where's your little green pointer? Never seen a green one before. I usually
That's
use.
the only that works on.
How's it work?
Environmentally.
On the site. Okay. Right now, that's essentially where the playground is. And chatting with Todd and all, this is where the restroom facilities currently are. We would move the playground there. The only disruption I see to program is the time to salvage and reuse as much as the program as possible, but our budget does have money in for playground facility.
Excellent.
As was alluded, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
Well, as alluded to earlier, we would also build that. And if you notice on your plan, when you study it a little closer, the support facility for the pool, now I understand why that thing shakes. I didn't understand why you were doing it before. The support facility for the pool is standalone from the main building. So we can have a pool up and running before we tear the old pool out.
Okay. The other thing is the pool. It might be interesting if we look at a concept of what if the pool goes where you were just pointing the playground, thinking about going and putting the playground. Maybe that can be an option to explore, just to see as an option. I'm not sure if it's better or not. The other thing is you guys showed a plan with the basketball court and you talked about the theater. It would be maybe nice to kind of lay out the seats as it was a theater to see kind of how that would look and how many people could actually fit in there. Would be nice to see.
I think we have that drawing done.
Okay, excellent.
Todd will produce it.
I think, Paul, you answered one of my questions. I wanted to ask you, in your estimate, were you doing design bid build or construction manager at risk or design build? The $500,000 and so of the GC fee is what you're thinking a CM at risk is going to cost?
CM at risk. I would not be a supporter of design build for a project of this magnitude. CM at risk, which frankly, if you recall, the entire Civic Center, Fire Rescue, Village Hall, and the original rec center were all done CM at risk and successfully.
Do you think that the 4.5% is adequate for a CM at risk? Do you think it might be a little bit low and you should be good?
I think it's the right number because
Okay.
if you look at the general conditions, the general expenses up at $60,000 a month, it really is closer to $1 million and some when you combine those numbers. And again, there's a lot of work to be done strictly based on the concept. We've got $1 million in what we call general requirements, general conditions, estimating, project management and all, plus the fee.
Okay.
Your point is taken. It's a very, very busy market and competition isn't our main benefactor right now. They kind of get what they want to do a project today.
And the one last thing is I was speaking on the phone with Luis de la Cruz, and he mentioned something I thought was very important, was looking at the sustainable and resilient strategies in this design and making this kind of a forefront, whether we're looking at passive design elements that are going to reduce any type of consumption of energy, things, and also looking at renewable energy systems, photovoltaics, water collection systems. We should put this at the forefront. And I know this is still conceptual, but when we're moving forward, I think we should make this kind of a forefront.
No question at all. Totally agree.
And that's it.
Bob?
We have we have some lead people in the office. We believe in this very much, and pretty much all our buildings now are green buildings.
Excellent.
Ignacio?
In addition to what Brett just said, I had two concerns. Number one, I understand the need for additional parking and all that. The concern that I have is only one entry and exit ramp enough for all that parking downstairs? Like, I'm not an architect, I'm not an engineer. Is it possible, like, for example, to add another ramp on Fernwood towards the other end of the building?
The studies dictate that the flow of traffic in and out our current ramp system is more than adequate. And the sacrifice of creating another ramp in the potential lost parking, because you don't want to give up any of that precious green space that we have to create an outside ramp. So that's the simple answer.
It takes up too much room to add another ramp down there.
The green space outside the perimeter of the building is too valuable to put the ramp outside, and if you put the ramp inside, you're going to lose, I think 12 spaces, something to that effect.
Okay. What we gain,
it'll work.
What we lose is not worth it. For only 50 spaces, which would now be less with the additional.
What you're seeing is a multi-level parking structure with a single common entrance.
That goes
and
around.
This is really
one level.
Just one level, so.
Okay.
It'll work. Yeah.
Question number two. I like the idea of having a basketball court that could be a theater, but thinking long-term maintenance costs and all that, I understand the wood flooring on basketball courts is pretty delicate, and you can use it for basketball, but if you use it for theater, different types of shoes will damage it, and it may create an ongoing maintenance problem. Is that taken into account? Is there a different type of flooring that can be used?
Yes, there is. It's a detail for later, because right now it was just, can we meet the program? But we have done a number of gymnasiums, including the one for FAU. There are a number of coverings, if that's where you want to go. There are a number of floorings that work with basketball as well as other performances. It's just a matter of how they're finished and how they're treated. There are a number of options, and we can study all of those and present them, give you the pros and cons to each.
And that's
and anticipating that question, Triarch Flooring, who has done our initial installation 15 years ago and has maintained.
Trident,
Triarch?
yeah.
Trident. I've already spoken with them, and there are new acrylic finishes, water-based finishes that create a porcelain hard finish to the floor. thought has to be given to the FF&E, the furniture equipment, and how they're seated and all, but we're confident that dual purpose works very well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. London?
You said this is a study. This is not a plan. This is just a general outline as far as design goes, as far as utilization. But utilization is based on your program analysis of what you think we're going to need.
Right.
How much are we paying to do so far?
$45,000, sir. That's what the previous council approved for this study.
Okay, so the study is complete. This is our product, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
We've,
So at
and
this
we've been
point-
doing this for several.
I'm sorry?
And we've been doing this for several months. It's been evolving.
Okay, so at this point in time, question is going forward, I would recommend that we do design build. Be quicker, be better, and be cheaper. Not go the traditional way, CM at risk or general contractors, all this other stuff. But things will happen much better if we can get decent design build contractors to do both the design and the construction. Okay, so that's my position.
Katie?
Okay, I had a couple questions. You mentioned the price per square foot. What is the total cost of the building? I didn't multiply it out. Your projection.
The building itself, we're projecting $11,929,000. I thought that was in your package. If not,
It
we
might
will
be.
give you.
Okay.
It is.
One of the last
So-
Okay,
It's there.
sorry. The total project with design fees, management fees, and all those
Is it
costs,
15?
legal fees, everything, $15,000.
$15 million.
$15 million.
Okay.
15,000 done.
Well, I was
You
tomorrow
said, no, we
charity
took
to
it.
work
We
with
accepted. There
this.
was an offer and a deal. 15,000 done.
15 million for the total project, including FF&E.
Okay, one of my concerns, in addition to the playground and having that playground down, based on the staging that you're talking about, and if we put the pool in first, we will eliminate the playground while the pool's being built, is what
No.
it sounds like. Or would
No.
you move the playground and then build the pool?
They can
Okay.
happen concurrently, but we will keep your program. The playground will have to be down if it's for a month while we move it and rebuild it and whatever. But we will work out the logistics to where you will have a playground and a pool, aquatic program, before we start raising a building.
We are in the process right now of putting lighting around that playground.
Mhm.
Is that lighting that you would be able to move as well?
I don't know what the lighting is or what type it is or how, I haven't been involved in that, but if it's salvageable, we'll do everything in our power to
I
salvage
mean, we
it.
don't even have it operational yet.
Yeah.
Well,
No,
if-
If it's that new,
not
the
on.
likelihood of being able to relocate it, reuse it is very, very likely.
If it's new.
If it's new equipment, new LEDs and so on.
I'm very concerned about the running track that goes around the Village Green. And we had some concern about that when we put the dog park on the other end. And I know that it's not in your original drawings. Do you have an idea of how to accommodate that?
I would tell you that there is space. It would be more of a serpentine type route as opposed to, they call it an oval as it may be, but we certainly could route
We're going to lose some of it.
the track as we know it now. It follows this, well, you can't really see it in this plan, but it could come, instead of coming down like it does now and going up, it could very easily circle like this and go around a playground. Those are issues that will be addressed and answered. We don't have an answer, but when we get to design and design development, we will address an issue like that, certainly.
Okay, so I think my other questions are probably more for the programming side of this, which is a projection on increases in membership fees if we were to undertake this. And that dovetails into increased operating expenses. Have you analyzed that?
Well, thanks for bringing that up, because that is one of the last pieces of the puzzle. Part of our scope is to, once we kind of identified a concept plan that's been approved, we will develop that operational pro forma, both in terms of additional expenses to operate the facility and also anticipated additional revenue. So that's yet to come. It is, a lot of that's predicated on kind of how the building's laid out, drives some of our staffing requirements and other things. So we want to get it to the point of saying we have kind of a concept plan that's everybody's agreed on, and then we will do that operating plan. But that's absolutely part of our scope and will be part of this work.
So last question, which is maybe to both of you. If we decided as a group that we wanted to scale this back slightly, what areas, based on our survey, would you be looking to either reduce or take out? And secondly, if we wanted to try to reduce the footprint of land used, is there another way to design this where we could have a little bit more of a second floor component? Because I know the gym you can't, but is there a way to structure it to basically shrink the size of the footprint?
Play basketball in the water.
The answer is yes. I do believe that it would compromise what is been validated as the appropriate program. The second floor space addition has been maximized. And one thing, and Todd, shake your head up and down and say yes. The one thing that we missed in the first building was storage. Don't cut storage facility, a support space short. And we did the first time. We don't have enough storage. And so if you look at this second floor, you know, could this area, could this come out? Keep in mind, and the reason I asked them to show this way is so this is not bifurcated. When you're on the second floor, as you know, the island room now and the lobby, it is immediately adjacent. That wall is in fact the outside wall as we know it now, where the glass is, and this walkway here is the balcony, and you can see very lightly there are some ideas about skylights there, so that all of a sudden the island room doesn't become a dark inside space only. You'll still have natural light to that. You could come this direction, yes, but then you start losing where we need critical mechanical. And another thing that will come up later in our discussions is a significant generator element that the community center currently doesn't have. And I want to talk at some point in time about a generator that might be for the campus.
Okay, two more conceptual things. There's no indoor seating for dining in your plan. It's only outdoor.
Well, there is. It didn't go back to the combined. Right here. This area, here's the main entrance. There's no change in the way it is as it is today. This is the existing elevator. The existing snack bar is right there. What we did is move the snack bar to there, and the space that is outside now, which is the deck to the pool, is replicated in this space. So inside does not change. This is a study, not a design concept. It may be logical, it may be practical to think about that becoming some inside space. That could be a covered space, certainly. So it's okay when it's raining, maybe it's not air-conditioned space, but this wasn't intended to be a design solution.
Yeah, and there's a disconnect between the pool and the heart of the community center with this new design that doesn't currently exist with all that programming.
How so?
Because to get to the pool now, you walk into the main and you actually have to go around that whole court.
It's a hallway.
It's an outdoor hallway or an indoor?
That's outdoors at the
It's an
present
outdoor
time.
hallway to go all the way down there
Right.
to go over to the pool area.
If I may, there are operational issues with this that we'll be working through, and we even had some discussions with staff already. So even as we start to refine this, we'll come back, and we're real cognizant. We've always had a good relationship of saying, how do we make this work operationally, and how do we put together our plan? The issue we have is, it came up today. This is a 2-block building.
Yeah.
It's 2 blocks long. It's long and linear. Would that be ideal in a perfect world? Absolutely not. But we don't have much choice. This is what we're going to have to do. So we're going to work to make it as effective and work as well as we can. One of your other comments or questions was on okay, how can we minimize the footprint? The biggest problem we have are the two big dogs on that, and that's the gym space and the pool. Those don't stack well. They kind of need to be on a bottom level. They take up the biggest ground. So those are our two big issues. The rest of it, to be honest with you, is a reasonably small space. So how do we deal with those two? Then you talk about, okay, do we want to try to reduce the overall size of the building? Where do we go to? We got here realizing two things. This was going to be the last go round with this. It was kind of be all in, nothing more. So where do we get that we can sit there and say we have done everything we can utilizing the resources that are available? So if you're saying you want us to take some things out, we would have to look at that. That's going to be a tough one, and we're going to shrift something in a significant way to do that, but understand. And if that's kind of the mandate back, we can look at how you want to do that. But it's a tough one.
In all of your opinion, how out of scale would this building be to the rest of the community to build it as is? Because it's going to be at least double the size, right?
Not quite double.
Yeah, but
Not quite.
But architecturally, I think what
It's
we have
beautiful
done
on
is
paper. It looks
there are
very
a lot
pretty.
of ins and outs and ups and downs and things happening in landscaping and railings and arcades and windows. There's so much going on that it really doesn't look like one big, massive, monolithic building that you see walking down the streets of Washington. It's very well articulated just to bring it down to the human scale.
Let's do two things. Understand, I'm going to say it again, and I don't mean to, it's a study. This is not your conceptual design. But to make the pieces fit and to say, yes, we can get all these pieces, we had to do something. That pool certainly can go there if that becomes the solution to the issue. Go to your elevations and show how this building is broken up.
The top one is facing east, and you can see the line where the existing tower where the clock currently is. And then I'm saying that this is a north-south building. It's actually at an angle. For ease of simplicity of making this thing through tonight, the building runs north-south. The pool is on the north end, admin is on the south. So you can see where the whole, we've done this before, Paul, where this whole addition is. It all articulates well.
And unfortunately, every building, no matter how you build it, has a front and a back. Things can be done here that may be faux windows, faux doors, landscaping. I specifically asked them for this presentation. You can see it's shadowy. There are a lot of trees and landscaping in there that I asked them to not show for tonight because the purpose was to address, here's what our program will fit into.
Well, Paul, this is just talking about the general project.
Correct.
Yeah. This is what we're talking about. Yeah. I don't want to talk about what it's going to look like. That's not what we're here for tonight. I think, your idea about, do we want to talk about, is there a possibility of scaling down? Those are the concepts I think we should be looking at right now. I don't want to be talking about what it looks like. Correct. Because we don't know what it's going to look like. Right. I think those are the design. That's the next meeting we're going to have. Do you have any other questions?
My one, sorry.
Okay.
Solar panels, that's it.
Okay. Yeah, no, I agree with that. But those are things, again, we'll be able to input all these things going forward. This is more about, can we get this project moving? So, Brett, you're
one question, underground parking. How much are you putting towards it? I saw $1 million on there, but that was a premium. But if you took out the parking, for instance, how much would that reduce the cost? Do you guys have that, or could you send that to us?
I will work on that because, as you well know, I've got waterproofing, I've got the added structure, I've got added design costs, I've got the premium because I knew the sensitivity of the space for the concrete itself, fire protection, lighting, et cetera, et cetera. We can break out a cost assigned to the garage, certainly.
Okay, excellent.
To answer Katie's thing, has the council considered having the pool moved to 5:30? It was brought up a few years ago when I was still in council, and make that basically talking about a passive park, which nobody will use, but rather having a pool in the center of the thing, maybe with a passive park around the perimeter, and not having it at the end of this thing here. So you would build the pool first before you went forward with this thing. You would not intrude into the village green. And it's just something to consider, and it's something people would use. I mean, let's face it, what do people use now? They use the community center and the dog park. I mean, and the kids playing in the play fields. So this would be one other facility where people would actually use it, and you could have around the perimeter of it a passive park that people could sit or play dominoes or else they wanted to. So just something else to consider in the whole scheme of things. Because we've been batting around, at least for 530, I guess, 5-10 years, what they're going to do with 530 and have plans. And Paul, you've been around this thing for I don't know how long. And basically, we're going to do this, we'll do that, and basically do nothing. The biggest use we ever had that had people use it was the temporary dog park and the skateboards. But other than that, because there's something to do. So that's what I would consider. I think we should consider that. And that would preserve the land in the village green, have a great use for 530, make sure it always stays green and we don't put a building or anything else there, and move forward.
Anybody?
Yeah.
Vice Mayor.
So in the last round of 530 talks, like the 8th
Number
time we
26.
brought it up, in the 1 month period, we did talk about it.
Yeah.
Councilmember De La Cruz had suggested it, and we said that we were going to stick with the park, and it does have some activity because the plan does have a pump track built into it. I'm not saying you can't,
what's the pump
that's the
track?
skateboard thing that we have,
Skateboard thing you're talking about.
but it's like in the ground and concrete.
Mayor, if I may,
Please.
Councilmember London, also, in the fiscal 19 budget, the park was funded, so we are moving forward with the design for 530.
Thank you.
All right.
You're looking for a motion to proceed to the next stage of
That's what I'm
the
looking
project. I so move.
Excuse me. Motion to do what? CM, design, build? What are you talking
I
about?
don't think we're making. Are we
I don't
making the
think we're in an
decision
action.
right now?
No, this is not an
This is-
actionable item.
This is
It's
just to move
it's just a
forward with the-
This is
presentation.
moving forward.
I
Come back.
second it.
Bring us something that we can start taking action on.
We'd be happy within the next 30 days to bring you back. I appreciate your point, Ed. We've worked together for a long time on this, on the different concepts, and we'll come back with pros and cons
That's it. That's
on
what I was gonna
CM at
suggest.
risk, pros and cons at design build, and the timing to make it happen
Right.
as quickly as we can. That would be, I would take that as our next charge.
Please.
Yeah, and let me, well, obviously, we all know that this is highly popular, an unprecedented success. And it's stage 3, unfortunately, because of restraints and also because, we didn't build out as we should at the beginning, but that's water under the bridge. But I want to talk about timeline because, when are you coming back with this stuff?
Within 30 days.
30 days.
30
so
days, we'll come back with a more definitive
I move it
schedule
that he
and
come back with
definitive
30 days.
ideas that then
seconded?
council can act on.
I'll second.
Ed seconded.
That's
No?
second.
Okay. All right. Do we have consensus? All
Yes.
those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Yep.
Very nice.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Very exciting.
Ready to start building tomorrow.
All right.
Bring your shovel. We'll get it done.
We'll go to consent agenda now.
No, one more presentation.
I thought they
Which
might not
one?
be paying attention.
Next item is presentation regarding Key Biscayne Carly's car event, Francis Reed.
Well, it's not just Frances Reeves, it's also Mary Tague. I'm not sure how her name was left off of this, because Frances Reeves wouldn't be here without Mary Tague.
Can I hand these out?
No.
And first of all, having sat here for a little over an hour,
You love it.
I want to thank you all for doing this job. Really. I mean,
Francis,
it
I'm
is
sorry.
pretty
Can you State
amazing.
your name for the
Oh,
whole record thing.
okay. My name is H. Frances Reeves. I live at 251 Crandon Boulevard, condominium number 623.
Thank you.
Mary, I think you have to state your name.
Once she starts speaking.
She's,
Mary Tague, 610 North Masha Drive.
Thank you.
okay, so we are here to tell you a little bit about something that's not going to cost Ed London any money.
Moved.
As a council member. We're asking for no donations. This
Second.
is something
Good.
that we're doing. And to get a letter from you all this is what we have to do, so we're here. And so from March 15th to 17th, we are going to have the Key Biscayne Car Week, sponsored by the Fittipaldi Family Fun Fest. For those of you who don't know, Emerson Fittipaldi, a two-time world champion.
Grand Prix, two-time NASCAR.
No, two-time
Indy.
500. One-time kart. We know
And
a lot
Formula
about car
One.
racing. At any rate, Emerson Fittipaldi is a pretty well-known race car driver. He lives here on the Key, and he and his family are putting together this fun fest, March 15th through 17th. We're taking over Monaco Square to house Formula One, Indy cars, NASCARs, and go-karts. Along with those cars, we'll also have some of the race car drivers to explain the different cars, have photos taken, and sign autographs. We are partnering, this is pretty exciting, with Function Productions to add a classic car competition called Carum. Carum is Latin for a wheeled vehicle. Function, and that's what it is. I looked it up. C-A-R-R-U-M, Mike.
That is interesting.
Who knew I knew Latin? Yeah. At any rate, Function also produces, just so you know who these people are, Art Basel, the Miami Boat Show, and Miami Fashion Week. We're going to have electric go-kart races for kids, which will be organized by Eric, and I'm sorry I've forgotten his last name, who does this same sort of thing at Homestead Racetrack. Chief Lang, Eric Lang from our Key Biscayne Fire Department, told Emerson Fittipaldi that he wants a couple of cars in the fire station, which will give him then a chance to educate kids about fast cars, fires, and how it all works together. Chief Press has met with Emerson and offered his department services. We're hoping to tie in, are you listening, Councilman London?
Good luck.
We're hoping to tie in the Monaco Fountain area with the Monaco Grand Prix and are going to invite Prince Albert of Monaco to Key Biscayne for our Car Week and Carum. Now, we're doing this because he and Emerson are friends. Now, number 7 on the piece of paper we sent out is the schedule. We're going to do it Friday, March 15th, will be the VIP reception at the Ritz-Carlton, where we'll have 2 or 3 cars. And I forgot to mention that the Spirit of Miami, which is the car Emerson drove in the Miami Grand Prix, is our logo, number 84, and it is the brand of Key Biscayne Car Week. Saturday, starting at noon, will be the official beginning of the Family Fun Fest, with Emerson being escorted by our fire department, our police department. I mean, that's something to be worked out, of course, to the Monaco Fountain area. And that's where the majority of the cars will be placed on and around Monaco Square. We do not have, I'm sorry, is there a question?
I don't know where Monaco Square is. I'm sorry. I don't,
Right here.
I don't mind being ignorant.
Oh, that's so funny.
Because we
Where
gotta get
Monaco
to-
Square is, it's
Right
those
here.
fountains, the reflecting pools. Oh, that's
Where
funny.
the art pools are.
Yeah.
Where all
Police
the
station,
royal
right
palms
here.
are
Yeah.
lit.
Right there.
You could have asked.
Can we just ask
Yeah, we should
questions
have
now?
had a presentation. But here's what else Function is doing for us. Oh, is Todd gone? The other thing Function is doing for us, we don't have our park on a CAD. You would know what I'm talking about, Brett, you know, where you can just, it's computerized drawing. And so Function is coming in so that they can figure out where everything goes, the tents, everything. They're going to come in and do that for us so that they can then put it on a piece of paper so that you can look at the Monaco Square and the park and see where everything is. We're also going to have food trucks so the kids and the families can eat. We're going to have golf carts going to and from Carum, which will be housed at the the Crandon Golf Course.
And then we'll have the go-kart races also.
Yeah, we're having go-kart races, electric go-kart
For
races.
the kids.
And that's what Eric, the man whose last name I don't know, is going to be doing. And then on Sunday, we're doing what we're calling Brunch by the Bay. We're moving some of the cars over to Crossbridge, behind the Crossbridge Church over there by the bay. We're going to have a brunch. And again, we're going to have simulators for kids and adults to play. And we're culminating with a talk by Emerson about life's lessons as a champion race car driver. So here's our ask to the Village Council. First, we hope to make this an annual event, and the intent is to showcase our village and bring our families together for a spring event. We would like in-kind services from the village. We'd like a letter of support for the project itself from the mayor and the village council so that we can give that to both Mayor Suarez, I get our mayors mixed up, and Jimenez. And then we would like an invitation to Prince Albert of Monaco, signed by both Emerson Fittipaldi and our mayor. And $1, please.
And why not Ed
That's not
London?
going to give you the $1.
I know.
So what kind of in-kind? Just what we were talking about, use of the space?
Use of the spaces.
Police department and fire department.
Okay.
And Parks and Recreation.
Yeah.
Parks and
I'm a
Rec.
little,
Support from them.
Yeah, okay. And you've talked to Todd, and what is the manager? Have you, the manager?
We have.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we
we met
met a few weeks back, and where we landed was that I see there's an opportunity here. In my experience, car events are pretty popular. They attract quite a crowd, and I think with a lineup like this, it could be a pretty major event. And so I felt that it would be appropriate to have a discussion and answer any questions the council members may have.
Yeah. Councilmember Laredo?
no, I just want to point out that Ed London is very upset that you don't want any money. He wanted very badly to
he
vote
already
against.
committed.
I was going to vote with him.
Anybody?
No, I'm a little confused very quickly. I see that you're also, you call it Key Biscayne, but it's really Miami. I don't
Well, the Key
understand.
Biscayne car event is within the confines of the village of Key Biscayne.
I
We're
understand, but this event also takes place in Miami.
Correct.
In Miami-Dade. It takes.
Miami-Dade?
Yes.
Downtown Miami?
No.
No. The Carum is going to stage their collectible cars at the golf course, the Crandon Golf Course. But this, the Grand Prix isn't slated for till 2020, and that's is downtown. But what we're going to be doing here is just Key Biscayne in the golf course.
Make sense? You good? I think I'm with the manager. I think events like this, where we're bringing people in, and it is an event. The kids can have fun. People can, and look, Emerson. I used to have an office next to him. He's a great guy, and you're both great people. So I think this is the kind of thing that the community. These are positive community events, and these are the things I think we should not sponsor or donate to necessarily, but support.
I make a motion, we support them.
I second.
And also give the letter to invite Prince Albert.
I just got a question.
What about
And the letter to the mayors
And
as
what
well.
about
The letters, and that was an issue, just so you all know. They'd asked me for the letters a while ago, and so I had found that I can't do that through emails, so we didn't send the email on that one. So for that, I do apologize for taking
That's
this long.
okay.
That's a great one.
I second the motion.
Just one question. Is there any community participation in this? Like anybody who's got a cool car, they're going to have a space?
Indeed.
Okay, because
We're looking for those.
there's a lot of cool cars on Key Biscayne.
I know some people.
Good to have
That's why this location was chosen.
Okay, and
And
there's
there are a
going to
lot
be a
of
place
collectors
where,
on Key Biscayne.
yeah, and they could just drive and park their cars and people would look at them? or
No, there's a selection process.
Okay.
Yeah.
You'd be surprised how many cool cars there are
But-
on Key
We
Biscayne.
should do them as a parade coming down, and we select.
Yeah, well, maybe we could do that, Brett.
Yes, we go.
Yeah.
And your relatives who used to go by in those cool cars when we were waving, you know?
That green
Maybe
Porsche.
some of those cars.
That green Porsche. The green Porsche.
I'm prepared to.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, I'm prepared to support this if you change it to where the letter to Prince Albert is signed by that London instead of ours.
With a dollar attached to it.
We wanted to come.
Or his picture attached to it.
All right, are we good? Did we all vote on this yet?
No, we haven't
No,
voted.
there's a motion on the floor.
And I second already.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, ladies.
The next item is the consent agenda.
Moved. I can't move. Luis gets upset.
No, it's a no to get upset. I want to make a note that on November 13th, we make history. I saw Mia Davy the other day, and I told her she made history. She's on the minutes. She's on the minutes. Yeah, because she gave the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge of Allegiance, that's
so,
right.
I mean, Mia, listen, you're part of our history now. I move the items A, B, C, D, E, F, and G, unless move the whole thing.
You have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. The next item.
Smoking.
All right, let's go.
The next item, Mr. Mayor, is an ordinance on first reading. An ordinance of the village, an ordinance of the Village of Key Biscayne, Florida, amending Chapter 30, Article 2, definitions to provide definitions related to medical marijuana, amending Chapter 30, Article 5, schedule of district use and setback regulation, to amend the list of permitted conditional and prohibited uses in commercial districts to address medical marijuana, providing for severability, providing for codification, providing for conflicts, and providing for an effective date.
Move. I'm confused, General Counsel. You're going to have to walk me through this.
Okay.
Because I remember a discussion last time, and let's just clear all the legal language, whether you're for or against medical marijuana facility in Key Biscayne. It's clear that I am 100% against it. So I don't, and you were supposed to come back with 3 options, which I thought.
Yes.
So which one?
So the way that we drafted this ordinance is that the ordinance's title is broad enough to include any of the 3 options. And within the body of the ordinance, we have the 3 options, and determining on which direction the council goes tonight, we will drop the other 2 options. So after tonight, you will drop sections. It depends. I think it's sections 3, 4, and 5 within the ordinance are the 3 options. So if you decide to prohibit, then you would keep section, I believe, is it 3, Kathy?
Yes.
In other words, just let me get a short answer. You can't move this ordinance as is.
Correct.
You need to make a decision.
Correct. Tonight
Right.
you need to make a decision.
That's my point. It's very,
Yes.
because there was
we've
already.
moved it to open it up to discussion.
Oh,
Now
I'm
we've
sorry.
got it. Now we've got to make motions to
let us know which
one
way
of
to
the
go.
3 ways we want to go.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm
Thank
going to move that we permit medical marijuana dispensaries anywhere that a pharmacy may be located, which is the C1 zone.
Second.
Okay, so that's the discussion item.
Well, I've said it before in the last meeting, and I'm against it. I notice in the lists that most of the municipalities, including, correct me now, Miami and all of the big municipalities have prohibited. That's part of the addendum. That only enhances my concern, because that means that we're going to have a number of people coming in just to purchase medical marijuana. Now, I am for medical marijuana and its benefits. I am just not for, in our small community with a lot of children, and I'm part of the 68 generation at Columbia University. I mean, I don't want to get into slippery slope, but it is a slippery slope from marijuana. And Miami, Greater Miami, is in fact the medical fraud center of the United States. So prescriptions, as you all know, and the very big epidemics we have in this country is because we have had drug companies in one case and bad practitioners, where in West Virginia, you all know the example of a town of 6,000 people has 3 million of those pills an annual. So I want to put a barrier to this thing. There is There is, in our own island, an ad for medical deliveries. There are companies that happily will deliver it to your door. I don't think it's good for our community, the integrity of our children, to have a marijuana store. Call it, if you want, a medical marijuana store, but I've seen some of them, and if you haven't, I encourage you to go. They are, they are a problem for me. My daughter was born here, she's already out and well, but this is very concerning to me for children.
Thank you.
And so I would vote against it.
Councilmember London? No. Oh, sorry. I thought anybody? Councilmember Segurola, and then Councilmember Segurola.
I just want to repeat same thing I said last time. I agree with Councilmember Laredo. I'm not against medical marijuana. I'm not against, the right of an adult to choose what they want to do if it goes beyond medical marijuana. For me, the problem is that given the size of our community and given the number of kids, it's a slippery slope. At the last meeting that we discussed this, I asked for data and information on complaints and problems that there had been. But the problem is that this is so new, there just is no data. If we vote to allow it, we decide that we made a mistake, we cannot legally go back. If we prohibit it now and we realize the data comes in that it's not as problematic as we fear, then we can always relax it. So for me, it's erring on the side of caution. I don't want to make a mistake and then have our hands tied. I also looked at the penalties. If there's any, funny business going on with whoever decides to dispense it, and honestly, to me, they seem laughable. It's a fine. It slaps on the wrist. And most of the times, they pass the buck on to whatever doctor's doing the prescription, not the actual dispensary. That's my understanding. So given all those factors, the fact that we're so small, that there's so many kids, and there just is not enough data, my vote is to prohibit it for the time being and see as how it develops. I think anybody that does need it, as Councilmember Loreto just said, there's delivery services, there's all kinds of options.
Councilmember Petros.
Okay, I struggled with this one because inherently I don't like to regulate when I don't think it's necessary, or or there's not some solid evidence that something's wrong, and there isn't solid evidence that anything's wrong. But having said that, the point that Ignacio commented on, which is the fact of if we are lenient, we can't become more restrictive. And given the size of our community, I don't really see the difference between number one and number two. And because I think that if I remember correctly, there were 70-something places you could put this, even with the restriction of number two. And so I would agree with the points that have been raised here, and I would prefer to restrict it completely. At this point, ban it, and then see what happens. And even if we put a date certain where we would address it and look at it again to determine what's happened in other communities, we could do that. But for now, it makes the most sense to me to ban it.
Councilmember Moss.
For me, it's a fundamental question that I keep asking myself. I say, what is this? And basically, what I come to is that it's another pharmacy in the end of the day. It's a drug that's legal. It's medicine. It's a pharmacy. It's actually a pharmacy that's prohibited basically to sell any other of the drugs that other pharmacies can sell, which those other drugs are known to be extremely harmful if they're used incorrectly. And this one is basically selling something that is not even as close to as being as harmful. So I keep asking myself, we're basically restricting a pharmacy that is not even selling anything close to what the other pharmacies that we're okay with to have in our neighborhoods. So for me, I just don't understand why we can tell somebody who needs this medicine that, down the street you can have anything, but you're not allowed to have that medicine. It just doesn't make any sense to me. So for banning it, I'm not for banning it. I think that if people need it, they need it. And I think the argument that the economies probably really won't support it much here. So maybe we might end up with one. But for me, the fundamental question is that this is just another pharmacy.
Councilmember London.
I happen to agree with Brett, and I also think that based on Ignacio and Luis, then basically, like you say, we really should ban the regular pharmacies from selling opioids, from selling any kind of narcotics. We should get rid of the liquor stores, because these are all bad things for bad people. I mean, good people who become bad. So let's get rid of liquor stores. Let's get rid of opioids. Let's make sure the pharmacies can't sell anything that might help people, because these things might help people. But we wouldn't tell people, no, you can't have it on Key Biscayne. You have to go to Coral Gables to get it. Somebody said, well, they'll deliver it. But I'm sure they'll deliver it for free. Why should we make it difficult for our people who might need medical marijuana on Key Biscayne to have to go somewhere else because we think maybe that's a slippery slope? We think maybe it's going to be terrible. Aren't we worried about what's happening in the drugstores today with pharmacies, with prescriptions? I didn't hear a word about that. So why are we trying to regulate something which is not a problem at this point in time? I don't think we should.
Well, I think everyone makes very compelling arguments. I do fundamentally feel that it is so not our business to tell someone that they can't have access to their medicine. On the other hand, it being new and not knowing really how these storefronts are going to end up operating and what they look like, I could listen to the idea of banning, but what's worrisome for me is that I feel like once this body takes action, we never really go back. Or if you do go back, it's very rare to take a different action later. And I think ultimately I come down to, I don't think it's okay to tell someone that they can't have access to their medicine or that one type of medicine is okay, even if it's more dangerous than this. So for me, I think I would go with the pharmacy.
Let's call the question.
Can I make a point of clarification?
Major points. We can't keep coming back around. You know what? I need to make one more point. But I think I just don't want this to be we've all made our points. I feel like let's call the question and move on. But
if I may restate real quick, Catherine Mahaffey, Weiss Serota.
Sorry, Councilmember Laredo wants to make a point.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The issue, by the way, I forgot to say it at the beginning, is that a new governor, newly elected, has made it perfectly clear in his first week that he's going to revise and review the regulations that arise out of these legislation. Is that correct?
That's his statement. But
that's his statement. So there's a compelling argument that we don't need to be in this area, which is still not, there's not enough evidence of usage, that we become, in fact, a bellwether village. And so I believe that by the prudent thing to do is to prohibit it now. Trust me, there's enough money involved that if they see an opening, they'll come back, Vice Mayor. But I don't want this community to be a bellwether on the use of marijuana, which I grant you, the facts are not all in. But let me tell you, to me, it doesn't sit. So particularly in view of the governor's decisions about regulation, I think it would be prudent to postpone it or deny it now. We can always come back to it on another day, and I'll be happily stand corrected then. But for now, I don't think it's worth the risk.
Okay. I'm going to make my point. We shouldn't be regulating this. If we're not going to remove OxyContin and opioids from use, this is medical marijuana. I don't know why people are so caught up. It's medical marijuana. But I think, to Katie's point, it's either we ban it or we allow it. I'm for allowing it. I think that let's move on from the question. If there's a point that needs to be made legally, let's go.
I just want to restate the motion is basically to permit anywhere that pharmacies are allowed in C1, which is Section 4 of the ordinance, meaning that the motion includes the deletion of Sections 3 and 5, 3 being the banning of the use, and 5 being the permission of the use in the C1 district with a 500-foot distance requirement from like uses. So the motion includes the deletion of those two sections, 3 and 5.
Thank you.
Can I ask you a quick question?
Certainly.
Do we have the option of looking at banning or restricting opioids and other things?
I don't believe we do.
Then why is this one before us? Because it's a change?
Because I think that, yeah.
No, the reason why is because the legislature preempted local governments on the opioids, but as it relates to medical marijuana, they have provided a limited exception for us to act and regulate.
Okay.
But no going back.
Call the question, please.
Councilmember Laredo,
No.
Councilmember London,
Yes.
Vice Mayor McCormick,
Yes.
Councilmember Moss,
I just want to clarify the motion real quick. This is to allow it completely with no restrictions.
In C1, allow where
Okay,
pharmacies
yes.
are allowed.
yes. Councilmember Petros,
No.
Councilmember Cigarola,
No.
Mayor Davey,
Yes.
the motion carries.
Thank you.
This item is adopted on first reading. The next reading will be on February 5th. The next item is an ordinance of the Village of Key Biscayne, Florida, amending Chapter 2, Article 7, Works of Art in Public Places to reduce the maximum number of members of the Art in Public Places Board from 8 to 7,
I move it.
providing for severability, providing for codification, providing for conflicts, and providing for an effective date.
Second.
Okay. Do you want to read? I mean, this is basically a sort of a clerical, I mean, I guess we're kind of cleaning up. You want to explain what it is?
This is something that the council directed us to bring back. So I think it was to change it from 8 to 7.
It was recommended by the board members, by the committee members. They have 7 members. They don't need an 8. They said, you know,
Fine.
so I'm fine. Anybody have any comments on it? Call the question, please.
Councilmember London,
Yes.
Vice Mayor McCormick,
Yes.
Councilmember Moss,
Yes.
Councilmember Petros,
Yes.
Councilmember Cigarola,
Yes.
Mayor Davey,
Yes.
Councilmember Laredo.
Yes.
Motion carries. This item has been adopted on first reading. The second reading will be on February 5th, 2019. The next item is second reading. It's an ordinance of the Village of Key Biscayne, Florida, amending ordinance 2017-7, which adopted the budget for fiscal year 2017-2018 by revising the 2017-2018 fiscal year operating budget, providing for implementation and providing for an effective date.
Moved.
Second.
Discussion? Michael?
Madam Manager?
Sure.
Sorry.
Yes, thank you. So what this budget amendment does, it amends the last fiscal year 2018's budget. We took all of the budgeted figures and we brought them back to actuals. Changes from first reading, I'd like to introduce Mr. Christopher Wallace. He's our interim CFO. He can go through some of the accounting changes that we made from a budget policy perspective. The two primary drivers that impacted the budget last year was the Hurricane Irma expense, as well as the ratification of the collective bargaining agreements. In the memo, I call out some of the operational decisions that were made throughout the year that drove some of the departments to be either over or under. I think the main thing that I want to focus on are some of the structural issues that we've come across. And with that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Wallace.
Good evening, Chris Wallace, CFO interim for the village. I'll be glad to answer any questions. Largely, this is just drawing a target around an arrow that was long ago shot. To bring it to actuals, the statutes do allow you to amend the budget. We also wanted to clear up some financial statements to make them a little bit more transparent. One of the bigger ones was to move some of the fund balance and working capital over to the negative fund balance that was in the capital projects fund. That's just an accounting change. If you looked at the 2017 financial statements, you would see, say, roughly $15 million in working capital, but minus $6 million in the capital projects fund. So we just want to transfer that money every year so there is no fund deficit. That money ultimately does come from the working capital in the general fund, but it prevents you from, making this change will actually, you'll see what's available at any particular time. We've also eliminated the sewer fund. The sewer was an enterprise fund, but it basically is a shell of, you may recall the village issued debt to fund sewer improvements and then conveyed those, almost conveyed them to Dade County, but you don't have any customers. The accounting literature really requires that to be in the general fund. That fund only existed to service the principal and interest payments on the bonds that were issued for the infrastructure that's now maintained by Miami-Dade County. So you won't see that anymore. You'll see that being eliminated as of 9/30/18 and just being presented in the general fund as a debt service payment in future years. The last large change that we made was to take a fund balance reservation out of the general fund and create a special revenue fund for the Parks and Recreation open space activity, to isolate that activity in its own fund. We believe the ordinance that created that fund, the two ordinances, essentially requires it to be in its own fund anyway. In any regard, we felt it also was more transparent to isolate that activity and not include it in the general fund. So with that, I mean, it was a lot, but we wanted to take the opportunity to try to make things more transparent in your financials.
We have to open this for public comment. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought
Okay,
you were
I was done. Other than answering any questions you may have.
All right, public comments. Anybody want to speak to this? Amending the budget, going once, going twice? All right. Councilmember London?
Welcome aboard. I'm so happy we have a CFO.
No, thank you.
I guess one question I have, since we had none before. Since you've taken over, and you looked at what we proposed, I guess in September or August, whenever they put the numbers together, and you went through everything, how a thing changes, how have they changed, I should say, in terms of total dollars? More that we're spending, more than we knew we were spending, same thing, everything is that same, or we found things that we didn't know were there?
Yes, to all that. I think if you go back, the budget that we're amending was really developed in fiscal year or in calendar year 2017. It became effective in October 1. You also had a hurricane, so nothing went as expected with that. That was a very large change, so you had a lot of expenditures related to the Hurricane Irma, but you didn't have any revenues coming in. The Arcane accounting transaction, basically, unless you have a funding agreement with FEMA by September 30th, you can't recognize that revenue as a receivable. Almost no one has a funding agreement with FEMA, so you'll be getting that money sometime, maybe hopefully this fiscal year, this calendar year would be my hope, and it'll be recognized that year. So you have a deferred revenue that you really haven't booked.
That's just a timing change. I'm talking about an actual change.
Well, the actual changes, you had to account for that. So there were things that happened mostly in the village that money had to be provided for the cleanup of Hurricane Irma. So there were things in Public Works, for instance, that were deferred or not taken on because they were busy otherwise. So you had some savings in some areas. The bottom line is you went a little over budget, but it could have been worse because of Irma. So I think you did a pretty good job balancing what you had to work with, basically the hand you were dealt. We have tried to adjust things as they've come in. We're trying to get a handle on obligations and commitments that the village has. So we're changing some procurement and purchase orders and budgetary controls going forward. But overall, I would say that given the scale of what you had to deal with Irma, I think you probably undertook what you could in the best manner possible. I do think you do need to get a better handle on the day-to-day control and forecasting of your revenues and expenditures and the obligations that you have versus what you have to work with. So we've been working a lot with the manager and the departments to that end.
I understand we now have a new controller who's starting work shortly or has started work
This week, yes.
this weekend. And since we were going to have a controller, and I assume we'll now have accurate figures on our revenues and expenditures on a current timely basis, based on that, do you think that you'll be able to prepare, or Comptroller will be able to prepare, reports for the council on a monthly basis showing where we're going over or under budget and where our, and where we're going as far as capital projects go?
Yes is the short answer. I was at your last council meeting. I believe the council's direction was to prepare a quarterly full budget report and monthly present variances on line items or things that come up. So we will be doing that starting with February.
Great. Thank you very much.
No, I just echo Ed London's congratulations to him, the CFO, and our recently acquired village manager. This is a first step into straightening out a lot of things and making more transparent. So I congratulate you and move it if it's appropriate.
Okay, anybody else? All right.
Just one quick question. Do these figures include the check that we received, and does that go back into the land acquisition line
You're talking
item?
about the large check that was presented earlier.
Yeah, fits in there.
Yes, Todd said he would be depositing that tonight with his little phone app, but yeah, no, we did book that as a revenue because it was a grant that was awarded. It's actually an unusual grant, so Todd's to be commended as well as the council. That was money you had already spent and you got reimbursed for it. That's not usually the way it works. You usually have to go and beg and grovel the state, then you spend the money, then you get it back. That all happened, the expenditure and the return. The grant was awarded in the fiscal year and it was booked as a revenue for fiscal year 18. It's an adjustment we made in this budget revision, and it was part of the new open space fund that you're talking about. So it's not accounted for in the general fund, but it is a revenue in the new special revenue fund for parks and recreation open space.
So right now we have $1,077,000 to spend towards land.
Well, I think you have more than that. That might have been the revenue that came in during the year, but you had fund balances from prior years that we moved over for that. So I think from memory, you have about 6 or 7 million, maybe 8.
Okay.
But the 1 million is what you got in revenues last year.
Got it. Thank you.
Call the question, please.
I needed a second, though.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought, who moved it? Did I move it?
Vice Mayor McCormick,
Yes.
Councilmember Moss,
Yes.
Councilmember Petros,
Yes.
Councilmember Segurola,
Yes.
Mayor Davey,
Yes.
Councilmember Laredo,
Yes.
Councilmember London.
Yes.
Motion carries. The ordinance has been adopted on second reading.
Okay.
Next item is an ordinance of the Village of Key Biscayne, Florida, creating the California Strategic Vision Plan Committee, providing for severability, providing for conflict.
And providing for an effective date.
Second.
All right, so
Call the question.
well, there's some public comments
Right, we have to
today about increasing the size of the committee. I just want to go through a couple things.
I think what we want to do is open public comments. If anybody else wants to speak, I know we had a couple of people speak to it. Anybody want to speak a little more? Good? Okay. Please continue.
Okay. So, I don't know who's on this committee yet or not. Maybe people in the public know more than us because we're Sunshine and we can't talk to each other. So I don't know who's being represented, who's not being represented. I do agree with Tony and Michelle and other people who came up that a good cross-section through our community is important to have. Having every single board and committees and stuff out there being represented on this board is very difficult. We can't decide on which board should have somebody on there or not that's out in our community, but we need to have a good cross-section. We need good representation for everybody out there. One thing that I did add in the second reading with meeting with Andrea is that one of the most important parts of this group is, and one of the biggest tasks for them is that to ensure that there's a transparent process during this function or their role or this process and making sure that the input that's coming in is coming from everybody and the public has input. The public is there, the public is being listened to, and it's being incorporated. I don't want that this committee is getting together and they're deciding on what's happening. That's not what this committee is supposed to be doing. And this committee should also be informing us and the residents what is happening. It needs to be transparent throughout the whole process. I want to put together with maybe during the first meeting, once we form this committee, is to sit with them and put together a process that we want to go through, because I think it's also very important that that the council is extremely involved in this process, and that we are making the decision up here of how we want to move forward. What I don't want is that this committee works for a year, brings us a document and said, here you go, here's your 2040 vision plan, and now we have to decipher. No, it has to be step by step. They need to come with us, maybe with a SWOT analysis to start off, and we need to look at it, put our input, approve it, and let them go to the next stage. So we're looking at breaking this down in stages that the committee can work in, so that they are making sure that the input is coming in correctly from the public, and making sure that we are making the decisions and they are advising us at the same time. And in the transparent process also will include workshops, focus groups, all types of stuff. So this stuff is going to happen. People are going to have the opportunity. It's not that the board is going to be sitting on the dais and you're going to have 3 minutes to talk and then forever hold your peace and you had your, no, there's going to be a very fluid way of getting input from the public, and that's the most important thing. For me, I can support moving the size of the committee to 9. I would not go more than 9. One thing I know about Key Biscayne, we're very intelligent people and we're all chefs, and having a bunch of chefs in the kitchen can turn out to be a disaster. So we need to limit it as much as we can. If we want to go from 7 to 9, I can support it. If we do that, I would recommend that our mayor select the other 2 appointees, because I think each of us have selected one. And if now he starts selecting one from one and not the other, it gets a little bit confusing. And that's also what his role is. So I would suggest that if we do go to 9, let him go ahead and select the other 2.
It's like that game. What was that game? Simon. Remember Simon? You got to remember the sequence. I'm on it, folks. I'm awesome at Simon. All right, Vice Mayor McCormick.
I don't have much more to add because Brett kind of took every single word out of my mouth. But just to reiterate a little bit, when we had this discussion, and Brett and Katie will recall, when we first started talking about putting this committee together, we thought we have this 2020 plan that took a lot of time and a lot of money and laid a beginning foundation, and that we were looking for a committee that could engage with the community, get all of that same input that they had with 2020, with the charrettes, with workshops, and really, really engage everyone, but that their purpose was to sort of cobble it together, right? So we're certainly not looking for a group that's going to go in a room and come out and be like, here you go, this is what your island will look like. It is for everyone. And in our thought process of coming up with we did have big discussions about how many people should be on this. And we came to 7 because we felt that the task of cobbling and building a document, like Brett said, would be better with the smaller number. Now, I'm not opposed to it getting a little bit bigger, but I should have just said ditto.
Okay, I agree with expanding it by 2. My main reasons are because each one of us selected in a vacuum, there could be holes in representation. And I do think the process of having the mayor look for 2 more people, I think we have to be very careful about trying to pick from groups. And I think the representation between condos, I think businesses is important, in homes. Those are our 3 big groups. And I also think we as a council need to go to these meetings as much as possible. And I think we need to set an example that the public should be in these meetings, and that we should hear pretty much as we can everything that's going on, as opposed to the idea of just a report back to us. So I'd like to see all of us try to make that commitment as well, and that this isn't just about these few people making the decisions.
Councilmember Segurola.
I agree with everything you just said, Katie. I'm for expanding it to 9, but, and this is for discussion, I think the specific reason that we're considering this is to make sure we include everyone, all the different interests in Key Biscayne. As you just said, there's 3 major cross sections. There's the single-family residences, there's a business, and there's the condos. I don't know if you'd be willing to consider this or not, but maybe the solution would be to have 1 representative of business, 1 representative of condos. There is no homeowners association, but have someone designated as a single-family residence representative, and then 6 members at large that can come from anywhere. But like that, we have the complete cross-section. With regard to selecting the extra 2, I would suggest someone from the business community and someone from the condos, and then have the 3rd member from single-family residences. But hey, I don't know, maybe the chamber could nominate someone with your approval, and the condos could nominate someone, and you have final say, and then somebody from the single-family residences that's already been nominated can be the single-family residence nominee. 6 members at large on top of that.
There might already be someone in the condo.
Correct.
I mean,
that would go. You're absolutely correct. I don't know what the numbers are. Like Brett says, I don't know who's been nominated. And generally,
Councilmember Lennon.
Basically, I would go for 10 members, assuming exactly what you're saying, with the homeowners association doesn't exist. So Citizen doesn't exist, and I'm sure there'll be other homeowners with the 7 members we're going to appoint tonight. Then I would go to 9 and have somebody like Tony from the, not Tony specifically, but maybe Tony from the condominium association, and Michelle was talking about somebody from representing a business community, maybe the Chamber of Commerce, and let Mike do that. So it'd be 9 people, 1 from the condos, 1 from the business, and 7, 1 from each of us. And let Mike take care of the other 2.
Councilmember Laredo.
Good with you?
The prudent thing for me to do is not to say anything, but my style is to try to, particularly to correct the record. One of the most difficult issues when we were drafting the charter, believe me, it was much heated and much important thing, was to make sure that we did not have representation by areas. And the result of that has been the most civil and most stable and the most Key Biscayne nice councils that we have had in 20 years. They have been, the system has worked. This is a step in the other direction. It's small, and let me give you an example, because the facts speak for themselves. You can have an opinion, but the facts. 3 of these council members, I believe, are in condominiums. The most important actual committee today, the undergrounding committee, talk about infrastructure, has 2 members of the organization, and they happen to be chairman and vice chairman. And nobody has brought that issue. And by the way, congratulations, Ignacio, on the first meeting. I'm happy to have been here. So I take issue, and to be honest with you, as an institution, when you run an ad that says that we're excluding, and I quote, excluding, so that excluding means to me you're specifically targeting, the condominium, as you, Councilman Moss, open your statement. How do they know and we don't know? And so the excluding is an affirmative discriminatory act that it certainly not comes from me and this group that I have the pleasure of working for a few months now. So I think it could have been handled a little better, and it bothers me a lot, to be honest with you, because again I think it's disrespectful, and by the way, it does not adjust to the truth, the facts. And so, however, my colleagues want to move to 9, I'll be happy to support it.
Okay. I'm just going to throw my 2 words in, or more than 2. I will tell you the board, I'll tell you the people that, Martha Liddy, I'll go to Matt Bramson, Laudi Ibarra, Martha Lide, Raul Llorente, Tom McCormick, George Mendia, and Lenny Weber are the 7 right now. I will tell you there were 2 women. 2 women, 3 members, I believe, who live in condos, or just 2 live in condos. I didn't know where Martha lived.
Condo.
So there's 3 women actually now. So that's 3. But my thinking is, I share your concern about, we need somebody from the Key Biscayne Condo President's Council. Respectfully to the council, that we aren't about representing certain groups. We do need a cross-section, though. That said, we do need a cross-section. We do need people who are involved in the condos. We need parents. We need young people. We need a broader section. So my proposal actually, well, we've got enough of those up here. my suggestion is we actually go to 11. And I understand that we want a group, because this committee's purpose really is outreach. It's not just about drafting things. It's really about outreach. It's taking the message out there and saying, look, what do you think about what we're going, what do you think the vision is for the community in 2040? They're trying to reach out to more people. And I think if we have 11 people, you're reaching a broader spectrum, because there's a lot of groups here. I mean, we're talking about it. We're talking about parents. I mean, there's really two parents with young children, three, I guess. We got a couple of older people. We have, what's that?
Wiser.
Well, wiser, older. But I mean, my point is, I encourage a group. The 2020 had 23 people on it. Right, the 2020 had 23 people on it. Going to 11 gives us the ability to expand and bring more people in. If we feel that it's unwieldy and it's not doing its job, I think we can cut it down. But I want to see a broader outreach. I want to see us bringing more parts of this community together to get out. And it's hard. I mean, we all know how hard it is to get people involved and to get people informed about issues. So, and we're 7 people who are very committed. I mean, the council members are very committed to this community, and we are always trying. But how many times do you talk to somebody and they have no clue when you talk about underground utilities? There are people who don't know that that we're doing underground utilities. That there are people who don't know about the Education Advisory Board. I think the broader our reach, the better we are. So I would like to go to 11. What I would like is for you to come back with some suggestions with people, because I don't know everybody on the island. Well, but again, my proposal would be go to 11 and then make decisions on that. But,
could we look at different target groups that we feel like maybe we are missing?
Absolutely.
Right?
I'm happy to do that.
Of those people that we're calling with young kids, they're not that young, all of them even. Like,
That's true.
We don't
That's
really
right.
have anyone with really young
like pre-K.
kids.
You're right. We have no real young kids.
Or younger.
I was thinking,
No, mine are getting old.
Nate's, that's true. He's 9. I mean, that's probably the young, or I don't know, Laudy may have some younger ones, 4 and 5. But I mean, we need those people involved, because they're going to bring issues, and we need seniors who are going to talk issues. Assisted living. No, I mean, but those are things that we need as broad a spectrum of people on this committee as we can have. She has a 2-year-old? Okay.
Okay, so check that box.
But my point is, the more the better on this. I don't want it to be unwieldy, but at the same time, I want it to be as expansive as it can be, because it will be a reach out group. And I expect us to be here. And I expect us to be a part of this. I expect everybody to be involved, because this is the future of this community, and there's a lot that we have to do. And I think if we're not involved, if we're just sending Brett there and we're having somebody come talk to us, I don't think we're getting enough out of it, because people, well, no disrespect to Brett, but you're not going to be able to report on everything that goes on the dais, or however we're going to do it. I mean, one of the points I think was not to do it on the dais, make it more of a conference room sort of setup, so that people are talking and discussing things. And I think it's a healthy dialogue. And I think, my feeling when I saw the list, when I saw that we were doing 7, I started going down. I said, that isn't enough. I think we should expand it. And I think 11 is a better number. I don't know if there's support up here for 11, but I would like to see 11. I would like to see you all give comments on what you think of the people that are on, and what groups you think are missing. We can do that, I think, can't we, through email or at our next meeting?
But why don't we do it?
Missing.
What are we talking about? We're talking about like formed groups of people.
No.
Just like different cross
segments
sections.
of the population.
Do we have any
Population-wise,
young
demographics.
I mean, because we have somebody from Key Colony, but we don't have anybody from, let's call it the Garden District, I don't believe. We don't have anybody from, we have single-family homes, these are things I'm just thinking of, but we're missing a lot. And I think we want to spread our net as wide as we can on this, because this is such an important issue. The 2020, as you said, when they were talking about it, it was 23 people. And they did a lot of work, and they got something done. I mean,
But isn't that part of the reason why we're not doing 23 people? Because it was too big?
Well, but that's my point. We're cutting it down to 11. And I think 11, that's a drastic cut. I think 7 is too few for this purpose. You're asking them to do an awful lot as 7 people on a committee. And 11, in my opinion, 11's a better number to work from. So that would be my proposal, would be 11. Brett, you had a point.
Yeah, I just wanted, it's a little bit off topic, but I wanted to address Robert's concern as well. And I've already talked to Andrea about this this as a living document and something that we're using. And we've already talked about it needs to be part of our strategic plan and our budgeting. It needs to be in the budget book. We need to read that, see where we are, what we're doing.
Question.
And I think that's what the concept was from the 2020. It just wasn't being implemented in that way. And I think that's what we need to do from here on out.
One other quick question. If we're going to all take ownership of this as a council, do we want a liaison or should?
No, I want a liaison. I want somebody who's designated with being the point. I think we will be spectators more than anything else, but I think we should be, this is my opinion, I think we should be there. I don't think we should be interacting with them. I think they should have one focal point. That should be Brett, because otherwise they'll be talking to you about something. Well, I'm not, there's too many people reporting back. There's too many cooks on it. I think Brett drives the bus on this as the council liaison, but I think we should be there and we should be listening. We're always all listening. I mean, really, we have no choice. But I think in this regard, we should be more of a passive role and allow things to happen, and then we can react up here.
If we were to go to 11, how does that process happen? You have 7 names right now.
7 names, and I mean, we ratify. I mean, my understanding would be we'd pass the ordinance on second reading. We have the committee, and then next meeting we come back. Identify what areas. Here's what I'd like to see is everybody identifies. Okay, what areas we think we're missing, and then we bring people that we think are right for those areas.
Like, do we have business?
What's that? I don't think we really do have business. I mean, Raul Llorente is the Shell station. But I would argue that I want somebody really dedicated, from the chamber who's going to be dedicated to that.
I mean, I'll make a motion to make it 11.
I
can handle 11. It's fine, but nothing more.
All right. Can I just add one thing? Under our rules, a majority constitutes a quorum, and when you start getting to 11, you're going to need, I guess, 6 people to be there. If you guys think that's
if we don't have 6, if we don't have constant attention, I mean, I don't know if it's in here, but frankly, if somebody misses 2 meetings in a row, I think we need to find a replacement.
May say 3.
Don't excuse me. Like sick.
Well, he looks it up because she had a very good question. I support you on 11.
3 meetings.
I don't want to fall into the trap of the suggestions that we were excluding people, but rather the articulation of your vision. And Mr. Mayor, and today, you and I met, at least I met, 2 wonderful people at that designed the park.
Right.
I mean, those are the kind of people that we need. That I urge you. I just met them, and I was fascinated by what they did. So, but I think. It's sort of out of order because all the other committees, I've been giving this a lot of thought because of the vice mayor's suggestion last time, which really triggered my interest about having reports every committee, every meeting. As a matter of fact, and we don't have one for this meeting. Right. So we need to look at all these other committees on the next item and eliminate some, to be honest with you, and talk that through. But I guess it's separate.
Yeah.
But I would suggest that we pass today, as we intended to do, approve the 7 that we could recommend it, and then we have to make up 4. And that would be my caveat.
Sounds good to me.
So if you accept that, then that'll be great. We can.
Agreeing with you, of these, can somebody synthesize this list and who these people are? And, are they young? Do they have kids? So that we know,
Yes,
we can look in our own mind what we think needs to be filled, and then we submit those.
My recommendation would be, can we have, Madam Manager, could we have like a list of the individual age, gender, no, it's not really.
Address.
Age, gender, address, and family stat. I mean, I don't know if we want to ask that question.
The demographics. He wants the demographics.
Well, I kind of want, yeah.
It's a little tough.
Didn't we get resumes from everybody?
No, not everybody gave resumes.
Would it be perhaps more PC than putting like, hey, lady, what's your age? Could we maybe ask her for her resume?
We can get resumes
Fine,
from everybody.
We can do that.
I like that.
Why are you leaning over my space? This is my
I'm
space.
looking
No,
for your list.
you don't get to look at it.
Moving on, baby.
All right, so
Okay, let's go.
We have a motion on the
Brett, one
table.
little question only because there was, excuse me. Brett, you and I both read an article, I think it was Raul Llorente, suggesting the 2030 rather than 2040. I mean, 2040 is 21 years from now, which is almost as old as the village. So I don't know. I have no problem with 2040. It just, I spoke to a few people as I was recruiting, and a few people dismissed me because they said 2040. I'm like, Jesus, I mean, the CIA doesn't project anything past 2.5 years. So I just, I don't have a problem with it, but I just thought I'd give you some of the feedback I got from people I approached. And if
That
this is
could
the
be a
time,
discussion at the first meeting of the
Yeah, we would have to.
because there was an editorial or a writing that suggested that, and it made me think.
Okay, one second. Are we you good? Yes, Don?
Mr. Mayor, there are 1, 2, 3, 4 lawyers sitting up here that were just privy to a discussion that might lead you to some horrible discrimination lawsuits. You have to be very careful when you start talking about age, sex.
Well, that's right.
And so forth, and please bear that in mind while you do any of these selections. It's all very
Understood. No, I appreciate that. As soon as I said it, I realized that was.
That is a very hot.
Agreed.
From my many years of experience in the area, I suggest that you pay attention. But I'm sorry for the interruption.
No, thank you. Appreciate it.
And I take note that was not the mayor's intent. He was trying to talk about in general rather than in quotas. I don't believe in quotas.
Okay, so we have.
There's a motion on the table to approve
Motion for 11's been seconded.
Okay. Yes. Okay. All those. Let's call the question.
Okay. All those in favor to move
Aye.
from 7 to 11?
Right. Aye. Aye.
Opposed?
Okay.
Motion carries, and then now,
It states 2040, right? Or you can change it later if
Guess
you
we
want.
can always change it later.
Yeah,
I haven't
or the
even thought
committee
about
can change it if they want. Okay, thank
So
you.
And then-
I move to approve the ordinance.
okay,
Second. I think we already did this.
okay. Okay. Councilmember Moss,
Yes.
Councilmember Petros,
Yes.
Councilmember Segurola,
Yes.
Mayor Davy,
Yes.
Councilmember Laredo,
Yes.
Councilmember London,
Sorry, but I didn't know what we're voting on.
Just
The motion-
it's amended.
as amended,
The main ordinance.
the main ordinance.
Yes.
Vice Mayor McCormick,
Yes.
the ordinance is adopted as amended on second reading. Next item is.
Mr. Mayor, before we go to the next, would you, just since we're in the same subject, would it be a good time now so that we don't switch to appoint the 7 members or?
Well, they have. I mean, I've appointed them essentially with your approval.
Okay.
But yeah, then we'll have.
So
that
they'll be the
moving forward.
original
And
7.
then we're reappointing appointments. Is the report and recommendations for the
Okay.
next.
So we have to look, you have to look for additional 4 people.
We're going to have 4, but I want recommendations and I
Yes.
want thoughts, and what we'll
Okay.
do is we'll
Thank you.
figure out how to reach out and make sure we've got a broad spectrum. Okay, next
The-
item.
The next item is a resolution of the Village Council of the Village of Key Biscayne, Florida, establishing the village's 2019 legislative priorities, providing for an effective date.
Moved. Okay, has everybody reviewed this?
Yes, and I have a request of us as a body. I would very much like to be on the forefront of the hands-free bills that are out there at the state level of banning the use of handheld devices in cars. And I think it dovetails very nicely with our community's drive to have safe driving habits, public safety. Chief Prest mentioned at his workshop the #1 reason for accidents is handheld devices. We have a member of our community who was impacted with the death of her own son on this particular issue, and it was close to passing last year. So the things that I would like to do, I would like to do a resolution in support of banning handheld devices. They've actually expanded it. It was banning texting while driving, but now it's that you can't even hold it.
Right.
And I think that's a really good move and important. And if I have your approval, I'd like to draft a letter that we could all sign to send to the people that are sponsoring these bills. And the third thing is I've been put on an email list of an action group that's really on top of all the different changes. And I could either have Jenny put on that list to share this information of what's happening in Tallahassee, or I can just continue to stay on it myself, or everybody could be added. But I wanted to ask if people wanted that information or not. So I would very much like this to be one of our top priorities.
Banning handheld devices and auto.
There's two bills in the House and one in the Senate. Chad, we spoke about this today, so am I missing anything that we discussed?
I think you said it correctly. So it'd be just we'd bring back a resolution of support to support that the legislation would pass, and we'll see what happens during the session.
Okay.
The other thing was you wanted to see if there was anything that we could do legislatively, I think, maybe around the preemption.
Yes. Is there some? And that was the last thing was to direct the village attorney to look into a way to be a community that may be able to do some form of enforcement without being preempted. There is some issues with that, but to determine if there's some way that our community could put something in place prior to Tallahassee even making a decision.
I was going to ask, how do we work with our lobbyist, but he read my mind and showed up. So he's that takes care of. And the other addition to, I support your motion to the letter, and also that you be our point person. You clearly have a passion. I love people with passion because it's going to be, and I would only suggest, you have the Florida League of Cities and you have the other that you can reach out to on our behalf.
Okay.
So if that's I certainly would make it into a motion or.
Well, I think, okay, so that's one item to be added to our legislative priorities. One thing that I was thinking about was, and I'd like some help with this. We've had the algae blooms, we had the red tide, we've had these problems with, and it's Big Sugar. I mean, it's all up in Lake Okeechobee. I don't know what initiatives have moved forward. I didn't take the time today to look them up, but I would like us to be supporting any initiatives up there in Tallahassee that are putting pressure on these folks to get their acts together and to clean this up and to stop having these algae blooms that push out because they're destroying our beaches. I mean, not necessarily ours has not really been detrimentally impacted, except we had the little bit of red tide earlier or last year. But we have to be thinking about these things, and I think we have to be proactive. So what I would like to see us do is join with all the other communities. Yes. I mean, all the people on the West Coast are getting hammered. I mean, my aunt lives in Port Charlotte, and those poor business owners along the beach were devastated last summer. They were crushed, and up in on the East Coast they had the same problem. So I would like us to be supporting any initiatives.
I think it's an excellent suggestion. Thank you for bringing it.
Push to have Lake Okeechobee cleaned up and to do what we can to reduce the amounts of fertilizers and nutrients that we're pushing into our waterways that are impacting these things. So I would ask that we also add that item.
Yeah,
if there's no
very good idea.
So just for clarification, are you suggesting like a?
Well, I was going to ask Fausto. I'm glad he's here. Could I ask you to come up and kind of, if you know, because I didn't even reach out to you today. It was sort of a hectic day.
Yeah. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Madam Vice Mayor, Council, Fausto Gomez. I'm joined by Jonathan Kilman from my firm and Cesar Fernandez from the firm. So let me just introduce them because will be representing you along with me. Jonathan is the former special counsel to the Florida House of Representatives. He was also general counsel to a gubernatorial campaign. And for the last, how many years, Jonathan? Foley?
11, 12 years.
For the last 12 years, he was head of government relations for one of the largest law firms in the state of Florida, an international law firm with over $500 million in billings, and he was the one who handled all government relations in Florida. Cesar was the chief lobbyist for Uber in the state of Florida. In addition to that, he was a lobbyist for Florida Justice Association, and he was just deputy chief of staff to a gubernatorial campaign. Now, with regards to specific question on the environment, we're sort of parceling out responsibilities, and Jonathan handles environmental issues, and he has a short presentation on the environment, and with your indulgence, he'd just like to discuss it with you.
Okay.
I'm glad you asked the question, and I'm going to ask Fausto to introduce me from now on, everywhere I go. A pleasure to be here with you. Thank you, and Happy New Year. On the issue of the environment, we've actually seen a relatively quick shift with Governor DeSantis post-transition. He signed an executive order which essentially calls upon the legislative branch to support him in getting $2.5 billion in funding for environmental issues. This would include things like dealing with discharge issues, which are the issues that you raised, as well as resiliency issues and sea level rise. He's appointed or calling for the appointment of a chief science officer, which would be part of the Department of Environmental Protection, as well as the Office of Resiliency. So very practically speaking, one of the things I think would be valuable for Key Biscayne, as part of this program, there would be a grant program. It would require a local match, but I would suspect that the village would want to support this because it would give you the opportunity to draw down state dollars to deal with issues that are specifically relevant to coastal cities, barrier islands, things like sea level rise issues. But it could, if I'm not mistaken, there's a grant program specific to septic conversions that is part of his plan as well. I think there are about 698 single-family homes, if I read somewhere, with septic on Key Biscayne that might be eligible for. Is that not correct?
It's about 250, I thought.
Right.
250?
So now they're about 250.
It's
left.
reduced. It's reduced. Okay. So. All right. The internet is not always right. That's the truth. But presumably those homes would be eligible for this sort of grant program. So as this evolves and the DeSantis administration and the legislature work together on filling this program out, we'll keep you updated and then get back to you with here's specifically what's being proposed. You know, we believe this is consistent with the agenda you've passed, and confirm that it's something that you want us vocally supporting. But I believe you'll see a lot of cities supporting it, and it's something that we'll be tracking very closely for you.
All right, great.
I have no idea how these wonderfully qualified people want to work with you, but other than that, I just want to add to sort of the spirit of our legislative thing and our point person that we begin, because it's part of our overall strategy to change our image, you know, from some comments that were made about us, beach bumps and whatever, that we want to also work with other municipalities so that sometimes we may have to be supportive of each other so that we're looking at it. This is a great area. I'm glad you caught this, because this is, obviously, we're a beach community.
And we will work with the League of Cities throughout the session, but also work independently on your behalf where it makes sense and where it's an efficient use of your resources.
What I meant is, let me just stop you. It's like, you know, we don't want to come with our wish list and say this is our wish list. This is our goal. You know, it's just language, but it's important as we develop more of an outreach about our true image, which is, as you know, different from what those.
Wanted to also, if I could for a moment, respond to the issue on the texting while driving. The bills in the Senate was filed by Senator Wilton Simpson. The good news is he's the next Senate president. So he has a little bit of extra capability this legislative cycle. On the House side, the sponsors are Representatives Toledo and Schlossberg. Representative Schlossberg has been behind this issue for years. The legislation specifically would make texting while driving a primary offense, whereas today it's not a primary offense. It's got a better chance of passage now than it has in the past. I'll also comment that you have companies like AT&T which have been supporting it publicly, and that also helps when you've got the public sector and private sector sort of going hand in hand on an issue like that.
All right. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you. And let me just say, with regards to Councilmember Laredo, we both used to work together when we both had hair.
That's a long time ago, I assume.
Who's winning?
He's always been ahead of me.
All right.
Mayor, if I may discuss the appropriations.
Please.
So in addition to the policy statements that the legislative priorities package includes, the village is intending to submit 3 legislative appropriation requests. We're looking at 1 water project, 1 mobility project, and 1 parks project. For the water project, we're going to proceed with a submittal for $500,000 for the K8 pump station that is funded for design in fiscal 19. It's the most priority project. It's next up. It's going to be shovel ready soon. The second request is under the FERDAP, which is the Florida Recreation Development Assistance Program. And what we're looking to do is fund a portion of the development of the 530 Crandon Park to the tune of $200,000 is our request. Just to put into context, the full project's, I think we budgeted $1,034,000 for the project, so that'll be about a fifth of that cost. And then we also want to look to fund, if you recall, the Crandon Boulevard pedestrian bike improvement study that we did. There's an element of the plan which includes the green bike lanes that would basically continue what is on Crandon, and the language we used is that we would fund a green bike path to Bill Baggs, Cape Florida State Park in the amount of $250,000. So those are the three appropriations requests, and staff will be filling out the paperwork, working through Fausto and his team to start working on those appropriation requests.
Beautiful. Anybody else?
Oh, we move.
Let's move.
The whole thing.
Anything about beach renourishment, or
Yes,
we're
that's
good
already
on
in there.
that?
That's already in there. That's number.
Okay.
Item 4.
4 is already about beach nourishment.
Got it.
I'm on it.
Last time we had
Where-
somebody here from Tallahassee who brought us $890,000.
Where are you guys? They brought
I don't
$828,000.
know.
Where's your big check?
It's coming.
All right.
Is there a motion
Let's
on the
move.
table?
Yes, it's been moved. It's seconded.
Yes.
Let's go.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Where's Ed? Did Ed leave?
No, he's out there eating pizza.
He's eating pizza.
The next item is a resolution of the Village Council of the Village of Key Biscayne, Florida, adopting a fleet replacement policy, providing for implementation, and providing for an effective date.
Moved.
Second.
I want to just call to your attention on this attached to the thing, this wonderful visual presentation. I want to ask the manager, what consultant did that? Because that's, and I think I know the, what's the answer?
That's it, Chief Press Limited
Thank
Liability
you.
Partnership.
We have, thank you. We have talent. We are using the talent we have. We don't need to go out to get these
So Chief
consultants.
Bradford-
Thank you, Chief.
He's going to be our new graphic designer
Well,
for the village.
we just got a lot of talent in this administration. We need to
We
use
had some coaching, but we didn't,
All right.
we didn't do any consulting. Mayor?
All right, please.
Okay, so during the budget development process, we spoke about developing a renewal and replacement program, in particular for fleet, for facilities, and for IT infrastructure. We've spent a lot of time working through developing a better understanding of what our fleet is and how the different vehicles actually represent tools to provide the services that we provide to this community. Some of the points that I can put on the policy, we've established based on best practices in our experience, some life cycles by the different vehicle types. We include a chart that calls out all of the types of vehicles and the number of years or the mileage that is associated with each vehicle type. We are working toward, we've identified somebody in the police department who was responsible for managing the maintenance of the police vehicles. Her responsibilities have expanded so that she's going to be responsible for the village-wide fleet management program. We're going to be working to develop a long-term financial plan that would include an annual budget appropriation, which would basically set aside the funds into what we call a sinking fund, so that every year you'll see roughly the same dollar allocation so that we can support a fleet and the services that we provide at a acceptable service level to the community. Some of the factors that would be considered when we go through the list, it's a living document, it's a living plan, it's actually an Excel worksheet where we have all the data at this point. We'll be looking at how critical the units are to a department's mission, the availability of spares, the age of the unit, the mileage on the unit, the condition, the reliability, and the repair cost. We are focused on lowering our carbon footprint, so something that we're going to be looking at is maximizing fuel economy and minimizing emissions, so long as we don't jeopardize our staff members' ability to deliver the level of service that is expected. We've also put together some visuals that sort of quantify our fleet, the different vehicles that we have, and the funding structure that supports the plan. So I'm available to answer any questions. Also, Chief Press and Mr. Wallace have also played a pivotal role in developing this policy, so we can field any questions the council may have.
Councilmember London?
No, I was just going to call the question. I'm sorry.
I basically believe we should postpone this until we do best practices of all the various departments to determine what vehicles we really need for the various missions we're trying to accomplish. I think this is premature at this point in time, since we're going to consider reviewing all departments for best practices, which would then might change the vehicle composition we have now. So my motion would be to postpone this.
Okay. Councilmember Petros?
I see this as one really critical step. It's a job very well done. I appreciate seeing everything. I can see how you will renew and replace, and you've given a thought process to that. The step that I would also like to see is in line with Councilmember London, which is how many vehicles do we need in each of these different areas? And is that something that you're going to look into also? And do you want to do this? What is your recommendation on how to handle those two parts of this?
Yeah, I think it's important that we equip the right staffing level. So to have the right staffing level obviously is important. It's an exercise that we're going through, a workforce analysis. I would say that this item in particular is the policy. I guess we could do a few things. The policy itself speaks to the policy direction that we would properly. I'm sorry.
No, I'm agreeing with you. That was going to be my point. I think what we're setting is policy. We're not, this doesn't establish the number of vehicles. This established that we're going to have a maintenance policy for the number of vehicles we have.
Oh, I have no problem with that.
Yeah, so I just want to clarify that
this is,
yeah, this is not saying we're going to have way too many cars and way too many trucks and way too many boats, as Ed London, but
no problem.
Okay, so that would be mine. Let's just move forward with this, because this is a policy of I think this does a better job of knowing what vehicles we have and making sure that the maintenance is continuous and the replacement as we go.
I mean, I don't want to assume, I'm sorry for interrupting. I don't want to assume that you haven't done that either. Have you done that? And this is just the last step?
The staffing analysis we have not done yet.
No, that's a different, go ahead.
No, I just wanted to echo what you're saying, and this is a big step in the right direction. And I agree with you on some things. But this is also a reflection of good practices being brought in with a fresh manager.
We all agree.
No, I mean, it's important to speak English, We're moving in the right direction. Plain English, I meant. And so, we can fine tune it, but it's a very good practice, and I think I commend you and the staff that put this together.
There is a motion from Councilmember London to postpone, but I don't have a second.
I withdraw my motion.
Okay. Councilmember Moss.
So I think what Ed brought up is it does have an effect on this, but I think we can go back to this and make adjustments based on what the recommendations are, because in this policy, we are putting on the recommendations of how many years a vehicle gets replaced. But if somebody looks at it and comes back and say, no, best practice is, cars at 5 years, not 7 years, we can come back and adjust this if we need to, right? Well, even though that we're passing this policy.
Sure.
Okay.
I mean,
and the amount of cars, because this is also based off the amount of cars also.
That's
because
correct.
You're saying by the cars that we have right now, we need to put this much in each year to budget in order to do our replacement policy.
I see your point. So the financial, the policy sets up the financial mechanism by which we would do this. The actual appropriation would depend on the size of our fleet.
The variables.
Exactly.
Right.
So, and then one of the other questions is, have warranties been incorporated into this? What type of warranties do we get on our vehicles? And do we do any extended warranties, or really it's not cost effective?
I'm not sure about extended warranties, no. So I think we can look at that if that's...
That's fine. Just come back with it. It's a question I just thought. Usually I would prepare you before, but I just thought about it just now that maybe, does a car have a 4-year warranty, 5-year warranty, 10-year warranty that comes when we buy a car, or is there 0 warranty on these cars? just interested in learning about that and how that the maintenance draws out from, maintenance costs would be on an older car and how much time do we have until to replace one. So I would make the motion to pass this, and then whenever we do this study, we can always revisit this and make adjustments to it.
Second.
So we just
Question?
call it.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. The next item is a capital project authorizing resolution of the Village Council of the Village of Key Biscayne, Florida, approving the purchase of police vehicles, accessories, and graphics, providing for authorization, declaring various police vehicles as surplus property, authorizing the sale of disposition of surplus property, providing for implementation, and providing for an effective date.
Move it.
Second.
Mike? This is the,
Madam Manager.
sorry?
Madam Manager.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Explain, and then you can.
So pursuant to the fiscal 19 adopted CIP plan, we had allocated $235,000 for the acquisition of vehicles. We prioritized, as pursuant to the policy that we have in place, we've prioritized the vehicles that need to be replaced. They are compliant with the policy. There are 6 marked vehicles and 2 administrative vehicles that we are looking to replace at this time. This resolution authorizes the acquisition of the vehicles, the equipping of the vehicles. So these are police vehicles, so the lights, the police mounts for the laptops, as well as the graphics on the vehicles. And there are also this also authorizes the disposition of the old vehicles, which would be by auction. There is a slight difference in what we had budgeted and what we need to complete this process. We're about $4,500 short until we amend the CIP plan. The funding for the difference will come out of the police vehicles maintenance line item until we amend the CIP, which I plan to do probably in March. So with that, myself or Chief Press can answer any questions.
I believe we should postpone this until we have best practices to determine if these are the proper vehicles that we need.
May I ask a question?
Yeah, Councilmember.
Isn't, first of all, on best practices, I have a distinct difference when it comes to police and fire, that profession is very well standardized practices, including certifications that you have to have as a department, which usually are best practices. So it's not like a zoning department or a building department. They fall under that requirements, and that in itself is best practices. And the other thing, did we not, since we do always want to have a consultant, did we not have a consultant with an expert on this that came before us before on a preliminary basis?
So initially, Mr. Owen came and gave the presentation. He's the one who coached us into developing the policy, and then this acquisition adheres to the policy.
So he had input from his experience, best practices to this proposal.
Correct.
Thank you.
Anybody?
I will make one comment. We have on here for the administration the Chevrolet Tahoes, which are very large vehicles. This is something we approved for our fire department a few years ago. It goes against our desire to be more ecologically friendly. Having said that, I think we have to be consistent at this point, but I would like to make the point that once we've done this, that we start looking to deal with vehicles that are smaller. We live on an island that's got very little distance in between things, and we have limited parking and things like that, that I think long-term, speaking to what you're talking about, Ed, we need to revisit that, but I will be approving this tonight based as much on equity as anything else, and that it's consistent with the plan that you put in place.
And Ignacio, did you want to say anything?
Just one thing I want to address, and maybe is out of order. Maybe the chief was already going to talk about this. The next version of the Explorer police vehicle they're all going to be hybrids. So supposedly they're all going to waste less gas, and they're not going to waste gas when they're just idling there. They're running on battery power. So with the replacement fleet plan, oh, sorry, maybe I'm not talking close enough. With the replacement fleet plan, I think there's going to be a natural progression to going greener. Just to address that one thing that Katie just said.
And
I also sort of agree with Ed that I'm not against this, but at the same time, I wouldn't mind seeing it postponed a little bit till we have a better idea about what the actual needs are. I'm kind of flipping those two things in my mind at the same time.
When would we have that?
We're going to be putting out an RFP to work with somebody. I would say minimum 4 to 6 months. I do think that some of these vehicles are well past their useful life, and if you look at the financials behind them, the maintenance costs are severe. I don't know if there are some compromised position, but I do think that our recommendation is that we do proceed with this replacement cycle as recommended.
And I would concur with that. I think, look, we can sit up here, and to your point about wanting to go green, I think we can establish that policy. But once we establish policy up here, and I understand best practices moving forward, you want to do an evaluation to determine, do we have the right number of vehicles, do we not? But we have vehicles that we have to replace. They have to be replaced. That's what our administration is telling us. And this is sort of my
question is when.
Well, the question is when. That's right. I'm not a car expert. Here's my mantra, right? I trust the manager to trust her people that they're going to give her the best information and that they're going to make a decision. We get to determine if we trust the manager, and if we do, then we allow her to act. If we don't, then we remove her or she removes the people. But I don't think we should be up here with respect, and I know what you're saying. Policy is we want to go greener. That's definitely something. But I don't want us up here deciding, oh, well, I don't like Tahoes. I want Broncos. I don't like this. And I know, to your point, Ed, I respect, and I'm all for best practices. I believe they're for best practices, but I think we'll determine that over time. But that's going to take time. And I think in the interim, what we should be doing is giving the police and the fire the equipment they need and trusting them to do the best job they can. And that's my position on this.
Question, I guess you distributed this, Andrea. This is the fire department, and it shows the fire trucks, the 3 ambulances, the 2 Polaris 4x4s, but then it shows 6 cars. And I guess this was all done last year.
That goes to best practices.
Well, my question is, do we have that many people there who can even drive 6 cars? Administrative cars?
I don't know.
I'm saying, is it possible that we have a surplus somewhere else that could be used when we need 2 administrative vehicles here? That's all I'm saying. I don't know the answer.
Yeah, but
that's my question.
I think that that chart, I don't know who put on our desk, was very confusing because unless I'm missing something here, we're talking about police and not fire. So I don't know who put this here.
So I'll clarify. So in the policy document. So in the policy document, the graphics that we put together, there was an error on that page. The Pierce, which is next up for replacement with regard to fire apparatus, was called out as a 2013, and it's actually a 2003. So the intent was for that page to swap out the last page of the exhibit in tab 16.
But am I right? The issue is just police today.
Yeah.
For the acquisition, it's just police vehicles. Yes, sir.
Madam Manager, one question. If this is adopted today, how quickly will they start getting new cars? Like tomorrow, or is it going to take months?
The lead time?
It'll take a couple months. Easily.
So whenever it's adopted, it's still going to take a few more months after that.
Well, you've got to start going through the processes. We've got to wait for the resolution, the authorization to be signed, approved. And at that point, we follow up on our purchase orders and whatever time it takes, whatever stock is available or not available. The 6 interceptors that we're talking about have been held for us for approximately 6 months because they noticed, all Florida police officers or police departments, that this was going to be the last group of cars before they go to the hybrid, and the cost increases at a minimum of $10,000 per car. knowing that we had an aged fleet, we asked them to hold these 6 vehicles for us. They did. They honored their agreement. They're continuing to honor it. And we're saving just about $11,000 per car. So we're lucky to have those 6. They're just, once we give them the final authorization, they'll start the process of getting those 6 down to us.
Thank you.
But I would like to talk on just a couple of your points that you all brought up tonight. You know, we discuss administrative cars. There is not one administrative police car that we have out here. We are all cops. We all go out here on the street. We all do our jobs. And I'll give you, for instance, I happened to get in a chase with one of our residents the other day who fled from me. I'm a cop. He broke the law. I lit him up. He took off. So happens to be a resident, business owner. How do I know that? Because this is kind of a small island, and he showed up at the same stop sign I showed up about 3 hours later. And the reason I'm saying this is because during the hurricane, who was responding to that? Every one of us. These cars are not administrative vehicles. They are fully loaded police vehicles that are used for police and emergency purposes. And when you talk about the environmental footprint, we actually went out to your consultant, Derek, who did a study on all the vehicles and found that the Tahoe had no different an environmental footprint than the police interceptor did. However, it does allow us for more room, more gear, higher clearance on the ground, which is what our coach talked to us about. So when he came to speak to you all, what he didn't do, because it wasn't part of his presentation, was talk about why he recommends certain cars for certain areas and certain police departments and the services they provide. I cannot tell you how many times this year alone we could not put police cars out on the street because we were in a flood zone and we could not put our Crown Vics out on the street. So what we had to do was hope we had a couple of pickup trucks so we had enough clearance off the floor to be able to get through the inner streets and some of the major flooding we've had. We are not going to get better anytime soon. The floods are here. The King floods are here. These vehicles, he recommended that we do nothing short of a Tahoe-type vehicle or a pickup truck. However, the police emergency package pickup trucks are so expensive that they are not even cost-effective. The police Explorers give you about 1 more inch clearance than the Crown Victorias, the sedans, which Ford is no longer going to make, and which makes no sense to us here on the island because of our flood issues, because we do deal with hurricanes, because we are emergency response people. And the last thing I'll say is the reason that we have the police cars is because through our CBA, through negotiations, we have a policy that provides a police car for a cop. So the cops have their cars. We're not asking for anything in addition. We're not asking for anything that hasn't been part of our policies in the past. We're not looking for fancy or to even be equal to the fire department. There's a rhyme and a reason to what they asked for, and we agreed with that. We've had multiple discussions on that. And to have 2 full-size utility vehicles that will be a part of your emergency response team is the right thing for you all to do. And it proved itself during Irma, because the Explorers, that the expeditions that they rented, and that 12-year-old expedition in the back parking lot that I used during the storm proved priceless with all the equipment and all of the things we had to do when this government picked up and took off and left the island. So I really appreciate the thought processes. I look forward to your consultants coming in. Be careful what you wish for, Ed, because they just may tell you we're understaffed, we need
That's fine.
more.
I have no problem with that.
Because I could tell you, based on our service that we provide, I'll bet you $1 to a donut right now, we're not overstaffed here on Key Biscayne. So thank you for your time and attention. I'm all ears for more questions if you have any.
We're good.
Thank you all.
Thank you for what you do, Chief.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir.
Still the best salesman.
I was going to offer you another pizza so I didn't have to look at you.
I heard there was another pizza. Yeah, he's scoffing down the pizza. A little phone call up to the mayor, maybe. All right.
Listen, all joking aside,
go.
all joking aside, when you poll the people of Key Biscayne and you talk to them individually, we may have some tinkering and all of that. We can't paint everything, throw out the baby with the bathwater. This is an excellent department, and it has an excellent reputation with the people that we represent. And that should be said in the record. So
let's call it.
Call the question.
Mayor Davey?
Yes.
Councilmember Laredo?
yes.
Councilmember London?
No.
Vice Mayor McCormick?
Yes.
Councilmember Moss?
Yes.
Councilmember Petros?
Yes.
Councilmember Segurola?
Yes.
Motion carries. Mr. Mayor, it's past 9 o'clock. Can we go to the village manager's report?
I suppose.
Update for undergrounding utility task force.
Thank you. So the agenda went out prior to the task force meeting that was last week, and so I put this as a placeholder. And if I may, Mayor, turn it over to the council, Segurola, who's the council liaison, and if there's anything I can add to the update, I'd be happy to chime in.
Well, I am very happy to report to the council and Councilmember London that within the next 60 days, the Underground Utility Task Force will be prepared. Well, there will be the final master plan presented. There will be at one or two workshops with the public when the council to present the plan. And our hope is that by the March meeting, we have ready for first reading an ordinance to move forward with the undergrounding and final approval of the project. The primary thing that the task force is asking of the council for tonight is the consensus to flip the switch on the website to start getting information out to the public. Over the past year and 3-4 months, with all the meetings that have happened, a lot of information has been digested, and basically there is already a template for a basic website to be put up so the public can access, start finding out information about everything the village has done for undergrounding. And there's already a long list of updates that will be slowly rolled out so that people can see how far we've come. So the request number one is for a consensus to flip the switch on the website. And number two, if there are any special requests from council members regarding what information you want specifically included in the final master plan that's presented by the task force. And you have any questions about what's gone on, anything specific?
No, I sat through the meeting, and I commend Ignacio. We have him. 2 assignments you gave to him, he's already done excellent. He's our star. Getting the law firm, and I thought the meeting, I was very impressed by the members, not so impressed by the consultants. Some of the brightest questions came from the council. So I have a lot of confidence. I just don't understand your request because I did, to be honest with you, was concerned, and I spoke to him about when you come out with this, you better get your numbers right. And I left very nervous about our financial consultant did not have the numbers to my concern. And I've since visited other municipalities on my own, and some have opted out on the question of numbers. So
with regard to the numbers, two things. Number one, how is this going to be funded? And Mike and Brett Noakes, being on the task force before, there's 2 general accepted ways. One is through millage, the other one's through a special assessment. The task force has analyzed over a long period of time between the two which would be the fairer, the better of the two, and the conclusion has been it would be the special assessment. And I know I'm just throwing this out there, but there is a long explanation and digestion of information as to why that is a suggestion. with regard to how much will it cost, I sat down with Jake and with our manager a couple of weeks ago, and they both sat down with every member of the task force, went over the numbers. The initial estimate is approximately $46 million for the undergrounding, but actually they believe, with the analysis that they've done on the project, that there are significant cost savings that we can come in a good number below that. Jake, in particular, is willing to take on a part of the, I guess, for lack of a better word, management of the construction project. So that will be a savings for us. And given his experience, he has shown us where there could be significant savings. So that is all part of the master plan that will be rolled out in the next 60 days. There's already a template master plan that is being finalized that will be available soon, I guess. But I guess the manager's question is there anything in particular, and you don't have to let me know now, you can shoot her an email later, any particular information that you want seen in the master plan that you believe is necessary to move this case forward before the residents?
So, those are good questions. I think that to answer those questions, I think council is going to have to see some type of draft of the master plan. Let us review it and see if we can respond. I don't know if it's good to do that while you're still baking the master plan right now. We could. That could be one way to do the process. The other way is to finish the master plan, give it to council, let council read over it, give their feedback. The engineers can finish whatever they need to do so we can get this thing moving. The second thing is on the website, flipping the switch. It all depends on what we're going to show on the website. There's a lot of things that council has not discussed, and we need to be very careful that we're not talking about who's going to pay for it, how is it going to be funded. We haven't discussed that yet. So we need to know what is it that we're going to put on the website. And I think it's also very important that a 10-year-old can understand the information that's on there, because this is a very in-depth information in this master plan that people who don't know what anything about the engineering or construction process, just they need to understand this very easily. So my 10-year-old daughter should be able to go on the website, read it, and say, yeah, I get it. I know what we're doing here. So we have to be very careful how we release this information and what information we're releasing.
If I can respond before the next question. So far, the initial template that's going to go out is very simple, very generic, just kind of lays the groundwork for what's coming. I believe what we discussed at the task force at the last meeting was to leave it up to the manager and Jake's final say as to what's appropriate to bring out and when as it rolls forward. But just to give the council an idea, right now I believe the time frame is, and similar to the 2040 plan, I urge every single member of this council to go to the next few meetings of the task force. Right. I think we're scheduled for January 30th.
There will likely be a meeting, it looks like, before then, but that's the next official meeting is January 30th. And also the workshop on February 19th.
Exactly. In the next 30 days, there will be at least 2 meetings. The task force will meet again where the master plan will be presented to the task force. And on February 19th, there will be a workshop specifically for the council and the task force to digest even more information. And that would lead up to a special presentation on February 26th, where the final recommendations for the project are put forth in the council, and then an ordinance on first reading on March 19th. So basically, in the next 30 days, you got 3 meetings that I would ask every single member of this council to go to. It's been cooking for a while. I know that although the meetings have been publicly noticed, a lot of people just don't understand what's going on with the undergrounding, but we're actually very far along and it's ready. And I think at the last meeting, Ed, we asked you to give us 6 months. It's going to be ready before then. So things are on track, and we're very happy with how they're going.
The only thing I would like you to consider, and I tried to have this done 4 years ago, 5 years ago, was that send out email to all the licensed underground utility contractors in the state of Florida, and they're all licensed, saying, hey, Key Biscayne is going to do underground electric. Are you interested in being involved? And then those that are, you get together with them and you find out what the problems are, what their experiences are, what their costs are, what their timeframes are. This is all free information. You're not going to have to pay for it. These are people that are interested because they potentially want to do the job. And you might decide, you know what, we're going to do design build. No, we're better off. We're doing a CM. We're doing this. But you're going to get this information not just from the consultant, but from somebody who actually does the work and who has done the work. And to me, that's much more impressive than what you're going to get from a consultant, because this is what actually, you're going to know what it's going to cost you when you get a bid. Now, whatever estimate, whether 46 million, 32 million, 50 million, it's just a number. It's probably a good number. It's an educated guess. But what you're really going to find out is once you have a contract, once you have offers on the table of somebody who can do the job. So I suggest to you, since you're doing a great job, you're trying to get all the right information, get some more information from the people who actually do the work.
Katie?
Just to give a little more thought on the website, in the documents that were provided in the email, you can actually click to go to this sample website, which I did, and I made some comments. I spoke to Andrea about this, and she also put me in touch with the communications expert that you're dealing with. And I would suggest that each of us have an opportunity to hit on that link maybe in the next week and look at what's there and make comments before you make this live. I'll tell you the things that I mentioned to her that weren't on there, that they're going to go and make these changes because it helps when everybody's eyes are on it. Number one, it didn't talk about the fact that we will need to be hardening our village if we don't underground. So they're going to put that communication and show some pictures of that. And my other main point to them was I felt like the website wasn't specific to our island, and it had language just of undergrounding in general. And I felt like it needed to be more tailored to our island for people to read about what our process will be, not necessarily the process.
I completely agree with you. That, I think the consensus was sort of by design, because like Brett said, to not put out information on things that hadn't been decided yet, the initial website is very generic. It just sort of explains what undergrounding is, but I completely agree with you. You're right. There needs to be a more explanation of why we're undergrounding.
Well, I think both of those things can happen. You don't have to violate the premise of putting too much information out there. But for example, which is what I told her on the phone today, one of the things it said that you would incorporate into an undergrounding project, the first one mentioned was sewer. We've already done our sewer. That doesn't need to be on there. It needs to be the things that we would consider to add to the project.
Okay. Yep. So I'm sorry?
Well, Ignacio, I just want to say that you mentioned something, and we have to be careful about how we say certain things, so how it's like displayed on there. So, a lot of decisions haven't been made up here, so it would be kind of more like, why are we thinking about undergrounding, or why would this be a benefit, which is kind of what your point is. This be happening, and this is why we should be thinking about this. And I just want to make sure that our consultants understand that, so they're not putting things on there saying, hey, why we want to, why are we undergrounding or something like that. I just don't want the wrong message to get sent out and people start asking too many questions that the board hasn't really made a decision yet, right? So I think it should be still very conceptual in that idea of, this is what could happen, or this is what's planning on happening from FPL. This is why we're taking a serious look at it, and this is going to be coming up to council to see where we go with it.
So would I be correct in then assuming that the consensus is don't flip the switch yet? Yes. Everyone on this council should click on that link, give the feedback back to the manager, and then it will be revisited at the next meeting?
I think that's fair.
When's our next meeting?
February 5th.
So
that's fair.
2 weeks, 2.5 weeks.
Yeah.
So please click on that link and send all your feedback to the manager, so that we really want to get the information out to the public as soon as possible.
I mean, we could do better than this. We could give ourselves a week to look at this, to make comments, and then she can tell you that it's okay or not okay within 1 week. We don't have to meet again.
Okay, so then the manager has the authority to decide to flip the switch?
Yes.
I think so, yes.
And talk to all of us, just make sure we're all okay.
I just want.
Can you send the link to everybody again?
Sure.
Certain council members who I'm not going to point at, but it's Ed. Need the link.
So give us a week before you flip the switch and let us comment.
Sure.
May I say something? My only input to that meeting, which is, by the way, even though they only pay 36% of the cost, the condominium side, more or less, right? Roughly, according to the projections, the chairman and the vice chairman from the condominium side. Just so that the record, how we operate without quota. But I only mentioned that there is, you don't get a second chance to make a good first impression. So if we, to Moss's point, if we come out wrong or with not understandable information, like your 10-year-old, it's going to be very difficult. And I'm one person, I didn't feel comfortable with the numbers, and people are going to ask about the numbers. So just be careful with this website. It could backfire you, and you have to the best piece of paper that came with that consultant's report was at the end, also done by our staff, attached by the staff, which is a timeline that we would like to adhere to. And I think my sense of the people of Key Biscayne is what they want is a decision. They'll make the decision, that, in other words, through a referendum. But I think that that is the most operating document for us, so that they can have perhaps a chance to vote on it one way or the other, because people tell you, yeah, but you've been talking about it for 15 years or whatever it is. And I hate to end by agreeing with Ed London, but I agree with him 100% on his suggestion, and I think I mentioned it before. It's important, though, it should be reflected in the record that as you do that you don't disqualify those people. I am, as an individual, I'm going to learn. I'm going to some of those companies generically and ask them about. Plus, I was on the Public Service Commission, so I know a little bit about undergrounding. But to make sure they don't get disqualified later because they came before you, so make that clear. But that is a very excellent suggestion, because they're the guys who really do the work, and that's where most of the good information is.
Just one further thing to add regarding the timeline of what we're striving for. Over the next 30 days, we have several meetings, and ordinance for first reading in March, second reading in April. That gives us planning of approximately 6-7 months to do public outreach, putting more and more information on the website, having workshops, having meetings, doing everything possible to inform the public of what it's going to cost, why it's going to cost that, what the formula is, and then be ready to have the mail-in ballots for the fall, potentially October. So it is very possible that by the end of this year, we're well on our way of getting a decision done and getting the project started next year.
We've got the vice chair of the task force.
Hi, folks. I'm Don Ellisberg. I was elected the vice chair of this task force last Thursday. I've been on the task force since the beginning. Our chairperson, Michelle Estevez, was here and is no longer here. Give me a minute to just suggest to you that give us a chance to follow the process we're following to get you the information, so that we can take away the urge to share ignorances. This is a very complicated issue. One of the things you, Councilman London, Councilman Loreto mentioned is the notion of contracting. We've been fortunate, and I wish it had been pointed out earlier, that since task force sent this back to the manager to vet it for us, a lot of the work has been done by the Director of Public Works here, Jake Oisman. And Jake is the expert that you are looking for. He's already been talking to us about the forms of contracting. He's been reaching out to contractors to get their sense of things. All of those things which you pointed out have been fortunately incorporated into our current process, so I think you're not going to be unhappy about it. There are 7 members of that task force. I can assure you that at least 9 of them were unhappy with the consultant's report and the numbers, okay? We were all sitting at the same meeting, and we were all uncomfortable with how they put the numbers together and what they are. It's a good start, but there's a lot more work that's going to have to be done. We have learned an awful lot about the whole process of doing an underground. In fact, Councilman Petros, we've in fact made it a point to separate the undergrounding from all the other things that they're talking about, including sewers and so forth. And that was done at the urgent suggestion of Jake. So we're trying to get into a lot of that stuff. The only other thing, the 2 things I really have to tell you is that it's one thing to decide that you want to do it by assessment. I think we're probably there, although I'm not quite there. But the point that we have is, and why all of us have been careful on this committee, is you've got numbers that will show who pays what. But we're also living in a community that has to live with each other over a long period of time. And we have to deal with issues not just of the condos I live in, and some who owe something and some who may owe nothing, some who may owe a lot. We have a whole series of questions that have been raised about churches and tax paying and all of those things which have come up, and that is not something that is going to be handled easily. So I'm just suggesting that there are a lot of things out here, and please come to our meetings because they're spectacular. The last one lasted 4 hours. I think we're trying to figure out how not to have it at night, but we are addressing all of those. And the other point I want to mention, because it certainly came as a shock to me, is that when you get through with all of this, the role of, and you understand it, the role of Florida Power and Light is powerful here, no matter what we do. And it's not just that if we don't do it, they're going to put those stupid poles up. It's that virtually everything we do, they're going to have to sign off on and pay for a lot of it. So I didn't mean to take more time here, but I wanted to let you know that there's just a lot going on. And I'm sure our village manager could have spent an hour and a half telling you all the things we passed back to her without repeating herself. And so, excuse me, but I thought a little briefing from those of us on the task force that have been at this for, I don't know how many months, a year and a half or whatever, might be helpful to you to get a sense of what we're thinking about and where we're going.
Thank you. Excellent.
Thank you. Any questions?
No, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
By the way, that meets your requirement of having a committee report every month,
Yeah,
meeting.
there you go. Thank you.
That was very reported.
I like it too, that I'm
does
not
a great
alone in
job.
the assessment front.
He does a great job. This is a great committee.
The next item is reports and recommendations, mayor and council members, reappointments, appointments to village board and committees. Mayor Davey.
Okay, so we talked about 2040,
17.
dog park committee. I'm sorry, art and public places, we've gone down to 7. They have 7 members. I need a council liaison.
Councilmember Laredo?
Councilmember Laredo?
No. Let me let me think, because I want to talk about the finance and investment.
Okay, but
With that and
I need a
and-
liaison for that one. So I'm going to appoint somebody if somebody doesn't volunteer, just so you know. I have that power.
Happy to do it,
Okay,
Mike.
dog park, what's
I'm
that?
happy to do it.
You sure? Because you're going to get landscape committee as well.
We don't, landscaping is under the
Landscaping,
manager.
we're going to be talking about that at the end of my presentation. Please.
Why don't you go through the whole presentation,
All right,
then we
yeah,
decide who goes where.
Dog park committee, Tracy Ellis has been appointed. Okay, you are still the liaison. We then go to Education Advisory Board. Jeffrey Gonzalez, Oscar Sardinas, and Vanessa Sands will be the 3 new members. Congratulations, Jeffrey. My condolences. What's that? That was Education Advisory Board. 2 vacancies.
What were the names again?
I'm sorry. Jeffrey Gonzalez, Oscar Sardinas, and Vanessa Sands. Okay.
Vice Mayor, you recommended 2? Those 2?
I recommended Jeffrey Gonzalez came out of the committee, Vanessa Sands also out of the committee. There was another name, but I think Katie put her to 2040.
Yeah, that was Loudy. Yeah, that was right.
Oh, okay.
And she continued are members who'd be happy to
There's
step
going to be
down.
people rotating, and that,
She was picking one of the.
right, that's the
wants
conversation.
But I can ask.
She'd be good.
I'd ask.
Let's move on. Investment Advisory Committee. Okay, there were 5 members. This was a 2017 committee. The staff liaison is currently the finance director. The council liaison, we need an appointment for a council liaison. We need 5 appointments. I have no names. I'd like to talk a little about, this was a 2017 committee, or was this prior? Did you?
Yeah,
create
Mr. Mayor,
this?
I wanted to talk about
This committee came about when the prior finance director.
Was it your committee? Did you? create this?
Yes, and she basically kept $30 million in the bank.
I
and
know,
refused to invest.
don't rehash the
Okay, fine. Well, anyway, that's all it came
I
about.
understand how,
They didn't
but-
follow this, and nobody met again. Nobody would do anything.
Okay.
Just didn't find.
I guess the reason I'm asking is, what is your intent? Do you wish this committee to continue, or do you wish?
Yes, I mean, why not? You got some good people, why not do it?
All right, well, I need names for that then.
Well, you got some good
Well,
people.
I wanted to,
Okay.
yeah, I
Councilmember-
wanted to, and I checked with legal, all legislative bodies work in committees, all of them.
That's right.
We're a legislative body. And we kept delegating to committees, which is fine because it has the public relations thing. But there are certain things that we should have committees of this membership, no more than 3. And one that is saliently needed is finance, where somebody like Ed London should be it. That is, so that we take this committee hasn't even met. And so it's another layer to our goal to get this more efficient. I suggest the abolishing of this committee and that we create a committee of 3 of us that would be the finance committee, which includes investments, because that's really the bread and butter of this thing. And it's an area that has been slightly neglected without blaming anybody. As I try to learn more and more about the budget and other things and the reports and the good practices that the manager's coming on, I think this is where we need the best consultants are among the 7 on this area. So I would move to abolish that and perhaps create a committee of 3 that you can appoint later of us. That would be Finance Committee, which is consistent with legislative practice.
Well, go ahead.
Sorry, I was just, this was a topic, this idea, this is a slight step aside, but this idea of committees among us that I heard during the last election, one of the Tony Winton was talking about this idea of, and I know other municipalities do it, even local municipalities, where it seems to enhance efficiency and even speed of meetings. And it's a way to operate still within the sunshine, but to be able to get a little more communication among us and to have actual council members deeper into a certain topic together. So I like the idea.
Okay, so
Maybe
what I'll
not-
do is I'll table this one. We can come back. We're going to need an ordinance to create that committee, I would assume. What would we need? What
How
would
do
be
we
the
do that,
process?
Chad?
I think you guys can create your own committee. I don't
Right
think
now,
you-
we can do it if you want.
Because it's not, charter requires for advisory committees, and this is just a committee of yourselves. I'll check right now, but I.
But yeah, what we need to create, so we need a resolution or something to determine what are the powers of that committee? What can they do and what
Well,
can they
I
not
think
do?
what Councilmember Lorado said was that there would never be a
But
majority.
I'm not going to vote on something right now without
Yeah.
knowing what those powers are. So that's my point. I
Okay,
think
that's
it's gotta
fair.
come back.
If you want to articulate,
Yeah,
you know,
Councilmember Laredo, would you like to work with legal to sort of set the parameters of some sort of
yes.
committee like
I'd like
that?
to get a sense of what you feel because I think it's the best. Time is of the essence. And finance is becoming increasingly
I
concerned.
like it, and I'd like to be on it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
You're losing free time left
Bring
and
it.
right.
and-
Okay.
You're not losing landscape committee.
What do you
so
want me to
don't-
do?
don't get out- You're not getting out of that. With,
You want me to work with him to
work
draft?
with him, please. Get
And
some
what's
language
the
together.
quickest way, though? We don't want to have these 2 readings or 4
We can have
readings.
a resolution.
I think that you could do it by resolution.
That's fine.
But one reading?
One reading.
A resolution's one
Okay,
reading.
because
But
otherwise.
just come back with something that tells us what your job
Okay.
is, what your powers are. And,
I got it.
And so we understand what's going on.
All right, so the
Okay.
record shows that we are going to create a finance committee.
You're on the committee,
subject
Ed,
to
so
the-
suck it up.
Subject to
I
the.
like it. We got our committee of 3 already. We're getting
Well, I
business
definitely
done.
want to have London there. 'Cause-
Okay, land acquisition. Okay, Land Acquisition Committee, we just had an example of something that they've done. We have 7 members. They're all reappointed. We do need a council liaison. So I'd like somebody to step up and say they want to be the council liaison for land acquisition.
I'm going to have to, I would do that one too, but no, I can't do all of them.
Yeah, Kenny wants to be all the
Why
committee
can't
liaison.
we not?
We'll just say committee liaison, Councilmember Petros. But
I was going to suggest abolishing it because
no, I will say, and you trust me when I tell you that I was not a big proponent of the Land Acquisition Committee.
Okay.
But I think they definitely bring something to the table.
Okay.
I think this is the time, if we are going to do things like that, let's allow them to
Okay.
move forward with their purpose. So I would
the
like.
reason I bring it up, Mayor, so that you know, is because obviously everybody who lives here knows that there are points of view about the entry block. And we have specifically delegated to the manager to be the only contact. And we have an issue which we're going to talk about later, which is very concerning to me, of the cafeteria and in their legal documents saying that they've been negotiating with the city for a property that is not in the entry block. So my concern about a committee is people empowering themselves.
I mean, we have to talk about committees, and I think that's a
you know.
fundamental issue. I'm just going down through the report. We can talk about it now. My view of committees is they're advisory to us, right? We're the body that makes the decisions.
Right.
We're the one. We're the buck stops here. And what I want to see is I want to see liaisons for each one of these committees, because committees do. They bring something. Again, it's creating community involvement. They bring good ideas, they bring different ideas, and they can get things done. But we have to have a connection between this body and each of these committees. And we have to make sure that they are not doing things on their own without direction from council, frankly. They're advisory boards. So I would say that is the way I envision. If you have a different vision of committees, what were you going to say?
No, I was just going to say, trying to back up here, let's think about how many committees should we really have? What's the total number of committees? Like, probably each one of us should be appointed to one to do it correctly. I say that knowing that I just volunteered for 4. But let's really be realistic, and we could come up with committees and have reasons for a lot of stuff, but we might need to prioritize and have a certain
There's really
amount.
only 2 more to discuss.
Let's go.
The pension board, Wesley Pritchett is being appointed. The liaison will be Ed London, and we don't have a staff liaison, but I assume that's our CFO.
Should be.
I'll assign staff.
Yeah,
liaisons.
but that's what I said. I assume that's your.
Let me interrupt the process so that I understand. You've been on the council for 8 years, and maybe you know, but I come from. I don't understand this appointment process.
Okay.
For example, it clearly says in the charter that you suggest or appoint with the vote of the council, with the support of the council. It's an important power of the council. I suggested somebody. That's the only person I suggested. Obviously, you overlooked it. And I don't even know who the third person is, because I know that.
Well, I will tell you what my process was. Ed London was on the pension board. Ed London nominated somebody. My philosophy is when Ed London nominates somebody, as the person coming off the board, you have the right to appoint your replacement, if you will. If you're up on this body and you want to appoint, if you want to nominate somebody, that's the person I take as the person who's going to take your spot. I think that's the fairest.
Well, with all due respect, I disagree. We are equally members of this 7 council with the mayor. I just find this a little bit rushed. We have enormous amount of talent in this community, and right here you have 4 new people, 3 who are only been here 2 years, so they have enough experience but not a lot of baggage, a new manager, and we're just reappointing people point blank. Don't you think that this 7 people here that I duly elected should even look at each of the names, not just the vacancies, so that we can make an imprint in what we promise, at least the 3 of us around and you, that we're going to move in a different direction.
What does the charter say about appointments to committees?
It says that the mayor shall nominate and approve by council.
Okay. So my nomination is Wesley Pritchett for the Pension Board Advisory Board. I'd like a vote, please.
And see, the way you do that, then it put us in a spot to.
I'm the one nominated. Well, I'm
Go
trying
ahead.
to
I'll
include
nominate
at
somebody
times-
else. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to make sure that we do the process right, and we do it by the charter, and we do it in respect to the collegial body that we are.
And I am.
Okay.
I think what Councilmember Laredo is saying is that if we're going to take an action on something, we should see all the information so we can make the right vote on what we want to confirm. So if there's names that we haven't seen before, he wants to be able to see the names instead of making this decision right on the spot. I think that's what I understand is what you were saying.
Okay.
Well, I also was trying to say that you take a look at the resumes and you make a decision, a judgment that we can support or not. But the idea that because I vacated, I appoint somebody, it doesn't make sense to me. And
I'm sorry. It's I nominate and you vote up or down. That's the way the process is
No, I'm
supposed
saying
to
it
work.
because you said the rationale is because Ed London, whom I
My
respect.
rationale. That's why I'm nominating this person. My rationale is if you come off a board and you say, this is the person I want to take my spot, that's the person I'm going to nominate for that spot.
Who I nominate and somebody else nominated, because I know Don was nominated, we have no uniform. You just decide that it's because the person who was there
On this,
before,
that's who I'm nominating,
Well, I
yes.
disagree very badly. I
Sir,
think
you
it's
just
very.
said that I'm supposed to follow the charter. I'm nominating somebody based on the process.
I'm trying to, forgetting about you, I'm trying to get a sense of working together, Mayor.
And I'm
Okay,
trying
and I
to
don't
work
think that's conducive to that spirit. That's what I'm saying.
You have the
Okay?
right to make that comment.
Mike?
Yes.
I'm a victim here, and I want you to know that as of now, I would not accept the appointment if it were given, because I think you have all done a disservice to everyone, Mr. Pritchard, to Mr. Mickelson, who
Yes.
you nominated, and to me personally. You have submitted an agenda. First of all, you sought names from people. And you sought names, and you received the name from Ed London. You received the name. There's no automatic appointment. Ed London's predecessor didn't appoint him. There's no, and this is a board. This isn't even a committee. Louis sent a name in, and I believe that Ignacio sent my name in. Those are three nominees. And if you had decided to just screen us out, what on earth were you doing sending out an agenda with only two names on it as who the nominees were for this?
I didn't send out any agenda.
Excuse me. The village did. The village sent it out officially to everybody and published it. It sent it out, and there's Appendix A, and then they forgot my resume, so it went out as Appendix B. You have gotten yourself
Well, I will
into
talk to my clerk.
Excuse me. It's
Excuse
not the
me,
clerk.
sir. Don, excuse me. You're out of order at this point.
Let me finish.
Sir, you're out of order at this
Look,
point.
this may be my last appearance before this village council for anything. I want you to understand that all of us have tried to do the right thing with respect to these appointments and whatever, even as a candidate, okay? I did not seek this candidacy because I wanted to do it. And I think my record on that and my background is very clear. You feel you had to do something and you felt you had to override everything that was done. I think you do it other than this way. And I have been a full supporter of you. I still think you are want to be a good mayor, but this is no way to run business. This is no way to treat people. And certainly in my 50 years of public service and 80 years of existence, this is the first time I have been so insulted publicly on the basis of an appointment that was supposed to be fair and democratic. And just understand that, and that's all I have to say. I regret that I will no longer be working with this village council on anything.
No, sir. No, sir. I'm going to stop you right there.
Excuse me.
Sir, no, I am going to interrupt you.
I am no longer a member of the Underground Task Force. I am going back to be a retired person who happens to live in a condominium and overlooks the ocean. But thank you for all of your courtesies. But understand that I personally am not going to be involved in this kind of a undemocratic and unfair process. I am too old and too experienced to have been embarrassed this way publicly. All right?
Don, I apologize for that.
And I no
Don,
longer.
would you do me a favor?
I'm out of here.
No,
you
no.
guys settle it yourself.
Don, I'm going to go tackle you if you don't stop. Stand there for a minute for me. Do me a favor. Do me a favor.
Yes, it was.
We're
No, it was
having,
not.
this is a very healthy debate. And we don't want to fall back into bad practices that led to its ability code.
You just did it.
Yeah, all right, but we're learning. Everybody here is doing the best they can, including the mayor. I mean, you know, this
I'm
is
sorry,
a
but
thankless
everybody
job.
had warning of what was
I know.
going on
I
here.
never
It was
knew
not
the name
handled
that got
well.
appointed. I was prepared to have.
I had no idea that this, to be completely fair and honest. Yes, Nancy.
No, let me just finish.
I'm sorry.
But I want to make sure I finish. He doesn't, and then you.
Don and I have been married for 52 years. I am an extremely spoiled person. We are out of here.
No, I think
And you can
you would
have
do us all a
whatever
disservice.
discussion you want.
What?
You guys can have whatever discussion you want.
It's
we
very.
have given up too much pro bono time. And on the pension board, you have nobody on the pension board who has pension experience. You have financial experience. This is someone who helped write the pension law. This is somebody who has helped unions and contractors working together agree as a mediator how to handle pensions. Now, do your business.
Don, I ask you as a personal favor to sleep on this. I think this is very healthy. I was very impressed with your job at the undergrounding. I think this is an extraordinarily important appointment, and I was prepared to compare resumes too, because the other one I don't know who the guy is, and vote either. I could have voted against you, but I mean, I think it's an honest, not mistake, but an oversight. And we all have to work together to move together. And so I think that I certainly apologize for the insult that you might have received. But I'm more of the school of, group therapy, get it done, and let's move on together. You're too valuable to this community. I've only asked you to sleep on it, Don.
I have been involved in this. I have to read a letter. I have been involved in various activities of the village.
I know.
Since 2012. And when I got into this condominium council, they decided to appoint me the liaison to the village. So I have been intimately involved with a whole lot of stuff for 5.5 years. All right? Aside from my other experience in my 27-page resume I sent you. The fact of the matter is that this was all avoidable. This was all deliberate. This was no mistake. This was a process that frankly could have gone many different ways but got out of hand, and nobody was minding the store. And for that, I think all of you better start thinking about what the hell else are you doing with big ticket items. The pension board's not a big ticket item. The other things that are slipping between the cracks or will slip between the cracks are big ticket items. And I'm sorry, I've done all I know how to do. I've done all I know how to do.
I asked you.
Don, I'm gonna second what Councilmember Laredo said and ask, please, that
I'd like
you
to have a
sleep on
private
this
conversation
and
with you at
that
some point.
you two talk, because
I'm going to dinner.
I can't do this job if you two walk.
I'm going to dinner.
No, you promised me, Don, you promised me
This is a
that you're
conversation
going to
that I
sleep
need to
on
have
it.
with the
I'll
Ellsworth,
sleep on it.
okay?
Oh, sleep on it.
I
That's
always
it.
sleep on major decisions.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to, I was not aware, and I'll be perfectly honest, I was not aware that this was on the, I was not aware that this was published. I thought this was simply a document amongst us. I did not realize that this was.
Mayor, you have to understand the process.
Yeah, well, I think that's fair, because the process has always been.
It's an oversight, it's not a mistake.
It was not an intentional.
I had
slight
the
to
other
anybody.
resume, so I had two resumes. The one I submitted.
Well, I knew you had resumes, and I knew they had resumes, but my conversations
But the third resume that you appointed, I don't have. I don't know the man I don't know the gentleman. I was prepared to debate the merits of my candidate versus Don, who I appreciate, because I thought, first of all, because I think we should make a ruling right now, by the way, around the process, that we had to stop having people in more than one committee. There, for example, Michelle Padovan, who's doing it's in 2 committees. We can't have people on 2 committees. But the point is, it's an oversight. I think it's a very important appointment because our employees look to this board to give them a fair, and it was a big hole to fill with Ed leaving. And that's why I recruited a businessman who is both a businessman and is running his own funds that I thought, but then I was prepared to debate it. But just this arbitrary appointment is not the spirit.
How about
Wes's name was submitted. I don't know when Wes's name you submitted to Wes's name, but it was a while ago. It was quite a long time ago.
Wow.
And I'd had conversations, and to be fair, I'd had conversations with other people about what my philosophy was on this, with members of the public who just left. And I explained that this was the philosophy I had, was that if you were leaving a board, if you're up here, then I'm going to appoint the person you want to replace you. And I really didn't think, and I saw this and I thought it was an oversight. I really did not know this was a public record. And I think we have to have that discussion. I don't know what basis this has. I mean, what is this? What
do you mean a public record? You don't think we need to know who the appointments are?
The name had been submitted. The name was.
I don't remember. I didn't
it was a long time ago. It was one of the first things that happened.
I'm not familiar with what document that you're talking about.
This boards and committees.
Oh, it's in the backup? In the agenda
it was in
backup?
the backup. I didn't realize that this was made a public document. I didn't know this was part of our agenda. I thought this was being submitted to us. We received this on January 4th or 5th. So,
but what you're saying is, though, to confirm the appointments, we need to at least see who was the nominated people and what their resumes are, so we all can read it. So when the mayor makes his suggestion, we need to affirm it, because I don't know who the person that he might be appointing, but I might know the guy that you're appointing. So how am I supposed to vote yes or no?
So why don't we take a step back here?
Well, we're going to have to say,
obviously. Okay, so let's table this action that we're appointing people tonight. Let's discuss the right process that we all agree upon to do this, which seems relatively simple to me, because I think that people can submit resumes and we can see these names, and there's a document that shows everybody that's been nominated, and then we come to a meeting. You can make an appointment.
I make a nomination.
You make a nomination, and then we have a discussion. And we choose not to have a discussion. We can just move it and go. But it's a 2-step process. It sounds like that would be the way to handle it, so everyone feels fairly represented. I can see why there was frustration.
No, I get his frustration, and I feel badly for him, and I feel
and we need to make sure the document is accurate.
Yes. I mean, I saw this and had no inkling it was a public document. I saw it as something we were sent about a week and a half ago.
So let's make sure we have somebody actually will, Ignacio, I think since you nominated Don, you can have a discussion with him to see whether he wants to keep his name in the pot or not.
Well, more importantly, Kathy, is that he doesn't resign from the utility underground.
That's a second.
I think very importantly that he keeps his name in this contention
appointing him because he's on that
expert nationally.
Because I don't believe 2 people that should be in 2 committees. So
I think some of these rules that you're mentioning might be good. I don't know if they're
not 2 committees. I'm not sure we have as many rear ends to fill seats as we would like.
That we don't have enough people?
I mean, there's
sometimes we run
oh my God, let me tell you something. There are so many talented people.
So anyway,
okay.
No, because we
just
got to have this conversation on.
You had the conversation.
Okay, so I think we have to come back with a policy for next meeting. I'd like to see something where
I like
Katie,
the idea.
once you work it.
Okay, I like the idea of having people only on one committee. I also like the idea potentially, and I don't know if we can do it. We have 11 committees here. it would be nice to have 7.
Okay.
Can we get there?
And I think actually the landscape committees is a manager's, and I think that needs to come back.
That's 12.
I don't agree. I mean, I agree in terms of spreading us too thin.
Yes.
But that would be the end of it. And the idea of just picking a number based on us instead of the needs of the community,
That's right.
I think is not the way. We
Okay.
may need to look at our committees.
I mean,
I definitely think we need to look at land acquisition, because what I get from them is a tremendous amount of frustration of they're not sure anymore exactly what they're supposed to be
Right.
doing. And I think it's why they're not meeting. I'm not saying they shouldn't exist, but they need some guidance from us if they're going to exist. Or maybe
I
they
mean,
shouldn't.
the
I
flip
don't know.
side I would add to this is that a lot of these things could potentially be handled not necessarily with a committee, and we need to kind of look at these committees. I love the dog park committee. Do we need a dog park committee?
Now that the park is up and functioning.
The park is up and functioning. Most committees should have a finite time.
Absolutely.
And is that something that needs to continue? And that one was my baby. But we need to think about this, because if we have too many committees, none of this is getting done, and we're not doing a good service to the public. So we need
I'm fine with the editing, but I don't want to pick a number
The dog park
based on
committee
us.
actually does something. They actually put on a Halloween, they do all these other events there. So that's
They
one of the
do.
committees that actually does something. So even though the dog park is none, they basically have the policy of running the dog park and trying
Okay,
to.
but
So, I mean,
they're running the dog park. Should that be handled under Parks and Rec? And have
No, when I say park,
parties?
they're with Todd, they're doing it. But my point is, Board of Magistrates, there's no reason why we do anything with them. I mean, really, they have 1 or 2 things a year, possibly. So it's something.
All
I'm saying, as far as having, be on that committee, it's not a big job to have somebody have that committee assignment on this board as a second committee. That's all I'm really saying. It's, there's very little to do.
Okay.
That's all.
So,
look, the big picture here to conclude this
Yes.
is that I feel very comfortable, I've been around, very comfortable with you all 6. And we're different, we come from different backgrounds. I met some of you recently. I saw your campaign. I saw your campaign and the vice mayor. I tried to help in that. I'd love to keep us a group together, given some other experiences that this council has had. So I don't want this to destroy that spirit. I think it's constructive so that we can all kind of know each other's power, to be honest with you, by the charter, and work together, because otherwise we're going to start falling into, antagonisms. And I think we're a very nice group, and I want to keep it that way. And so I think that this is very healthy at the end of the day. And to efficiency, I agree with you. I think some of these things, land acquisition, for example, is difficult because we are in it's a negotiation. So, but let's move on and next. And
Mr. Mayor, for clarification then, is this going to be tabled to the next meeting, all the appointments?
we're going to table I'm going to table the pension board because,
We got it.
And what's that?
We got one.
Yeah, I think we all understand why we're not going to make a decision on that one tonight. I only had one nominee for the Board of Special Magistrates. So, my feeling is if I get one nominee for a board, I'm not going to hold back. Is that?
I'll be a liaison if you want me to.
Who's that?
That's Karen Urente was nominated.
Well, let me tell you, I spoke to her, and she understood that I said I was going to bring it to your attention, that I deeply believe that you shouldn't have two people in 2 committees. I'm very upfront, and she said, I understand. Don't take me out of art and public places. So you ought to go back to her. But I think we should start the practice.
How does everyone else feel?
Okay,
about
why don't we take my point and appoint her as an exception, because I think she's a very.
Well, but you can't.
Okay.
Let's have a vote.
About
she was
whether
So
or
I'm
not
going to need a vote for.
What? All the thing. You point them, we confirm or deny.
That's right. That's right. So I'm appointing Karen.
Fine. Call the question.
All in favor? All
Aye.
opposed?
Aye.
Okay. Nobody,
Mr. Mayor, I need then confirmations from then for the previous boards.
okay.
Start from the beginning. Art and public.
Art in Public Places has nobody. We're looking for liaison. Dog Park Committee, Tracy Ellis, only person nominated. Opposed? Okay.
Motion carries.
Okay, the only three nominees I have are Jeffrey Gonzalez, Oscar Sardinas, and Vanessa Sanz.
Those are the nominees.
Education Advisory Board.
But there's a lady by the name of Patricia Agostini that I submitted the name to the clerk.
I did not see that.
Well, I want to go take a break.
You know what? There's another member who's looking to step down. Patricia would be an excellent addition. We could add her next week.
Okay. Good. Okay, opposed?
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Skip that one. Board of Magistrates is good. The only one for Village Advisory, Athletic Advisory Board was Augusto Granados.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
And that was it.
Fine.
All right, that was fun. And now Luis Laredo's item is
Sorry.
up.
If we're looking I'm sorry, Ed, but before we get off of these committees, if we're looking to do like a subcommittee of council, whatever they're called, for the investment committee, are we sunsetting this?
I think we have to sunset it the next
And,
meeting.
okay.
Once we have the other one in place, I think what we'll do is we'll sunset it.
Have we formed that committee already? The subcommittee, is that formed?
No, they're going to work on it and bring it back.
Bring it back.
Yeah, and just so you know, on the investment committee, the ordinance that created it said by majority of council, you can dissolve it. So
Does
you
it
can
have
do
to be an
anytime.
odd number on that board?
On the committee, the subcommittee of the council, the only thing that I would suggest is that you have less than 4, because you don't want it to be a quorum of the council.
No, I feel badly though. He feels insulted. That was.
So it has to be 3 is a big issue.
I didn't realize the names were there because I had a conversation with him and I said, not this time. Next
All right.
time, I'm happy. I would propose him.
Michael.
All right, the Oasis Cafeteria.
Should we skip to the next
Let's
one?
skip to the next one. We'll go to the next one. You can.
It's update on Ultra meetings and status of methods of transportation. Mayor Davey.
Okay. I will tell you, you all saw the letter I received from Sandy York, I believe is General Counsel. Ray Martinez was also in the meeting. I know that they've met with the manager and chief press, as well as others. I will tell you, they came to, it was nice of them. They came out, they said all the right things. I told them that, I don't see how they're going to do it. I hope I'm wrong, but I don't see how they're going to pull this off with 60,000 people on Virginia Key, getting them on and getting them off. But if the manager could maybe illuminate a little bit more of where we are, what they've given us.
Sure. So actually today, Chief Press and I and our engineer and a representative from Carlton Fields met with the city of Miami. We have had previously at least one formal meeting with the city of Miami. We've been in communication via email, text, phone with the city of Miami. Our team intentionally focused on the relationship with Miami, and we didn't really engage with Ultra. However, Chief Press on the police level has been in touch with Miami-Dade County Police, as well as City of Miami Police, and as well as Ray Martinez. I think that this afternoon's meeting, I had to leave early. It started at 4:30 this afternoon. I would say that the city was receptive to the feedback that we provided on January 11th. We did work with our engineer to review the MOT that was provided, including some iterations of the MOT. We are continuing to critique and provide our feedback. I think the proof in the pudding as to whether we're being taken seriously or not is going to be how the city responds with Ultra with regard to our request. If I may, Mayor, I'd like to invite Chief Press up to give us a recap.
Please.
And this, he and I haven't spoken really since I left the meeting, but.
Give me 1 second to just gather my notes from today's meeting. So after the manager left, we had a long discussion initially with Ray Martinez regarding the MOT. I need to preface the fact that the MOT is what they have presented in 2, 3, 4 versions to the city of Miami as part of their contractual agreements. However, it was more of a mere diagram showing the routes that they were going to use for the Ultra. It had very little actual data attached to it. The discussion was about how many buses they were going to use, what locations they were going to deliver those buses from and to, how many water taxis they were going to use. They discussed 49 vessels that are going to be allowed and permitted to be in the water basin and no further vessels. Interesting thing, they talked about the fact that FWC is requiring every one of those vessels to watch a manatee safety video and sign a waiver saying that they watched it and they'll try to protect manatees. The ride share and drop off at Arthur Lamb Road leads us to some concerns. We talked about the fact that it would be wonderful, since they have regarded this as a mass transportation event, that they discourage the availability of any drop-off sites at all. Ray smiled and said that they would consider that. I don't think that they're going to. There is going to be a tremendous amount, I believe, of ride share, Uber, Lyft vehicles that are going to be taking these attendees to and from. We discussed, the fact that they have taken in the past, per what Ray said, that they were going to, they've identified the peak hours when people show up. And so when I asked what the peak hours for today were for this event, he stated that they really couldn't compare to what happened in Bayfront because the hours are different. However, he did suggest, and he honestly suggested, that the peak hours would be anywhere between 6, 7, and 8 o'clock p.m. My concern, the manager's concern, our engineer's concern is that on Saturday and Sunday at 7 p.m., the state park empties, the county park empties by rule of law, and the most of the marina empties out at the same time, that they are bringing in the lion's share of the people attending the concert. There are 2 turnaround points on the causeway that are of concern to us, especially with the use of the large buses that they're using. They're going to be employing the large Academy-style buses. When they go to make their U-turns, obviously they can't do it quickly like a car. So when you start to think about their drop-off points and their points of movement, they are we're talking about tying up traffic outbound of the village during those peak hours. That I don't see any way that that cannot be critical for us. I don't see a way that they can manage that as good a plan, and having all the county cops that they have out there, they still have to stop traffic to turn buses around. Vehicles have to be turned around if they want to attend Rusty Pelican, if they want to drop off for Uber, et cetera. So when you put that dynamic together, I think that that's critical to what we're looking at, especially in terms of how many buses they'll actually be moving during the peak time. They discussed at the end of the evening, they were taking over a lane of traffic, which I concur is a great idea, but that's going to be at 2 o'clock in the morning. And the interesting thing was when they talked about a consistent flow of bus traffic throughout the event, it's not like the boat show. The way they see it, there won't be a lot of buses going on during the off-peak hours at all for people to leave the event. So they foresee when you get there, you stay there. The diehards at 2 p.m. I think it was originally spoken about a noon to 2 a.m. on the weekend. It's now 2 p.m. to 2 a.m. It's a 12-hour day. But their impetus is going to be on getting people in, and nobody really leaves. They have a system of computerizing the entry bands for the attendees. You're not allowed to leave the venue at all. The computer will shut off your access once you've stepped out of the venue. Therefore, they're encouraging people to stay throughout the entire event if they're going to go there. When we talked about some of the data that we need and had further discussions with our team, the original contract with the City of Miami calls for 8 or 9 specific data-driven processes that they have to provide by contract in order to make this MOT a viable document. As of right now, that hasn't been provided. I'm not saying it won't be. I don't know whether they are or not, but that has not been provided. And as far as I'm concerned, the elephant in the room was the fact that they have not shared the MOT with Miami-Dade County. Miami-Dade County owns the roadway. Miami-Dade County has to approve the MOT, and Miami-Dade County Police haven't even been able to comment on it. They're developing their own plan. So what we're seeing right now is a concept very similar to the boat show. For all intents and purposes, if everything went absolutely perfect and great, you're still comparing apples and oranges. A boat show that brings in about 25,000 people throughout the entire day, coming and going, and an event that brings the majority of their 60,000 attendees at the same time that we're going to be pushing out thousands of attendees from the park systems that are here, provided that's a clean weekend. So that is still a concern for us, and they did promise to meet with the enforcement agencies rather quickly so that we could have our continued input on it. They spoke about the environment after the manager had to leave. They had a representative who spoke very eloquently about the experts that they brought in to protect the environment from radical noise and things like plans for trash pickup, recycling, the inability of people to use straws, styrofoam, plastic cups, this, that, and the other. And that's part of their plan. So in that context, they're looking at trying to control the amount of garbage that'll be generated by the 60,000 people. They spoke about the new sound mitigation systems that are around today that they feel will dramatically reduce the impact of any sound that their stages are going to create. And the impact would be felt by the concert goers and not within 60 to 80 feet past those major speaker systems. They say they've tested it and they found it to be viable. In the contract, it calls for 110 decibels at 100 feet. That would be similar to us having a screaming match here, and we would reach those 110 decibels. So if there is new sound technology, I hope it works because they have been working with the Seaquarium. They've talked about mitigating any issues with some of the wildlife there. They've met several times with Rasmus and are working with them to assist them in some of the issues that they're going to have with all of their, testing that they do over there and the millions of dollars worth of species that they're raising over there. Unfortunately, due to the government shutdown, NOAA has been a no-show, so they haven't been able to have any conversation with NOAA at all to this date. But this remains a very fluid process. We probably will not have a definitive plan within the next few days until it reaches Miami-Dade County's hands, at which point they're going to do whatever they have to do to provide a concrete final MOT, which, by the way, will never be concrete. This will be similar to what we've done in the boat show. It'll be a living document. We'll move on the fly as things present themselves. If we see something is not working, we make that change. If we see something is working and we could do it better, we make that change also. So this is going to be throughout the entire event and into the event itself. They're calling for, the city of Miami is asking for a meeting of the same group, but to include Miami-Dade County around February, around the same time as today. So anywhere in the first week and a half of February. The Ultra people made it very clear, one of their designees, that they're behind the gun too, because this came about very late when the city canceled their contract at Bayfront Park. So they've been working feverishly to try and get a plan done and to do all the right things to make everybody as happy as they could possibly make them. Very professional, very open to suggestion. However, open to suggestion is one thing, actually taking those suggestions into account and doing something with them is another thing altogether. And we won't know that until we actually see this plan come together in fruition with all the parties that are a part of this. Any other specific thoughts or questions?
No.
I just want to congratulate you and the manager for, and I think it's important for our citizens to understand in simple terms what's going on. All of this effort is to try to mitigate and to cause the least damage to our citizens and taxpayers on an event that has been scheduled on an island that we have no control over. We don't own it. But at the same time, it has to be expresses our responsibility, and I also applaud the manager's quote on the Herald, because from the management point of view, cooperation is something we're trying to do for the city of Miami looking long term. But we have to be steadfast that this council is on record, and we all went to the meetings, both present and past, and fought and got this process going because of our presence and the mayor's presence, that we're opposed to it. We're not giving up on that policy decision. You know, so it's two parallel tracks that our citizens need to understand, that we're not giving up the fight, but we have to protect our citizens and minimize that damage. It's a simple scheme, but that's the way people ask me, and I try to explain it, that it's not like we're giving up.
No, I don't think
that's not on your pay grade. You leave the politics to us, but I mean, it's important to know what the policy is.
Trust me, I don't want to do politics.
Exactly.
But, I would say that it's very clear that we are not there to kumbaya.
Okay.
We're there to support the village of Key Biscayne and to provide legitimate input into how we feel we can help mitigate, should the show go on, the impact to our citizens, but not just our citizens. There's many stakeholders involved here. There's a state park that we support fully. There's other entities. And by the way, one thing they said, which I thought was outstanding for us in a way, they're pretty much controlling all the parking spots at the Seaquarium. The Seaquarium will be open for business on Saturday and Sunday from 10 to 6, using only a third of their parking lot for themselves. The Ultra people have purchased the rest of that parking lot and don't intend to use the spaces for anything but handicap, which probably will not generate a tremendous amount of traffic, and their own staff, which is going to be there from start to finish. So the idea that they did that to mitigate that constant crossing of the street of pedestrians and vehicles will certainly help produce a smoother traffic control plan. So that much I really have to applaud, because it's a step in the right direction to help us out.
Thanks, Chief.
Yes,
Can
ma'am.
I just add something? I just wanted to mention this to everybody, and it's correlated. Chief Press and I are going tomorrow actually to meet with the people that are putting on the boat show. And we're going to have a discussion with them about their traffic and what they're doing. They told me that they made some changes to the event that should help our traffic, and he's going to be there to tell me whether that's true or not. And also, I'm hoping that we can use that as a measurement when we look at the attendance of the boat show relative to Ultra, and we should hopefully get some good data of what this does to our community, these different events.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Thanks, Chief.
Thank you.
The next item is Oasis.
Sorry, Mayor, if I may. So when we initially decided to engage and assemble the team, I asked that we cap the expenditure authority, and we did that. The total allocation for the team was $30,000. That's pretty much going to be spent once we get through the next step in our process, which I can share with you each individually. I did ask for sort of a task-based timeline from some of the team members to try to assemble a budget projection that I would like to get authorization from the council to proceed. I think to get us through the event and through the 60-day post-event window, which is the time period in which we can review and reflect upon what had happened. And contractually, the city of Miami at that point has the option to potentially not renew the license agreement. The estimates that I'm getting from the team cumulatively to get us through that point is about $50,000. So I'm going to make a request that if the village wants to pursue and continue in the way that we're going, at the pace that we're going, we need a $50,000 allocation. As of now, you saw where we were kind of with the budget. I know things are tight, but I think my recommendation at this point is to use the working capital to fund this, specifically a line item in the budget for Ultra.
So you're asking for authority to go from 30 to 50?
An additional 50.
So it's 80.
It'll be 80.
I trust that, and I witnessed something I dropped by your office when a lawyer was calling you to give you some information that was not relevant, and you told him, don't charge me. So I'm serious. I mean, you're on top of our outside legal,
yes,
which are very good, but we need to be always conscious that could be a billing.
Correct. So we've only asked them to come when other attorneys are present, for example.
Okay. Councilmember Lennon?
We don't know if they're going to listen to anything we say. They don't have to listen to anything they say. As Chief said, they listen, but will they do anything? We don't know. And whether we spend 20, 30, 50, or 80,000 probably make no difference whatsoever. So as far as I'm concerned, we spent enough money. I'm against spending any more.
Councilmember Segurola.
If I may, I'm in favor of granting the manager the authority. This $50,000 isn't just for the lawyers, it's for the traffic engineer that we've hired. In the next month alone, they're going to be putting out people in order to get data from the boat show that could be extrapolated and used for anything that comes down the pipe with Ultra. If we hope to be in any sort of position to substantiate any problems that we believe will pop up or do pop up, we need this information. Without that, we will just basically guessing and begging. For that reason, I talked to the manager at length about the work being done by the expert. She's filled me in on what she and the chief have done, and I know what the attorneys are doing. I believe it's money well spent, because if not, we might as well just throw up our hands and say, forget it, do whatever you want.
Which they're going to do.
Well, but I think having attorneys there, again, it's not about litigation. It's about making sure that we have somebody there that we can talk to go over the issues. I understand your concern. I'm not thrilled with spending another $50,000, but
pissing in the wind.
Well, I want to clarify the record, because you misunderstood me, and perhaps he misunderstood me. I wasn't suggesting that this increase goes to lawyers. I was just saying the managing of those 20,000 for lawyers are two separate issues. I think it's a solid recommendation, and just to give you a little bit, it's also a new approach. We have had more internal working relationships, with developing relationships. If I am not naive, Mr. London, or any, that they're going to take our advice, but suffice it to say, comparatively speaking, since you and I are number people, we spend $1.3 million in another strategy with the other issue, and we got nowhere and a lot of bad will. So I think this is a good investment on a new methodology, because we have to learn to figure out a way to live with the owners of that island and the other municipalities. So I support, and I so move, the approval of the additional $50,000, and I am assured that she's watching every dollar.
Sorry, go ahead.
Okay.
I just had one quick question. With that money, will we also get data through Ultra, and so that we can do this comparison? It's not just going to be traffic studies leading up to Ultra, but we need to know what's happening during the event also.
This work authorization does not include data collection during Ultra. It only includes data collection analysis for the boat show. I could probably get some rough estimates. I mean, based on what I have here for a 2-3 day event, perhaps another 10,000 would get us through collection of data for Ultra, if that's something that you're interested in.
I mean, I think it's incredibly important that we have this data. I get what you say, it's not going to necessarily change anything, but we have nothing to base an argument on if we don't have facts. And we have never collected facts.
What are we going to argue about?
Subsequent to the event.
And if something goes wrong, if it reaches a level that is unsustainable for our community, we can't just say, oh, it was uncomfortable. We can say, look, this is what happened. This is the wait times that occurred. Okay. This is the quantity of people that were at your event. This is what it did to us. How can we mitigate that, whether it's with the city or with the county? And if it doesn't happen, then we know what we can withstand. And when they plan other events, we'll have an understanding based on that.
May, just so that we get the facts right. Sorry.
The data collection during the event makes perfect sense to me. I'm not sure exactly what we're going to get from data from the boat show. I wonder if someone could explain to me. My experience with the boat show is it's people coming and going throughout the event. We're talking about Ultra, everyone's going to be leaving at the same time, the bulk of people coming at the same time, which is, of course, the perfect storm with the park's departure simultaneously. But I don't get, like, if we see, like, whoa, the boat show did it great, are they honestly going to change their MOT? Because we're like, well, we have a consultant that said the boat show brought in a fraction of the people over a 4-hour period, and it went better than what we expect you're going to do?
I guess I would say that was the event that we feared to begin with, and yet we don't have any data on that event either. So we will collect data on no event, we will collect data on a boat show size event, and then an ultra size event, and then we have
to have a comparison.
To have a comparison.
So it's more, sorry, in case something goes wrong, that we have a bigger picture than it is gathering information that's somehow going to help us get through Ultra.
Wait, hold on. No, Councilmember Laredo.
No, and we need to remind ourselves how much we accomplished that day. This was a contract that was multi-year with 24 hours renewal. They were going to do it 24 hours, renew it. And we stopped that. It cost them a lot of money, increasingly. They have now created a whole industry because they've hired, I went to one of their meetings, they hired like 10 consultants. Good, we need the employment. But that is the strategy that we accomplished needs to now be backed up. One, to try to stop it this year. But if not, and the commitment from the city, and that's why they shorten it, is we'll review all of these things that we are asking you to do for the possibility of renewal. So it's consistent with what we accomplished in that terrible day in November, and which is a lot. People need to know that it was a lot. And so this is the support for that.
To take it one step further, aside from everything with the boat show and Ultra, what we're also doing is laying the groundwork for a long-lasting relationship with the city. More events are coming of all sizes, from tiny to ultra size. By gathering information, we can start to figure out what the parameters are of what's acceptable and what isn't. So it's not just for this one event, it's not for the boat show, it's a long-standing thing. And we need that, like Katie said, we don't have numbers. We can't just say, gee, I was in traffic too long.
I think there's a motion on the table, right? Councilman Laredo, you made a motion?
Yes, sir. To move to support the manager's request for $50,000.
For the 50 or the 60?
I would rather go for the 60 so that we can have.
Done with it.
Oh, 60, I'm sorry.
So we can have the data throughout the festival.
That's fine. I amend the motion to 60.
Can I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Oasis Cafeteria. Councilmember Laredo.
Well, all of us know the historical content of the Oasis. It's part of our culture. It burned down 2 years ago. It's in a very significant entry point. And the bottom line is that 2 years later, it's still the same. I don't know if they're going to have any representative. I'm sure that I would like very much to have our people, but if they would, my involvement in this was that they are playing with us and stuff. First of all, trailing on truth. Let me just tell you that they got a 6-month extension. Which is December 31st. They waited until the 11th or 12th to file for an extension, which would have been 75 days, knowing that they would get all of January and February free. That's about 50 days. And hopefully, if they got the $75, they would get basically almost 6 months. And to ask for that request, this is a typical case of due process abuse. They actually said, and I quote, that municipality expressed interest in taking ownership. So that their delay, they blamed us because whoever that is, I don't know what, I'd like to know how we're going to get that information. I would hope that they would show up, but obviously they don't want to show up. Because, but also, to be honest with you, it gave me a view about our own enforcement mechanisms. Why is this thing happening? For example, they put up a sign that I found out one day when I was there 7 in the morning or 6:30 in the morning. I asked the manager and how do you put up a big sign? And you know what they got? They didn't get a fine. They got what is it?
A warning issue.
A warning. So you commit something, and don't tell me that you don't know that you have to get a sign if you're a businessman in any community. So I wanted to bring this to your attention because it's just, first of all, the issue of Oasis, but in general, and you all have heard, I'm sure, very strict enforcement on minor things in homes. So I'm sitting here watching this disgraceful place. It's an eyesore, it's a potential liability because the passage between that fence, which half the time is knocked down, for an accident to happen is just tailor-made. And 2 years, by the way, I checked with a lot of my contacts in other municipalities, and it was a consensus that they would never allow anything like this to stand. Imagine in a community like us, and with the kind of taxpayer burden that we have, to see that there. So I'd like to get a report from the manager of where we are and why is this thing went as long as it did. And it's quoted in the paper that they met on the 10th or 11th, and I quote, with our staff of December, and that we had made that we have something to the effect that it was a very positive meeting, our person speaking to the press, and yet on the next day, they filed this outrageous petition, which blames us for the delay and because somebody is negotiating with them. So 2 and 2 is usually 4, and it doesn't square with me. So every time I dug in, I got more concerned.
So what's your proposal?
I'm trying to get a report. and air this out to see where we are and where are we going.
Yes, thank you. So, a little bit of background. Councilmember Laredo and I met with the building official probably four or 5 weeks ago. At that point, I asked staff to be doing daily inspections and monitor the progress of the work being done at the Oasis. Although a warning had been issued initially for the sign, the case is being scheduled to go before the Special Magistrate Board so that an order imposing fines can be assessed per diem for the sign. In addition, we discovered, because of Councilmember Laredo, that there had been an AC replacement done without a permit. A citation for work without permit was issued on that case, and daily fines have been accruing. So that's the most recent history. I have asked.
But that happened after I brought it up?
This is since you and I have met.
So in other words, they did in fact act illegally.
Correct.
In other words, when you violate.
Let her finish. Let her finish.
So I met with Sergio Ascunce, our building director, and I asked that he do a very thorough research on the history of the parcel, what decisions had been made. In the briefings that I had with each of you, I walked you through some of the concerns that I have and that I'm looking into. With that said, I'd like to invite Mayor Sergio up to be able to speak on behalf of the building department. Unfortunately, the building official is not in town, but at the end of the day, Sergio is responsible as well, so he can speak to a more thorough report.
Oh, excuse me, Mayor, can I have a motion to extend?
Motion to extend for 10 minutes.
10 minutes.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Good evening, Mayor, council members. Very brief. The current status of the unsafe structures, which is the portion of the cafe, Oasis Cafe, that burned down and is now being reconstructed, is it is set, at this point, it's set for hearing with the Unsafe Structures Board for February 13th. In the meantime, attorneys have been discussing a possible agreement not to go to the board and to seek some kind of agreement for a timeline. And that conversation with council is pending. But in the past, the contractor has not afforded us a revised timeline. Now, going back a little bit, the fire scene happened in January 2017. They came forward with their permits on November 2017, and they were back and forth in the building department. In February, early February, we saw that they were kind of delaying, so we initiated an unsafe structures action to take them to the board for demolition. We requested demolition. The board, unfortunately, gave them an order to repair and gave them 180 days, 6 months to complete. At that point, the contractor did submit a timeline for completion within the 180 days. We continued to monitor, and it was on September 17th, a little over 3 months prior to the expiration of the 180 days being December 30th, that we contacted the contractor, and we were concerned that the timeline wasn't being met. We asked them for an updated timeline for construction. They did not give it to it. On October 5th, a couple of weeks after that, we met with council to start looking at our options. Mind you, it's still 3 months out. And we finally got in a meeting with the contractor and the owner on December 10th. And we told them, you know, what's the progress? We haven't received the timeline. We're going to seek demolition because you're just days away from the order of the unsafe structures from expiring. So the next day, they filed a motion for an extension, which they had the right to. Unfortunately, the county did not schedule them for the January meeting. They scheduled them for the February meeting. So that kind of added an extra month to that timeline. But in the interim, we have been doing the daily inspections to see what kind of progress they're making. And because of that pressure that we put on them, they have been building quickly. So as of today, they've poured columns, they raised walls, and they're in the process of securing. Their council has stated that, as an informal timeline, that by February 5th, they will have the roof and all the walls in place. By February 26th, I believe is the date, they'll have the electrical and plumbing in place. But that's the only timeline they've given us at this point. It's by the attorneys. It's not official. So we're in the process of possibly getting an official timeline to see where they're going to be and in what time, and if that is acceptable to us or not, to avoid a demolition, because we're going to be present at the February 13th meeting, and we're going to talk about, demolishing and raising that building in whatever form it currently is. So that's the status. As far as the sign got put up. We issued a notice of violation. They do get violation fees when they pull their permits. You get the double fees plus a fine. Plus, as the manager stated, it is going before the special magistrate for daily fines. The same with the air conditioning. We were referred to the fact that they installed an AC. The AC is not visible, readily visible from the street because of the height and the location back in the middle of the building. But because we received that, we actually got access to the roof. Certain enough, you can see where it's new work, and that's been accruing a daily fine as well. So they're under pressure. The contractor was in the office this morning. I don't know if he submitted for the AC permit, but in the meantime, it is accruing daily fines, and that will also go before the special magistrate eventually as well. So that's kind of where we stand. They are moving as far as construction to button up the structure and secure it. I suspect that if it does go before the Board of Unsafe Structures, that is what they're going to claim, that the structure is now safe, even though it continues to be a construction site per se. It is screened. They have cleaned it up. When they finish, they will be required to put in all the landscape that was originally required, so that will be in place. And hopefully we'll see what happens, but we continue to pressure them on a daily basis with our continuing inspections as well. Okay. Any questions?
That's it. Keep the pressure up.
I think you've done everything you can possibly do.
Keep it up.
Is there a restriction by which they have to finish this project? Is there or not?
They had one, the 180 days, which ended on December 30th. But the order does give them the opportunity to obtain one extension. And because they applied for that extension prior to the expiration, they kind of got a stay on that. Otherwise,
let me just add to the fact that, excuse me for interrupting, they strategically filed it knowing that there was the holidays and the 30-day requirement, so they would get to February. Right. So the pattern of the violations, technical as well as the spirit, that sign, the air conditioning, whenever they get an inspection, they put up, if you go by there every day, they put up 2 little pieces of wood, and then they disappear. This is a grotesque, I don't know where you guys are, but this is one of the things that I get hit all the time by people, because it is a very major eyesore, and it has a whole lot of, I find it, contrary to my friend Ed, I don't find the enforcement forceful enough.
I heard what he said.
Yeah, but I have my opinion, and I've done a lot of work. Do you and your professional, because I know your quote in the paper said that you had a very good meeting with them on the 10th, and then they turn around and they stab you in the back on the 11th. They're very amiable. They're very appreciative of our patience.
Yeah.
So, I mean, this is ridiculous. I think I'm glad that we're moving, but what I'm trying to show is that it should not be the burden of a elected village council to do this. Right. It should be part of the DNA of the department that makes this happen. And that's something we need to look at, Mr. London, when you review best practices with your consultant. So, we'll just see. But now we're basically, so that we're stuck to February 15th and or 75 days after that.
Let's go.
Okay.
Next.
Real quick, next item.
Trash cans in single-family districts, current ordinance and suggestions for the future, Mayor Davey.
Okay, essentially, former Councilmember De La Cruz brought this up. Essentially, we've got.
I move it. Do you want to move it?
There's nothing to move. Just let me make
okay.
a statement, and then we'll move on from there. Basically, well, there may be something to move, but so people are leaving their trash cans out almost permanently in some locations, and we have something on the books. We have, what is it, 5 point, I forget, is it 30 dash?
The nuisance ordinance?
The nuisance, well, there's the ordinance where they're allowed to put it out 24 hours prior to pickup, then they have to remove it. right? We have that in the ordinance.
You have to remove it for how long after pickup?
I think you have.
Get to it.
Right, I think you have 20, I think you have until the end, to the next day. I forget where it was.
It says, unless otherwise provided in the code, the responsible party shall legally dispose of all solid waste in a container and shall not deposit, store, maintain, or relocate such solid waste to the public right away other than 24 hours prior to a scheduled pickup.
But I thought there was something about the removal of the, okay, but I thought we had something on our books about the containers had to be hidden from view. There's something, and I can't find it on my.
24 hours.
24 hours. So my point is, what we're doing, people are just leaving them out. So my thinking is, again, goes to enforcement, when code enforcement's driving around and they see these things and it's not on a day of pickup, they should be just telling the people, start by giving them some sort of warning, saying, hey, you can't leave this out here all day. You've got to remove it back behind a fence. You know, but we've got to be better about this. This is not just Luis de la Cruz. There's a number of people who've complained about this, and I think it's something.
Bulk trash too is not supposed to be out.
Is going out really early.
Yeah, and I think those are violated. But I think what we can start with, and what I'd like to do is for the council to direct the manager to direct staff to say, hey, let's start pushing a little bit of enforcement on this. Let's make sure people are aware. Yeah. I'm not saying write violations, but warn them. Give them a heads up that we're going to start getting a little more aggressive with this. We don't want to see this out there anymore.
I think it's a great step, because if you look at specifically some of the ones that Lucho was speaking about earlier, they've built a little pad.
Right, that's right.
Like, they clearly don't know they shouldn't be there. But I'm going to throw one more thing on top of this garbage pile. They have got to put them back to the side yard.
That's right.
The last time we talked about this, for like the next couple of weeks, it was amazing. The other day, I left in a hurry. I ran over my own garbage pail because I hadn't put it back. So if we're paying for that service, it should be happening.
So our current ordinance 5.3, 10D, does say the 24 hours before, but it does not address the afterwards.
I thought there was something in our, okay, so
No.
then we've got to make, I thought we had something in there. Chad, if there isn't something that requires them to remove it?
We'll look. If there's not, we'll put
Yeah.
something.
Say that by the end of
We
that.
we've done a study of what other municipalities do, and we can bring forward suggestions if that's the direction. However, our contract with our waste management is that it does not, it's not only curbside, but it's side yard.
So they have to put it in the side yard.
No, well, yeah,
They
they
can-
can pick it up on the side yard and bring it back and dispose of it and then take it back. However, what I've been told that's happening is that not everybody has accessible side yards.
Right.
Yeah.
So that's not always what, but our contract does include side
No,
yard
but look,
service.
if an owner brings it out, right, your side yard's not accessible, so you bring your trash
Correct,
out.
correct.
Then you have the responsibility. We're not going to find Waste Management or whoever
Right.
our contractor is. We're going to find the homeowners eventually if this doesn't get corrected.
But we are on top. One thing to notice is every other day we have a different type of pickup. One day we may have garbage.
understand.
A couple days later, we may have the recycling. So it's not the same can, so we may be seeing cans out there continuously because of the difference.
And that's fair, but let's take care of what we can take
No,
care of.
There are
We're gonna-
definitely people, though, who don't understand what the rule is and have put a really nice little place for them to keep their cans right
Yeah.
there in the swale.
Yeah, we would need some teeth in our ordinance to,
Well, then let's
for that
bring it back.
time
Let's get some
afterwards
teeth.
and to be out of sight.
Okay.
And I
But can
think
we make
take
sure they
care of.
put the side yard back?
Yes, we'll talk about that in the.
Yes, and we have to define what out of sight means, because somebody can put it on the street and put something in front of it. Is that okay with us, or does it have to have a minimum amount of feet away from the front of the of a street? It has to be a certain amount of feet away, because if you say side yard, people are not really sure what side yard is. Do they have accessibility? So whatever we policy-wise put it there, we gotta do it so it's enforceable.
That would mean
some proposals.
That would mean maybe a structural screen, which may not be allowed in the front yard.
Exactly.
So
Come back with proposals.
come back with
that's all.
proposed ordinances, please.
We have added things now, right?
No, we have two more, and then.
Update
four
on,
more.
update on Causeway meetings and next steps
Okay,
meeting.
very quickly, I met with Bernard Siskovich over the holidays. Nice guy, gave an interesting proposal. I'm intrigued by it. They're talking about this P3, public-private partnership. I am amenable. My concern to him that I expressed was that I want to make sure that our traffic is dealt with. You know, it's nice to put it so the cyclists have some place. It's nice to make it look pretty. It's nice to make it a linear park. But our overall goal is to make it so our people are not, because look, Virginia Key, to Ignacio's point earlier, they're going to be pumping out events, and I think eventually we're going to see an exhibition state. I think we're going to see Virginia Key developed by the city of Miami. I think that's just a high probability going forward. So I think what we have to be doing is looking for a way to create a causeway that is not impeded by major development on Virginia Key. So I had the meeting with Siskovich. They are moving forward with this. This plan apparently was almost approved, but for the FIU disaster, when the bridge collapsed. So I think it's interesting. I want us, and I'm trying to reach out to the county. I have a meeting with Mayor Jimenez at the beginning of February, but I want to start knowing what's going on at the county level. What are they talking about, and where are we in terms of when they start talking about doing a P3 on the causeway? I get a little concerned that nobody was reached out to here, as far as I understand. Nobody on council, we never talked about a P3 on the causeway prior to this. So I think we have to be very diligent about this. We have to make sure that if something's going forward over there, and there's support, by the way, in talking to different commissioners in the city of Miami, there is support in the city of Miami for enhancing the causeway. So I think this is something we've got to stay on top of.
Okay. I don't understand what they're talking about, a second causeway, an elevated causeway?
Well, potentially we would elevate the causeway. I mean, they're talking about, yeah, we need to see the plans, but they're talking about doing something for cyclists, and there's all sorts of, it looks beautiful, but I'm concerned that it doesn't necessarily address our needs right now, but I think we can get there with them. All right, my last item of the evening, I know we have three more after this, is Whitefly. It's back. If you could if somebody could give us a little update on what you all are doing.
Sure. So at the end of last year, early November, we identified that there were some indications that there was a whitefly infestation. We contacted the University of Florida. Actually, I'm sorry, their site visit was on November 6th of 2018. The scientists who had
Excuse me, Manager,
Sure.
motion for another 10 minutes?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Okay, so the University of Florida scientists, they had collected some samples from some coconut palms and gumbo limbo trees throughout the village. They also identified in their assessment there are some natural enemies. There's a predatory animal that they also identified in the area. So my understanding is when there was an infestation several years back, we were actually very effective in eradicating the infestation by introducing the natural predator of the whitefly. So notwithstanding, in our meetings, we asked, assuming that the last infestation was on a scale of 1 to 10, at 10 being as bad as it got last time, how bad is it this time? And I think the answer we got was, a 3. So for purposes of scale, the infestation is not as bad this time as it was last time. Notwithstanding the plan that we have in place, there were some hot spots identified throughout the village. So staff was trained by the UF scientists on how to monitor those hot spots. So we're monitoring those hot spots. Typically during the winter months when things cool down, the whiteflies don't reproduce, they don't procreate. So you often see if the natural predators can work the whiteflies, perhaps after this winter season, the infestation may go away, which is what we're hoping for. But if not, we're monitoring the hotspots. There was also some of our village-owned right-of-way palms that had some infestation, so we did an extra trim cycle. We went a little bit higher than you might typically go on the palms just so that we can eradicate. One important thing is that when the branches are being removed from the village, the whitefly can kind of hop off and then nest elsewhere. So we've taken some extra measures to make sure that the foliage that we're trimming back is sealed and properly disposed of, so we don't adversely impact any of our neighbors as the roughage is being taken away. We also plan on doing a public meeting to try to help educate our residents about what the white flies look like and what your trees might look like, and if you are experiencing an issue, what options you have. If there are, we'll be putting out a press release within the next few days that kind of identify with some pictures the material that you have put together. I encourage anybody, if you're aware or if you have constituency that has indicated a concern, please reach out to us and we can go add them to our list of areas to monitor, and we can try to help them deal with the issue. I think that's my report, Mayor.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And just so everybody is more edification than anything else. So next item.
Next item is field trip to the recycling plant. Councilmember McCormick.
Okay, so I had a quick little video that I don't know if we have it. It's 1 minute and 30 seconds. It's super fast, but even if I don't, I'll paint a picture with my words. So a nice sized group of residents, oh, is it coming? From the village went to the waste management recycle plant where our recycling is meant to go. Here we go. So if we just watch this, I don't know if you can read the things, but there's all of the Kiva scanners there in the classroom. This is just a small fraction of the massive amounts of garbage that come, and it's garbage. I mean, they can only recycle 40% of what gets there. They get 5 of these 20-ton things a day, not including all the small trucks that come locally. That's from Collier County. So here you can see it's being sorted. I'll get to the point, Mike. It's fast. These people, I'm not going to read it too. So here's a machine that is totally shut down because people send plastic bags. So therefore, it's not recycling.
You took these photos?
Someone on our trip who's like super cool, tech savvy. She did this while we were still listening to the talk at the end. And that's it. In the end, it comes out of the baler, and then they sell what they can. So the trip, to make it super, super fast, was super depressing to see these massive amounts of garbage, super depressing to see how little they can actually recycle that we send, and also at the same time kind of inspiring to come back and say, we have to change what we're doing very quickly. For one, the things like the low hanging fruit, plastic water bottles, obviously we all know we shouldn't be using them, but people do use them. 20% of the ones that are made are actually recycled. They're an easy recyclable. So anytime you have one, it should be going into a recycling bin. But the other things that were really I felt important to come back and share with our residents were just really the limited number of things that they actually recycle that we send to them, and that it cuts into their efficiency. It was an interesting conversation because, of course, you have a for-profit company talking to you about their business. They weren't really there to tell us how we're going to save the planet, but it was eye-opening to see they're at 40% of what they receive that they can recycle. 30% is where they stop making money. So keeping in mind that they are a for-profit company, sending them all of these things that they don't accept, it could get to where they're not recycling anymore, right? So it's important to make sure we're sending the right things, because also they can start fining us for sending the wrong things, but also really to start looking at, and the reason I wanted to talk about this, and I'll try to be fast because I know it's so late, but I would really like to see in everything that we're doing here and in our meetings to be having much more conversations about ways to be reducing and reusing what we use in our daily life, and to stop throwing away so many things and to really focus on recycling what can be recycled. And I'd like to see our village be more of a leader in this, instead of, I feel like, as a whole, as a community, we can lag behind some other parts of the country. And in such an environmentally sensitive area, and I mean, we live here because it's so beautiful and we want it to stay that way. I think it was definitely eye-opening to me that we need to be pushing this sustainability stuff and thinking more about our environment and having more conversations about it. So that's my field trip.
And I would recommend that we contact the Chamber of Commerce because they have a lot of stuff on this and ways that we can work together to try to get that out.
Great.
Next item is performance evaluations for charter officials. Councilmember Petros.
Okay. Real quickly, I have been working with the Director of Human Resources, Juan, trying to come up with a good, concise evaluation tool that we do annually for each of our charter employees, which includes the manager, the clerk, and the attorney. And we have a document that each one of those people is reviewing, and I've met with 2 of the 3 to get feedback, but I'd like to schedule that we as a council look at it, and you'll get it before that at the workshop, the budget workshop that's happening January 22nd. And it was recommended by Chad, actually, that we do it at a workshop and not at a council meeting to just discuss not only the tool, but the process by which we will evaluate. And the goal is to do our first evaluation in April so that we can have the impact of it for the budget.
Great.
Okay?
Excellent.
January 22nd.
Replacement of trees?
Yeah, replacement of trees, Councilmember
January
London.
22nd.
Sorry?
Replacement of trees, Westwood.
Well, you heard 2 people come today, and if anybody takes a look on Westwood, you'll see what we're talking about. Well, you same thing. There's basically not tall, skinny little things that are without leaves. Is it 8 months a year, 9 months a year, maybe 10 months a year? The trees.
Can we direct the manager to have Public Works look at it and maybe reuse those trees somewhere else and make a recommendation?
Are they
You wanna
really
grind them up.
alive?
You don't want to use it.
Okay.
I mean, they're horrible.
Well, it sounds like
I
they
thought for
bloom
sure
in the
they were
summer.
all dead.
Guys,
Anyway, no, that's fine. You know,
I agree. Why don't we do that? Let's have, manager, would you have somebody evaluate the trees and come back with some suggestions on how we can make it better for people?
with the proposal for new trees.
Right.
Yes, sir.
Proposal for
Thank
new
you.
trees. Perfect. And then lift for parking spaces?
Yes. The manager has worked, I think, with Todd, and they looked at parking spaces, and I think we can put 18, well, it could actually be 36 of them, but starting with a row of 18 in the middle row of the police parking lot. And they're going to run under $200,000 for 18 parking spaces, which basically is about $11,000, $12,000 a space. If anybody goes to the community center anytime, you just, especially depending on what time you go, just circle around, circle around, and circle around. You also notice with the the Ballard King, they said the second biggest item was the parking. And this is a way of eliminating parking because what this would do would take employee parking and move them over there out of the community center. So before the manager goes for an RFP, we want to make sure that this is in everybody's best interest and they all agree to it.
Well, okay.
You don't have to, once you get the RFP, once you get the proposals, you don't have to
Right.
agree to it, but at least go forward
let's go
because
forward with it.
we're
Let's
looking at
get a
something under
pricing and-
$200,000.
Absolutely worth
Okay.
exploring.
Just so you know, I sent a contact to Andrea because we're working with lifts on some of our projects, and the guy came to me. I told him a little bit about Key Biscayne while we were having a meeting on the project, and he mentioned that he would put up one of his systems in 3 parking spots
Excuse me, Mayor, can I have a small extension?
to see if.
We have one more item.
5 minutes.
All right.
All those in favor?
Yes.
Motion carries.
He said that he would put up use 3 parking spaces, put them up, see if we like it at his cost, and if we don't like it, they'll come back and take it down.
How about the rest of them?
All right.
He just needs 3 for testing.
Proposal from them, that's all.
Get a proposal.
No, I sent the information.
Sure,
and she waited. But I just sent it like 10 minutes ago. So
Okay, come on.
she has-
Is it
I did it right
You
here.
haven't looked at it yet?
Come on, listen to me before we go. So everybody says go ahead with, get that?
Yes.
Yes.
Let's take the RFP.
Good.
Session.
Oh, shoot.
Are you guys done? I can call it? Okay. It's
We
a
just have
request.
to move it, right?
No, I just have to call it publicly. A request for an executive session regarding Gilbert versus Key Biscayne, case number 2018-030808, CA01, Division 11, the 11th Circuit, Miami-Dade County, Florida. The purpose of this session is to discuss litigation expenses and legal strategy moving forward. The clerk will be speaking to each of you to find a date. We would like to have this the next couple weeks if possible. So,
Make yourselves available, please.
thank you.
Can I have a motion? All those in favor?
Discussion?
Motion carries.
I want to say.
Right at the end, I got.
I don't know if it's-